Hello everyone and welcome to this video on ReactJS full course by Edureka. ReactJS, developed by Facebook, is a popular JavaScript library for building user interfaces, especially single-page applications. It uses a component-based architecture, allowing developers to create reusable UI components. React uses a virtual DOM for fast update and JSX syntax for writing HTML in JavaScript. React promotes unidirectional data flow with state and props, making application easier to debug. Its robust ecosystem, active community, and flexibility make it ideal for dynamic and complex web applications. Major companies like Facebook, Instagram, and Netflix have widely adopted React. With that said, now let's outline today's agenda for ReactJS full course. We will first start with an introduction to ReactJS, covering its history and its importance in modern web development. Next, we will discuss the reasons to learn ReactJS, highlighting the industry demand and the benefits of mastering React. Following that, we will cover ReactJS features and prerequisites, including its necessary skills like JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. Then, we will explore ReactJS aspects and advantages. Afterwards, we will dive into ReactJS Fundamentals, where we will introduce JSX, component creation, and concepts of state and props. We will then cover conditional rendering in ReactJS, explaining how to render elements based on conditions. We will then move on to React Components and React Lifecycle, discussing functional and class components and lifecycle methods. Next, we will cover React Router, including how to set it up, define routes, and handle dynamic and nested routing. We will then introduce React hooks such as useState and useEffect and how to create custom hooks. We will proceed with an overview of ReactJS Redux, explaining how to set up Redux with React and manage the global state with action and reducers. Following this, we will compare React versus React Native, discussing their differences and use cases. We will also compare React versus Angular. Then, we will move on to ReactJS Projects, providing project ideas, best practices, and hands-on development experiences. Next, we will discuss the importance of testing in React. Finally, we will discuss how to become a ReactJS developer, outlining the skills required, and we will conclude with ReactJS interview questions and answers, preparing you for common interview questions and providing tips for success. But before we begin, please consider subscribing to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to stay updated on the latest tech content from Edureka. Also, visit the Edureka website for the ReactJS certification training course, the link to which is in the description box below. Now, without much further ado, let's get started with our first topic, Introduction to ReactJS.
Now, let us start with what is ReactJS. React is a declarative, efficient, and flexible JavaScript library for building user interfaces. And also, it lets you to compose complex UIs from small and isolated piece of code called components. Right, I'll make it more simpler and introduce React to you. React is just an open source JavaScript library that is used for building user interfaces. So, it was developed and it is maintained by Facebook, and it is widely used by many companies and organizations worldwide. ReactJS allows developers to build the reusable UI components that can be easily combined to create complex and dynamic user interfaces. So, this makes it easier to manage the code and reduces the time and effort required to build and maintain the applications. So, why it is so easy? Because React uses a virtual DOM, that is nothing but the document object model. So, this DOM will keep track of the changes to UI and update only the part of page that need to be updated. So, which can be result in improved performances. This virtual DOM approach also makes the ReactJS high effective and fast. So, even with the large and complex user interfaces. So finally, I will tell you that ReactJS is a powerful and flexible front-end library that enables the developers to build fast, efficient, and dynamic user interfaces. With that, we will see why it is so popular and the features of ReactJS. So I'll start with the main important feature, that is reusable components. So here in ReactJS, the one of the most important feature is considered as the reusable components. So in React, it is the ability to create the reusable UI components. So these components can be made easy by combining to build the complex UI interfaces, by reducing the amount of code that need to be written and making it easy to maintain and manage. So at the end, this kind of feature will lead you to faster development and reduce the time to market your projects. And the next feature is virtual DOM. Here, React uses the virtual DOM as I mentioned previously, so which acts as an intermediary between the applications and the actual DOM. So the virtual DOM keeps track of the changes to the UI and updates only the part of the page that need to be updated, rather than updating the entire page, right? So this can be greatly improve the performance of the applications, and it ensures the fast and effective updates. So by using this virtual DOM, the next feature comes, that is the fast and efficient. By using the virtual DOM and other performances optimizations, React can be very fast and efficient, even with the large and complex UI interfaces, right? So this can lead to improve the user experiences and it reduce the load times. Nowadays, if you see, React is widely adopted. Why? Because it is easy to learn. React has a relatively small learning curve compared to other front-end frameworks and libraries. So this can make it accessible to the developers of all levels of experiences and can help to reduce the time and effort required to get started with building applications. And also you need to keep in mind that the React has large and growing community of developers and users, which means there is a wealth of resources, tutorials and support available to help the developers get started and overcome some of the challenges. So these kind of communities can also help drive innovative and development, making React a strong and evolving platform. The next benefit is popularity and adoption of React. Here, the React is widely used and popular with many major companies and organizations which are using for their web applications. So, this popularity and adoption can help ensure that the React will continue to be developed and supported by making it a reliable platform for building applications. So I hope you all also will join the community. And the final one is improved user experiences. Right. Here, by allowing the developers to build dynamic, interactive, and some responsive user interfaces, React can greatly improve the overall user experiences of application. So this can lead to increase the engagement and satisfaction by making the application more successful and effective. So I hope you understood why it is so popular with these features, right? Now let us jump into the setup environment. So as you know, React is a JavaScript library for building the user interfaces and it requires few tools to get started, right? So the first one is Node.js. Here, React requires Node.js to install on your system. Like Node.js is a platform for running JavaScript code outside of the browser. So you can download this latest version of Node.js from the official website, that is nodejs.org. So I'll show you. Now go and type nodejs.org and you will get into this site and you can see here the latest version is 18.14.0, right? You need to click on that and you need to follow the installation instructions for your operating system. So I'm using Windows. So I already have Node.js. So we'll just verify. Go to command prompt and just type node. And you will get the version So I had installed 18.12 version. So that's fine. You can install the new version if you don't have. Right. The next one is to install Visual Studio Code. So Visual Studio is a code editor. You can go to the visualstudio.com. So you will get into this site and you can install for Windows or any operating system that you're using for. So this is also simple installation. You can click on it and follow the installation instructions. Also, you can use Sublime Text and Atom also. So I would recommend you to install Visual Studio Code or any code editor that feels comfortable. So once you install both of the prerequisites, then we will move on and create a project directory. For that, go to terminal or command prompt. So I'm using command prompt. Now I will initialize the project by typing npx create react app. Then give space and mention the project directory. Here let me give my hello world, right? Hit enter. So as you can see, a new React app is created. Wait until the configuration is getting over. So as you can see, everything is installed successfully and you can see happy hacking over here, right? Now that we have a React project set up, you can start the development server in your terminal by navigating to your project directory. So I have navigated to the project directory and just type npm, that is node package manager, and start. So by doing this, you will start the development server. So this will start the development server and you will be able to view your React app in your web browser in localhost 3000. As you can see, our React app has been successfully shown here, right? So by following these steps, you should now have a fully functional environment for development React app. You are now ready to start building your own React app and explore all the features and benefits of this powerful library called React. Now that we just saw how to install the React and other prerequisites, now we will look into the tool chains. So I have some of the popular tool chain listed over here and we will see. Here the first one is create React app. So this is an officially supported command line tool for creating React projects. So it set up a basic React project with all the required dependencies and a development server. So it will allow you to start building your app right away. Now the next one we have next.js. So this is a popular framework for building the server-side rendered React application. So this includes the features like automatic code splitting, optimized performance, and easy integrations with other technologies like TypeScript and GraphQL, right? So the next one is Gatsby. So this is nothing but it is a static site generator that uses React to build fast and efficient website. And the final one we have is Redux. So it is a state management library for JavaScript applications that provides a centralized store. And it reduces to manage and update the application state in a predictable way. So this is a popular state management library. So that's often used with React. And also it provides a way to manage your application state in a single centralized store and making it easier to manage and debug your applications. So these are few just examples for popular toolchains with React. The exact tools that you choose will depend on your specific needs and requirements for your project. With this, I hope you all understood the toolchains. Next, we will move on to how to create a Hello World app. So you know that we have already created a development server over there. So we will start there itself. You can see this is a simple React syntax for Hello World. is just have import React from import, and we have a React DOM, and we have just in one hello world in a h1 tag. So now that we have a development environment set up, right? So let us write hello world application now. So let us go to Visual Studio Code. So as you can see, I have opened Visual Studio Code and just go to the files here, open folder. Right, you can see my hello world and select folder. So with that, you will get that folder inside your Visual Studio, right? So you need to just go to index.js into the src file. So here I have just written the import React from React and import React DOM, and I have the element over here that is h1, and I have just rendered this in the root. So if I run this, I should get this hello world in h1 tag. So this is how you write a simple hello world program in React. Now we will jump into the core concept of React, that is component. So what are components? Components are independent and reusable bits of code. They serve the same purpose as JavaScript functions do. So it works in isolated and written HTML, right? So in other words, we can say that every application you will develop in React will be made up of the pieces of components. Yes, that's true. Right. So what are components in general? So they are building blocks of ReactJS applications, right? So they allow you to split your user interfaces into reusable independent pieces that can be composed to form the complex UIs. So there are two types of components in ReactJS. One is the functional components, the other one is class components. Here, functional components, so these are stateless components that only receive the props as an input and renders HTML. So they can be defined using the functions that returns JSX. That is nothing but the JavaScript with the HTML syntax, right? Now, if you look into the class components, so these are stateful components that can be managed their own interval state and have access to the lifecycle method. So they are defined using a class that extends the React.component class. So here components can receive the inputs in the form of props and can manage their own interval state. The state is an object that holds the data specific to a component, and it can be updated using the setState method. ReactJS components can also manage their own behavior, for example, by handling the user events and making the API calls. So when a component state or props changes, here the ReactJS will automatically re-render the component. Okay, and by allowing your application to stay up to date with the latest data. Here, the components in ReactJS are designed to be modular and reusable. So this will allow you to build the complex applications by composing the simple, independent components. For examples of the components, a button component that displays a text label and triggers a callback function when clicked, right? So a form component that renders input fields and handles the user submission. So that is upon the forms. And the next one will be card component that displays an image, title and description, etc. Right. So these are the examples of the component. So at the end of this session, we will be looking into a project. It is of to-do list project. So I will be explaining all of these components and buttons, how they work, everything. So stay tuned. So this is all about the theory in the components. Now let us just move into JSX in React, right? JSX is an extension for JavaScript that allows the developers to embed the XML-like syntax within their code by making it easier to write the components and templates. So it is self-explanatory. Now let us directly jump into what is JSX. So as I said, JSX is a syntax extension for JavaScript that makes it easier to write the components. So it was developed by Facebook and it is used in many popular frameworks such as React. Okay, now with this JSX, you can write the components using the syntax that resembles the HTML, right? By making it easier to read and understand. And if you see, some of the benefits of using JSX is it improves the readability and maintainability of the code. And also it allows for reusable components and it can simplify the complex UI logic. Okay. Now, if you see the JSX syntax, so it uses XML like syntax, right? For example, the following code shows you like how to create a button using JSX. So this is a simple syntax for creating a button. And if you see the next one, embedded expressions. So here JSX also can also be used to embed the expression within the components. So by using the curly braces, here you can see we have used the curly braces, right? So these are, if you want to embed some of the expression inside syntax, then you can use curly braces for this. And JSX is most commonly used in React, where it is used to define the components. To use JSX in your React projects, you will need to install a transpiler such as Babel. So which will convert your JSX code into regular JavaScript that can run in your browser. So if I want to conclude what is JSX, it is nothing but a powerful syntax extension for JavaScript that can make it easier to write the components in the React. So with its improved readability, reusable components and ease of use, so it is a great tool for building complex user interfaces. So I hope you understood JSX. We will move on to embedding expressions. Okay, what is embedding expression? Like how do you embed expressions inside the React? So embedding expressions in React, it refers to the incorporating the dynamic values such as data from state or props. So if you can see here in the below example, as you can see we have the constant name as Edureka and the element is welcome to. So here we have embedded the name over here. So here I will be getting the output as welcome to, the name as Edureka. So here this value will be embedded inside this name, inside this curly braces. Okay, that is what this embedding expressions means. So this will allow you to create a dynamic and interactive user interfaces. Okay, for example, the values might be changing in some of the applications, right? So that will be added here in the curly braces. So that is the simple logic behind that. So here I will give you another example here. So I have a piece of code. So this example here, as I mentioned you in the earlier example, I had Edureka over there. Here I have 𝐁𝐿. And this name will be embedded inside this hello 𝐁𝐿. For example, you get any mail from any websites. For example, you get a mail from Edureka, right? So here they will be just sending you mail by telling hi and your name. For example, if I get hi Tejashwini, and there will be some messages, right? So that hi, that name is there, no? So that will be dynamically changed each time. So in case I get any mail, it comes in my name, and if you get any mail, that comes in your name. That the name will be changed dynamically according to the persons. And you can even embed any valid JavaScript expressions within the curly braces. Here, this includes the things like arithmetic operations, function calls, ternary operators, etc. So if I show you another example over here, so I have some constant number over here. For example, I have number 1 and number 2 and 10 and 20 respectively, right? So here the output shows the number of sum of number 1 is 10, right? So here the number 1 is 10 and the number 2 is 20, and it will give you the sum of both number 1 and number 2. And it is important to note that when embedding expressions in React, you should only use the expressions that are guaranteed to be side effect free, such as simple calculations, string concatenations, or array access. So here you should not use expressions that causes side effects. Say for example the function calls or set state within the curly braces, so as this can lead to unexpected behaviors. And additionally, it is a good practice to keep your expression simple and concise to improve the readability and maintainability of the code. So we have next topic, that is rendering elements. So in ReactJS, rendering elements refers to the process of displaying the UI components on the screen. So unlike browser DOM elements, the React elements are plain objects and are cheap to create. Here, the DOM takes care of the updating the DOM to match the React elements. An element describes what you want to see on the screen, right? As I said previously. So here an element is a plain JavaScript object that represents a part of UI. So when the React updates the element, it updates the UI accordingly. So whatever it is being changed, it automatically change in the screen also, right? So here we call this root DOM node because everything inside it will be managed by a React DOM. So if you can remember that I have created Hello World program previously, right? So I have mentioned root over there. So whatever I change inside the element, so everything will be changed through this root. Okay. Now let us look into rendering list. Rendering list in ReactJS refers to the process of displaying a list of elements on the user interfaces using React component, right? So this can be achieved by mapping over an array of data and creating a React component from each item in the list. So if I make it more simple, for example, you will often want to display some of the multiple similar components from a collection of data, right? So you can use this JavaScript array method to manipulate any array of the data. So here I have shown the image over here, right? Here to-dos is an array of to-do items. See, to-dos is an array of to-dos items. The to-do list components map over this array and creates a list of items that is inside the li for each to-do items. And this key prop, here you can see the key, no? So this property is added to each list item to make sure that React can efficiently update the list if the data has been changed. This key property tells React which array item each component corresponds to, so that it can match them up later, right? So this becomes an important if your array items can move. Next we have conditional rendering. In React, you can create a distinct component that encapsulates behavior you need. Then you can render only some of them depending on the state of your application. Here, conditional rendering in React is a process of rendering components based on certain conditions or state. The state of component can change dynamically, and React allows you to conditionally render components based on the state of your application. Here, React uses JavaScript to control the rendering of the components. To perform conditional rendering, you can use the JavaScript control structures such as if-else statement, ternary operator, and switch statement. Conditional rendering in React works the same way that the condition works in JavaScript. Use this JavaScript operators like if or the other conditional operators to create the elements representing the current state and lets the React update the UI to match them. Next we have handling events. First, let us define what are events. Events are actions or occurrence that happens in the browser, such as a user clicking on a button, a page finishing loading, or an element being updated. React allows us to handle these events and respond to them with the specific actions. In React, we handle events using the event handlers. An event handler is a function that is executed when an event is triggered. As I said, if a user clicks on a button or etc. To create an event handler in React, we use the syntax on event name, which is equals to, in a flower bracket, we use the function name. Okay, where on event name is the event where we want to handle, and the function name is the function that we will be executing the event in is triggered. As you can see here, we have the syntaxis difference between the HTML and the React code. Okay, so here, as you can see, in HTML we have the events that are named using the lower cases, but in case of React we use only camel case, where that is the valid syntax in React. And in HTML, you can pass a function as a string. As you can see in the example, here we have a button where this is a event handler on click, Edureka, and the button name is Edureka. So when the person clicks on the button called Edureka, the function will be changed or updated automatically. So when it comes to React, it is done with a JSX, then you can pass a function as the event handler. Here I have given the same example, but you can notice it is in the camel case on click, and we have embedded the expression in the name of Edureka, right? So let us take an example of a button component that increases a counter every time it's clicked. Here, the component will have a state count that will store the value of a counter when the button is clicked. We will call the handle click function that will be increasing the value of the counter. Right? If you can see here, here is a function, and I have two parameters, that is count and set count. I'm using the use state over here. So here this will act as an handle click function where it will be increased the value by 1 every time the handle click is called. Okay, so here as you can see, I have mentioned a button over here. So let us take a look at the output. You can see click me button over here. So if any user clicks on it, the handle click function is triggered and you will get the output or the value to be increased by 1. So you can see here you have clicked 1 times. Okay, fine. Now I will click another time here and you can see the changes over here, right? So this is how we handle the event over here. Next we have binding event handlers. The first and foremost common way to bind the event handlers is by using the arrow function in the onClick property. Here, event binding tells the browser that this function should be called whenever this event is triggered. Or in other words, whenever the event is triggered, the function which is bind with the event should be called. Here, for example, let's say we have a button in our component and we want to handle the click event of the button. Let me take the same example over there. Okay. In this example, we are using the arrow function you can see here, right? So this arrow function is to bind the click event of the button. So whenever the button is clicked, it will log the message button clicked in the console. So this is one of the way. Now we will move on to composing components. In general, what is composing components? Okay, imagine that you are building a website and where your website will be containing some of the components such as navbar, search bar, some of the text, some buttons, etc. Right? So here those components are not built together. They were built separately and they were put into your website by composing all the components that you are already prepared, right? So that is the same logic applied over here. So components are the piece of isolated code, right? So those are composed into a website. So for example, we will look into the code. Here you can see we have import React, and you can see some of the to-do list components over here, and you can see the submit button and its function, and you can see the form over here where we will be having the inputs like text, submit buttons, everything, right? So here these are small components. So these are put in together and made it to be a website. So as you can see here, we have a text field to add your task, to-do list task. For example, learn React. So I will hit enter and I will just add task. So if completed task, it should go away. If not, it is always incompleted, right? So if incompleted task is clicked, you will get a motivation quit and you will have a delete task. So this is the project that we are going to work. So here, this text, this input field, these buttons are each component. So these are each components that I have put into and made a website. So this is called composing of components, right? So as you can see here, we have single components. For example, let's imagine this has a button, this has a text, this has an input field, okay? So these are put it together and made the website. Here, from passing data from a parent to child component, we use props, right? So here, props data is sent by the parent component and cannot be changed by the child component as they are read-only, right? Here we have the props and here we have state. So whatever components that is sent by props, that cannot be changed by the state over here, because it is props is a parent component and whereas state is a child component, where these child components are only to be read only. Next, we will move on to props and state. We will explore what are props and states and their differences. In React, props in short for properties, and they are used to pass data between the React components. Here, React's data flow between the components is unidirectional. It is like from parents to child only, where props are the arguments passed into the React components. Here, the props are passed to the components via HTML attributes, where props are passed to components via HTML attributes. In simple, props allow you to pass data from one component to another component as an argument, where state holds information about the components. Here, let's imagine we have a parent that is props and a state that are children, right? Where here the props will assign some of the information to the state, or the props will pass data from one component to another component, where the state will be only containing the informations. Now finally we will move into lifecycle hooks. After that we will see on a small project. Here each component in React has a lifecycle which you can monitor and manipulate during its three main phases, that is mounting, update and unmounting phase. Now let us look into detail of each phases. Let's start with the mounting phase. Here mounting means putting elements into the DOM. React has 4 built-in methods that gets called in this order when mounting a component. The first one is constructor. The second one is get derived state from props. The third one is render. And the last final one is component did mount. Here the render method is required and always be called. And the others are optional and will be called if they are required. Then we have update phase. A component is updated whenever there is a change in the component state or props. Here, the React has 5 built-in methods that gets called in this order when the component is updated, right? So the first one is get derived state from props. The second one is should component update. The third one is render. The fourth one is get snapshot before update. And the final one is component did update. Here, as I mentioned before, render is a required method where others are optional. And the final phase is unmounting phase. So this unmounting phase in the lifecycle is when a component is removed from the DOM, or unmounting as React like to call it. Okay, now React has only one built-in method that gets called when the component is unmount, that is component will unmount. So here this method is called when the component is about to remove from the DOM. Now let us jump into the example. Now let us start creating a to-do list project where I will be showing you how to create a text field and a button to add task, complete task, incomplete task, and delete task. So when the completed task is triggered, this button is clicked, the score here will be updated to 2 or updated to 1 plus, because it gives you some motivation that you have completed the task for today, right? So next button is incomplete task. Here you can see the incomplete task. So if you click on this incomplete task button, some of the motivation quotes will be displayed to you to give you some motivation to complete that task. Then finally we have delete task. For example, if you add this task without knowing, or if you don't want to add this task in your list, then you can delete this task. So by deleting the task, you will not get any score or any motivation tips, right? This is the project for today. Let us see how this is being created. So I'll go to the Visual Studio Code. So let us create a to-do list project. Now I will just import React from React. Okay. After that, I will be exporting it. Now let us initialize the constant over here. So for this, I am writing to-do list with an arrow function over here. So here I will be using the use state hook 4 times. So one is for to-dos and another one is for task, and the third one is for score, and the fourth one is for quits. So as I mentioned you in the output of the to-do list, we have a to-do and a task bar, and we have a score. If you complete the task, you will get 1 score, and if you click on the incomplete task, you will be displayed a motivational quote, right? For all those, I will be using 4 use state hooks. Okay. So here, as you can see, I have to-dos and I have set to-dos, and task, set task, score, set score, quits, and set quits. Okay. For all those, I'm using the use state, and also I have mentioned some of the motivational quotes. It will be displayed randomly whenever you click on the incomplete task button, right? So here this block of code is a functional component in the React, which using the hooks API called the to-do list. Okay. Now first let me display some of the forms, that is the input text and the submit button. So for that I will just write. So as you can see here, I have a h1 tag which shows the to-do list over here. Okay. And I have h3 tag which shows the score here. And I have embedded the score over here inside the curly braces. Okay. And I have mentioned the on submit over here. So this is the event handler. So whenever the user submits or clicks on the submit button, so this handle submit will be triggered. And as you can see, I have the input where I have the text as an input type, and I have the value for task. So you can see I have embedded the task over here. So whenever the task is added over here, it goes to the use state over here for the task. So it will be automatically added in the task and it will be displayed in the browser. So this code is a React component that returns a JSX from a to-do list applications, right? So it defines a div with a background image and has a heading and score displayed. So as I mentioned, we have a heading and the score displayed, and we have a background image. And it also has a form for adding a task that includes an input field and a submit button. So you can see we have an input field and a submit button over here, right? The form submit event is handled by the handle submit function, as you can see here. A list of to-dos is displayed using a map function over here, and that loops over the to-do arrays. So each to-do is displayed as a list item with the text of the task and the 3 button for marking it as a complete, marking it as incomplete, and a delete button. Okay. So here handle complete, handle incomplete, and handle delete. So here handle complete, incomplete, and handle delete. These functions are triggered when the respective buttons are clicked, as I mentioned it earlier. So the complete button and the delete button modifies the state of the to-do arrays. So as you can see, the complete and the delete task, these buttons modify the state of the array list. For example, I'll just add another one, learn React Native. So as you can see here, the complete and the delete button will modify the state of the array list. Whereas this incomplete button will randomly display the motivational quote. For example, so here if you click on the incomplete task, here you will get an motivational quote. This will be random because here in the code we have mentioned 4 of it, 4 or 5 of the motivational quote. So if you click on the incomplete task, so it will display you the random quote. So here you can see this code defines 2 functions, that is handle submit and handle complete, right? So here which are used to manipulate the state of the to-do list component. Here in the handle submit, the function is called when the form is submitted. So it prevents the default from submission behavior using a prevent default function, right? And then updates the state of the to-do list component. So it does this by adding the current task to the to-do array using the set to-do list. And you can see here in the handle complete function, it is called when the to-do item is marked as completed. So it updates the state of the to-do list and component by removing the component's to-do item from the to-do array and updates the score by 1. See, you can see I have mentioned the score. If the complete task is clicked, then the score will be updated to +1. So if you look into incomplete task handle, so here I have mentioned the random index where it will see the quote's length and it will display in the alert box. So whenever this is clicked, the random quote will be displayed in the alert box. So we have come to the handle delete event. The handle delete is called when the user wants to delete a task, right? So here it takes an index of the task to be deleted as an argument. So it creates a new array like new to-dos, which is a copy of the current to-do array, and removes the task by calling the slice method on the new to-do array. So finally, it updates the to-do state with the new to-do list. And with that, I have just added few of the CSS here. I have used inline CSS, and here I have used the internal CSS. Here for each button, I have displayed some of the colors and the sizes for it. And finally, if you look into the output here, we have the H1 tag, that is to-do list, and the H3 tag, that is the score, And if the completed task is clicked, the score will be updated to 1. And here, if you add a new task over here, so if you click on incomplete task, so here you will have the motivational quote will be displayed, and no score will be updated or decreased because it is nothing to do with the score button. And if you delete this task, and that also nothing to do with the score button too. So this is the simple to-do list application.
Here's a quiz question for you guys. What is ReactJS primarily used for? And the options are A. Server-side programming, B. Building user interfaces, C. Database management, or D. Styling web pages. If you know the correct answer, please comment down below. In the previous module, we explored the basics of introduction to ReactJS. Next, we will discuss reasons to learn ReactJS, where learners will understand the industry demands for React, the benefits it offers, and why it is a valuable skill for developers.
Starting with the first reason to learn React, which is React is easy to learn. Most developers love React because it is efficient, declarative, and flexible. What is even more important and exciting is that learning React is easier than learning other JavaScript frameworks. If we compare React with Angular on learning basis, React is a library and a complete solution that is built around one main concept, which is to give you more freedom in how you use the library to compose and organize your own component-based architecture, while Angular in turn is more like a constructor or a tree of components, so you need to understand how its elements behave, work, and combine together. Nevertheless, React's relative simplicity does not purely depend on its file structure and component model, but also making the code easier to understand and launch. Of course, React doesn't burden developers with too many things to be mentally managed. It generally does have a simpler file tree and flexible component model. But also, that's a significant benefit. React tends to have a substantially shorter dependency list. While Angular's dependencies from a dizzying set that's problematic to track, React aims to make developers' life easier by considerably shortening the equivalent lists. The more difficult a technology is to learn, the longer it takes to start the development process. Therefore, a steep learning curve is one of the main reasons why React has gained so much traction in such a short time. Given React's simplicity, businesses today are more inclined to use it, thus building their projects faster. Now moving towards the second reason to learn React, that is increased job opportunities. There are thousands of jobs in the world which demand ReactJS skills. There are more than 43,000 jobs available on LinkedIn alone in India for React. As compared to 2019, there has been 184% of increase in the openings for ReactJS developers in the year 2020. According to India Today, a Quest report states after COVID-19, ReactJS developer is one of the top digital skill jobs in demand. This quite a huge number of job opportunities makes React one of the skills most of the application developers want to learn and secure a good job. Third reason to learn React could be attractive pay scale. Of course, salary is important. Today, React has the best pay scale on most of the job suggesting websites like LinkedIn, Glassdoor, etc. Talking about the salary trends in India, the current average salary for roles of React domain is 735K, which includes the average salary of 597K for front-end developer or engineer, the average salary of 654K for software engineer, and the average salary of 1 million for senior software engineer. Now this could be a major reason to learn React because money actually matters in professional career. The next reason to learn React is easy migration. Most of the communities that were not aware of ReactJS are now migrating to the ReactJS as it is very easy to understand and implement. They have started rewriting the code on React. Some top companies like Reddit, BBC, Netflix, Facebook, Asana, PayPal, Instacart, Uber Eats, Airbnb, Twitter, OkCupid, Netflix, etc. are using React. This increases the job requirement of React skills in the world. A lot of successful and big organizations dare to migrate on React because React provides the facilities which help in migration easily. As mentioned in React documentation, when React deprecates a pattern, they study its internal usage at Facebook and add deprecation warnings which let them assess the impact of the change. Sometimes they back out if they see that it is too early and they need to think more strategically about getting the code bases to the point where people are ready for the change. If they are confident that the change is not too disruptive and the migration strategy is viable for all use cases, they release the deprecation warning to the open source community. They are closely in touch with many users of React outside of Facebook, and they monitor popular open source projects and guide them in fixing those deprecations. Given the sheer size of the Facebook React code base, successful internal migration is often a good indicator that other companies won't have problems either. Nevertheless, sometimes people point out additional use cases they haven't thought of, and they add escape hatches for them or rethink their approach. React not only cares for the migration from other technology, but also from older version of React itself to the newer version of React. They don't deprecate anything without a good reason. They recognize that sometimes deprecations warnings cause frustration, but they add them because deprecations clean up the road for the improvements and new features that they and many people in the community consider valuable. For example, a warning about unknown DOM props in React 15.2.0 was added. Many projects were affected by this. However, fixing this warning is important so that they can introduce the support for custom attributes to React. There is a reason like this behind every deprecation that React adds. When they add a deprecation warning, they keep it for the rest of the current major version and change the behavior in the next major version. If there is a lot of repetitive manual work involved, they release a code mod script that automates most of the changes. Code mods enable us to move forward without stagnation in a massive code base, and they encourage you to use them as well. So that's how React helps in migration. The next reason to learn React is reusability, which is a boon for developers. React doesn't require big lines of codes to program an application. In React, we say that everything is a component. A user writes small codes called components and combines them to form another component. Simply, any app made with React is a tree of components. React follows write once, use it anywhere principle. For example, if we are building an Instagram app using ReactJS, we will have many components like a separate component for navigation, another one for the story section, also for newsfeed, then for profile, and all other section of the application. Components are basically like functions. The word has seen a big jump in the increment of the number of developers switching to ReactJS, for which reusability of code plays a vital role. Moving to sixth reason to learn React, which is data binding. Data binding is the process of synchronizing data between the model and view. There are two basic implementations of data binding, one-directional and two-directional. React uses one-way data binding, which doesn't allow child elements to affect the parent elements when they are updated. This makes code more stable and easier to debug. This also makes the code predictable and ultimately improves the performance of the application. If we compare React data binding approach with any other JavaScript framework, let's take Angular. Angular uses two-way data binding to connect the DOM values to the model data. This makes it simpler to work with, but also has a negative impact on performance. It makes it slower when the application deals with lots of data requests. It also makes debugging difficult and results in less predictability. Another reason why you should use React is its flexibility that manifests itself in a number of ways. Flexibility is especially visible when it comes to the use of React for web development. Web development projects tend to grow into bulky systems that may be difficult to fix or enhance. First, when we talk about React's flexibility, we refer to the library's innate modularity. As we know, React's architecture allows bundling front-end code into custom components, thus providing a solid foundation for the overall development process optimization. The React's position on the scale of opinionatedness is stable. The library neither locks nor guides you into their way of doing things. On the one hand, it dictates how you should create reusable components. On the other hand, it gives a free hand to decide how to handle routing and testing, organize dependencies, and more. This degree of freedom can turn out confusing for newcomers initially, but with time, working in a React development environment becomes a pure delight for developers. This way, React allows you to write clean, modular code, breaking the project into separate components. As a result, when code is modular, it gets easy to maintain and scale. Second, React is super flexible in the sense that it can be integrated with other third-party libraries and MVC frameworks. You can choose to create a React project from scratch or gradually introduce React to your existing legacy code base. Creating a new React app is not too difficult. Embedding React components one by one into your code written using other technologies is not a problem as well, and vice versa. It's relatively easy to integrate third-party libraries into React applications. So using React for front-end is a great choice. Besides, while we are on the topic of flexibility, it should be noted that another significant advantage in the ease of transfer and support of React Native apps. React Native is actually a framework for building native apps using React. So if you know how to develop applications using React, you are already well on your way to getting well versed in React Native too. They are conceptually similar. Most of the React concepts transfer to React Native. Thus you can waste no time, learn React Native and start developing mobile applications for iOS and Android with a native look and feel. If we compare React and Angular on this, as I have discussed just now, React gives us the freedom to choose the tools, architecture and libraries for developing an application. On the other hand, Angular offers a limited amount of freedom and flexibility. Now let's see the 8th reason to learn React, that is fast rendering. React is a client-side JavaScript library that uses server-side rendering. Why is it a benefit? Enhanced support for server-side rendering turns React into a robust performance-oriented solution for creating content-focused applications, be it a web application or native rendered applications for Android and iOS. React has everything for a brilliant performance. Faster rendering has a massive impact on reducing load times and quickly adapting the performance in real time based on user traffic flow. It's common knowledge that the faster the page load speed, the more users won't leave the website and will use your service or purchase your product. This is crucial for online business, and after COVID-19, online businesses have seen a new milestone. React's virtual DOM is basically the prime cause of faster rendering and better performance of React apps. First of all, the React virtual DOM, that is Virtual Document Object Model, can be understood as a tree data structure of plain JavaScript objects. Accordingly, React's advantage over other frameworks is that it creates virtual DOM as a copy of the real DOM, and whenever the state change in a React component happens, it re-renders the virtual DOM first, compares the old version to the new one, and eventually only the required minimum is changed in the real DOM instead of re-rendering the entire UI. React's virtual DOM serves as a layer between how things are supposed to look and the actual processes happening to render all of these things onto the page. Now let's move to the 9th reason to learn React, that is easy debugging. When something goes wrong, it is important that we have breadcrumbs to trace the mistake to its source in the code base. In React, props and state are those breadcrumbs. If you see something wrong on the screen, you can open React Dev Tools, find the component responsible for rendering, and then see if the props and state are correct. If they are, you know that the problem is in the component's render function or some function that is called by render function. The problem is isolated. If the state is wrong, you know that the problem is caused by one of the set state function calls in this file. This too is relatively simple to locate and fix because usually there are only a few set state function calls in a single file. If the props are wrong, you can traverse the tree up in the inspector, looking for the component that first poisoned the well by passing bad props down. This ability to trace any UI to the data that produced it in the form of current props and state is very important to React. It is an explicit design goal that state is not trapped in closures and combinators and is available to React directly. While the UI is dynamic, we believe that synchronous render functions of props and state turn debugging from guesswork into a finite procedure. We would like to preserve this constraint in React even though it makes some use cases like complex animations harder. React results in not only easily debuggable code, but also highly testable applications. React itself makes it easier to create a clean architecture that is friendly to testing. If we are working with React, we don't have to do any extra configuration of UI tests. Instead, we can use Jest, that is basically Facebook's JavaScript test runner that is configured right out of the box and works seamlessly with ReactJS applications. If we choose to develop a new application using Create React App, Jest will go with it by default, so we will be able to execute tests rapidly. Jest is a node-based runner, therefore while testing a ReactJS application, a developer can run unit tests in a node environment, not in real browser by mocking components under test. Traditional UI test execution tends to be slow, but with React, UI tests are run quite faster. UI tests often end up being brittle, however, by separately testing single React components in a node environment, we can avoid flakiness and ensure test results reliability. This is because in such a way, we will be in a position to test pure functions, which unlike with traditional end-to-end UI tests, is much less time-consuming, both in terms of writing and maintenance. If we are running unit tests using React, we can be sure that it won't be a big challenge to write these tests quickly and update them easily. Now here, strong documentation and community support for React becomes the final 10th reason to learn React. Being an open source library, ReactJS has what it takes to keep attracting more and more newcomers to its community, which makes it stronger over time. The feeling of belonging to a community is a solid base that a software developer can rely on when learning new technology or working on a complex project. As a React developer, you will definitely get this feeling. The React library has once gotten into the growth loop and seems to intend to remain there as long as possible. As of today, ReactJS is one of the 5 top-rated repositories on GitHub with over 170,000 stars and over 5 million applications publicly admitting to using it. React has a rich ecosystem to benefit from or contribute to. Besides, finding one's way around all this information won't be a big challenge as the React documentation can be easily found on the official website. The community is active, so you can get rapid feedback or response to your inquiry once you feel stuck. Currently on Stack Overflow, there are over 14 million questions tagged ReactJS that have at least one accepted answer. That's incredible how responsive the community is. So once you encounter a problem, chances are someone has already had the same problem and there is a solution to it, so that you will only have to copy-paste it from the corresponding discussion thread. With this, I have covered top 10 reasons to learn React. Last but not the least, I want to say, traditionally open source projects get along without full-time developers and are being improved through the work of independent contributors who are committed to the project to a certain degree. But React's contributors' commitment is much deeper than that, which has a direct positive impact on React developers' coding experience.
Having covered why React is important, we will now focus on the features and prerequisites of ReactJS. In this module, learners will gain insights into the key features of React and the essential skills needed, such as JavaScript, HTML, and CSS, to use this powerful library effectively.
JSX. JSX stands for JavaScript XML. It's an XML or HTML-like syntax used by React. It extends the ECMAScript so that XML and HTML-like text can coexist along with JavaScript React code. This syntax is used by the preprocessors like Babel to transform HTML-like text found in JavaScript files into standard JavaScript objects. With JSX, we can go a step further by again embedding the HTML code inside the JavaScript. This makes HTML codes easy to understand and boosts JavaScript's performance while making our application robust. A virtual DOM. Like an actual DOM, a virtual DOM is also a node tree that lists the elements and their attributes and content as objects and their properties. React's render function creates a node tree out of the React components. It then updates this tree in response to the mutations in data model caused by various actions done either by the user or by the system itself. The virtual DOM basically works in 3 steps. First, whenever any of the underlying data changes, the entire UI is re-rendered in the virtual DOM representation. Then, the difference between the previous DOM representation and the new one is calculated. Once the calculations are completed, the real DOM will be updated with only those changes that have actually been made. You can think of this as a patch. In a virtual DOM, the changes are applied only to those elements which have actually changed or updated. This will not just make our application faster, but also there is no memory wastage. Testability. React views can be used as functions of the state. Here, state is basically an object which determines how a component will render and behave. Thus, we can easily manipulate with the state of the components, which we pass to the ReactJS view and take a look at the output and triggered actions, events, functions, etc. This makes React applications quite easy to test and debug. Server-side rendering or SSR. Server-side rendering allows you to pre-render the initial state of your React components at the server side itself. With SSR, the server's response to the browser becomes only the HTML of the page which is now ready to be rendered. Thus, the browser can now start rendering without having to wait for all the JavaScript to be loaded and executed. As a result, the web page loads faster. Here, the user will be able to see the web page in spite of React still downloading the JavaScript, creating the virtual DOM, linking events, etc. at the backend. One-way data binding. Unlike other frameworks, ReactJS follows the unidirectional data flow or one-way data binding. A major advantage of one-way data binding is that throughout the application, the data flows in a single direction, which gives you better control over it. Because of this, application state is contained in specific stores, and as a result, rest of the components remain loosely coupled. This makes our application more flexible, leading to increased efficiency. Simplicity. The use of JSX files makes the application really simple, easy to code and understand as well. Even though you can use plain JavaScript over here, using JSX is much easier. React's component-based approach, along with the distinct lifestyle methods, also makes it very much simple to learn. So that was about the features of React. Okay, so now that you've understood the features of React, let's move on and take a look at the prerequisites that are required in order to learn React. The first and foremost prerequisite is HTML. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, and it is the standard markup language for creating web pages and web applications. A markup language is a computer language that is used to apply layout and formatting conventions to a text document. Markup languages make the text more interactive and dynamic. It can also turn text into images, tables, links, etc. The next prerequisite that you will need to know is CSS. CSS basically stands for Cascading Style Sheets. CSS is a technology that is proposed and developed by the World Wide Web Consortium, or the W3C for short. It was released to help free web developers from the tedious process of inline styling and make styling a separate entity in itself. Next up is JavaScript. JavaScript is a lightweight interpreted programming language with object-oriented capabilities that allows you to build interactivity into otherwise static HTML pages. The general purpose core of this language has been embedded in Netscape, Internet Explorer, and almost all other web browsers. Following JavaScript is NPM. NPM stands for Node Packet Manager. It is the default packet manager of Node.js that is completely written in JavaScript. It was developed by 𝐓𝐫𝐞𝐁𝐚𝐬𝐿. It was released in 2010, and since then, it is responsible for managing all the Node.js packages and modules. NPM is the world's largest software registry, which is completely free and open sourced. Developers all over the world make use of NPM for sharing software. Code editors or IDEs. Code editors and IDEs, or integrated development environments, are platforms where programmers write their code and produce their final products. Some examples are Sublime Text, Atom, Visual Studio Code, etc. So basically, if you want to write your React code, you will need to make use of any of the code editors or IDEs. Okay, so now moving on towards the next topic, which is the React architecture. As mentioned earlier, React is the V in the MVC architecture. The M or model architecture is provided by Flux. Flux is an architectural pattern that enforces a unidirectional data flow. It controls derived data and enables the communication between multiple components using a central store which has authority over all the data. Any update in data throughout the application must occur here itself. Flux provides stability to the application and reduces runtime errors. So now let's take a look at some of the important concepts in React. The first thing that you should be aware of is components. In ReactJS, everything is a component. If you guys remember, I've already given the one Lego house application example earlier on in this session. Just like the Lego blocks are combined together to make a single structure, components in React are integrated together to build one bigger and dynamic application. So therefore, in React, the entire application can be modeled as a set of independent components. These components basically serve different purposes. Components also enable us to keep the logic and the view separate. In React, multiple components are rendered simultaneously. State and props. State is the heart of React components. They are basically the source of data and must be kept as simple as possible. Basically, states are the objects which determine the component's rendering and behavior. They are mutable and can create dynamic and interactive components. States in React are accessed via this state function. States also have something called as state lifecycle. So basically, we need to initialize resources to components according to the requirements. This is called as mounting in React. It is critical to clear these resources taken by components whenever they are destroyed. This is done in order to manage the performance and is called as unmounting in React. It is not essential to use state lifecycle methods, but you can use them if you wish to control the complete resource allocation and retrieval process. Props. Props is the shorthand for properties in React. They are read-only components that must be kept pure or immutable. Props are always passed down from the parent to the child components throughout the application. So therefore, all the user needs to do is change the parent component state while the changes are passed down to the child component through props. On the other hand, a child component can never send a prop back to the parent component. This helps in maintaining the unidirectional data flow and is generally used to render the dynamically generated data. Keys. Keys in React provide identity to components. Keys are the means by which React identifies components uniquely. While working with individual components, we do not require keys as React takes care of key assignment according to their rendering order. However, we need a strategy to differentiate between thousands of elements in a list. So this is where keys come into picture. If we need to access the last component in a list using keys, it saves us from traversing the entire list sequentially. Keys also serve to keep a track of which items have been manipulated. They should be given elements inside the array to give elements a stable identity. Debugging in React. Now, there will be a point when a developer goes through a roadblock. It could be as simple as a missing bucket or as tricky as segmentation faults. In any case, the earlier the exception is caught, the lesser is the cost overhead. React uses compile time debugging and detects errors at an early stage. This ensures that errors don't silently turn up at the runtime. Facebook's unidirectional data flow allows clean and smooth debugging, fewer stack traces, lesser clutter, and an organized Flux architecture for bigger applications. Event handling and manipulation of state. Whenever an event such as a button click or a mouse hover occurs, we need to handle these events and perform the appropriate actions. This is done using event handlers. So those were some of the important concepts of React that you should know when you're learning React. So now, talking about the learning curve of React. React Unlike Angular, has a shallow learning curve and it is very much suitable for beginners. The ES6 syntax is easier to manage, especially for smaller to-do applications. In React, you code in the JavaScript way, giving you the freedom to choose your tool depending upon your need. On the other hand, Angular expects you to learn one additional tool, that is TypeScript, which can be viewed as the Angular way of doing things. In Angular, you need to learn the entire framework if you're just building a simple UI application. Now let's move on. So once you're done with learning the basic concepts of React, you will have to adopt the project-oriented learning approach. This is because whenever you create a project, you will have a 360-degree learning. This is because when you create a project, you will have to do everything by yourself. Therefore, you'll make use of all the programming concepts, resulting in better understanding and implementation. Remember that you do not have to master the world in your first project itself. So start off by choosing a very simple one. Complete it by yourself and try your best not to copy anything from anywhere else. As you proceed, you can take up bigger applications and work on them. It is sure that you will face difficulties while making your applications. However, it comes with the reward of learning. If you are stuck at some point in your project, try to break down your problem into minor parts and then work on each of them one at a time. Now, once you've decided to learn React, remember that you're not alone. There are a number of developer communities that will help you along the road. In this session, I'm going to be discussing about GitHub, Stack Overflow, and Edureka community. GitHub, as many of you would be aware of, is the world's leading software platform that brings together developers from all over the world. It allows you to build your programs, share your work, or discover what you are looking for. You can also engage with other programmers by asking them your doubts, etc. Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow is another open community that entertains anyone who wants to code. It will provide you with some of the best answers for even the most trickiest questions and errors, and will also help you share your knowledge with others using Stack Overflow. Not to forget, if you have any doubts or queries regarding any of the technologies, you guys can also check out the Edureka community website and get all your queries answered by experts. Also make a note that the key to remember what you learn is to share. So make sure you share what you learn with others. Last but not the least, stay updated. Technology sees new heights every day. The version that you learn today will get modified in the upcoming days. So make sure you keep yourself updated with all the latest React versions and update your projects accordingly.
Moving on to our next question, what does JSX stands for in ReactJS? And the options are A, JavaScript XML, B, JavaScript Extra, C, Java Syntax Extension, or D, JavaScript Extension. If you know the correct answer, please comment down below. After understanding the features and prerequisites, we will now move to the aspects and advantages of ReactJS. Here, learners will explore React's component-based architecture, virtual DOM, and unidirectional data flow, and learn how these aspects contribute to its efficiency and simplicity.
Now, aspects of ReactJS. There are three important aspects of ReactJS we will talk about. First is the virtual DOM, second is the data binding, and third is the server-side rendering. But before that, if I talk about the architecture of a ReactJS application, any ReactJS application is composed of a set of components. So it includes n number of components, and the inputs to these components are the properties, which are referred to as props and state. And this complete architecture of components, props, and state we will be talking about in the later slides. So let's talk about what are the different aspects of ReactJS. Now, there are few things you should know in advance before you start playing around with React. So if you have never used JavaScript or the DOM at all before, for example, so I will suggest that please get familiar with those concepts before trying to tackle or play around with ReactJS. So if I say what are the prerequisites to play around with ReactJS, so you should have familiarity with HTML and CSS. You should have basic knowledge of JavaScript and programming. You should have basic understanding of DOM. DOM stands for Document Object Model. Then you should have familiarity with ES6 standards, which we talked about. So you have to know ES6 syntax, semantics, and features. And then finally, you have to know what is Node.js and how NPM is installed globally. So these are some of the prerequisites I talked about to start with ReactJS. So let's talk about virtual DOM now. This is the first aspect we want to know about ReactJS. So let's talk about the problem first. What is the problem? So DAM manipulation is the heart of modern interactive web. But unfortunately, it is also a lot slower than most JavaScript operations. So when you write in JavaScript document.getElement by ID, this is the ID of the element dot inner HTML equal to some value. Now what happens actually behind the scenes? What happens is that browser need to parse this HTML. It removes the child element, updates the DOM value with the new value. Then there is a complete recalculation of the CSS for the parent and child for the complete tree. And then the layout gets updated. So that is each element exact coordinates on the screen. And then finally, there is a complete traversal of the tree or the render tree, and then it gets displayed on the browser. Now what happens, as you can see on the point number 4, this is very much heavy. That is recalculating of the CSS and change layouts because they uses a complex algorithm. They affect the performance of the application, and as well as updating the DOM properties. It's very complex. Now here we are talking about only one change. Now let's say, suppose if you want to update the DOM document object model 10 times directly, then all the above 6 steps which I have talked about, they will run one by one and they will update the DOM algorithms, which will take whole lot of time to update all the DOM values. That is why we say that real DOM is always slower than the virtual DOM. Please remember, virtual DOM is an aspect, or you can say concept, which is introduced by ReactJS. Now this slowness of the application can be made worse by the fact that most JavaScript frameworks update the DOM much more than they have to. For example, let's say that you have a list that contains 10 items, for example. So you check off the first item. Now most of the JavaScript framework would rebuild the entire list, that is the complete 10 list. That's 10 times more work than necessary. So only one item is changed, but the remaining 9 gets rebuilt again and again exactly how they were before. So rebuilding a list is no big deal to a web browser. But modern websites can use huge amount of DOM manipulation. Inefficient updating has become now a serious problem. So what happens when you try to update the DOM in React? The reconciliation process. So what happens is that the entire virtual DOM gets updated. The virtual DOM gets compared to what it looked like before, and now you have updated it. So React figures out the difference or which objects have changed. Only those change objects get updated on the real DOM. And then the changes on the real DOM, they cause the screen to change. So I can say that in React, for every DOM object, there is a corresponding virtual DOM object. So like any actual DOM, virtual DOM, you can say it's a node tree that lists the elements and their attributes and content as objects and their properties to directly change what is there on the screen. Manipulating the DOM is a slow process, but manipulating the virtual DOM is a very fast process, or you can say it's much faster because nothing gets drawn on screen. It's just like manipulating the virtual DOM as editing a blueprint as opposed to moving the rooms in an actual house. If you can see that on the screen in the given tree, the red one are the ones which have been changed and they have only been patched to the real DOM instead of the complete tree. So that is the power of a real DOM, you can say. Now the important thing, that how does React uses virtual DOM? It's very important. So as I said that in React, every UI piece is a component and each component has a state. So React follows the observable pattern and listens for state changes. And whenever there is a change, it has been updated in the virtual DOM, which gets reflected to the real DOM. So in summary, what I can say that what happens when you try to update the DOM in React. So what happens that the complete virtual DOM gets updated. The virtual DOM gets compared to what it looked like before you updated it. And then it reflects the changes on the real DOM, which causes the screen to change. That is the concept of a virtual DOM. Now let's talk about another aspect of ReactJS, which is data binding. So ReactJS follows, very important to learn that ReactJS follows unidirectional flow of data or one-way data binding as compared to other frameworks which supports two-way data binding. So in ReactJS, throughout the application, the data flows in a single direction, which gives us a better control over the application. So as you can see here that data flows from view to action. From action, it flows to dispatcher. On dispatcher, multiple actions can work, and from dispatcher, it goes to store. So React apps are organized as a series of nested components. These components are functional in nature, that is, they receive information through arguments. Now, if I talk about this one-way data binding or unidirectional data flow, so Flux, I want to talk about little bit about here, that Flux is a new kind of architecture that Facebook uses when it works with React. Flux is more of a pattern than a framework, and it has four main components you can see on the screen. The one component is dispatcher. Now what dispatcher is doing, that it receiving the actions and it broadcasts its payloads to the registered callbacks or to the store. The second one is the store. So store is acting like a container for application state and logic. The real work in the application is done in the store. The store, you can say, is registered to listen into the actions of the dispatcher, and it will work accordingly and it will update the view. So if I talk about view, or more specifically the controller views, so React components, they grab the state from the store, and then they pass it down to the child components. So that is how data binding works in ReactJS. It's a one-way data binding, or you can say unidirectional data flow. Now another concept of ReactJS, that is server-side rendering. So let's talk about server-side rendering now. So server-side rendering allows you to pre-render the initial state of your React components at the server side only. So server-side rendering, which is also called as SSR, in abbreviated form it is called SSR. It is the, you can say, ability of a JavaScript application to render on the server rather than on the browser. This is the exact definition of server-side rendering. I repeat this definition. Server-side rendering is the ability of a JavaScript application to render on the server rather than in the browser. Now, there could be a question in your mind that why would you ever want to do so? So now I will list down some of the advantages that why you want to do so, because it allows your site to have a faster page load time, which is the key to a good user experience. It helps in the SEO, that is search engine optimization. Because what will happen that without server-side rendering, all your server ships is an HTML page with no body. So just some script tags that are then used by the browser to render the application. So in nutshell, what is the difference between client-side rendering and server-side rendering? So in client-side rendering, your browser downloads a minimal HTML page. It renders the JavaScript and fills the content into it. This is client-side rendering. And what is server-side rendering? On the other hand, server-side rendering, it renders the React components on the server. And what is the output? The output is the HTML content. So that is the use of server-side rendering. So we talked about three important aspects of ReactJS, that is virtual DOM, data binding, and server-side rendering. Now let's talk about virtual DOM in detail. So if I talk about virtual DOM, as you can see on the screen, that model gives data to view, which in turn creates a DOM for it. So here a model. So model had information for the user, ID and location. It has been given, this data has been given to the view, which in turn has created the DOM. Now model gives data to the view, which in turn create the DOM, but you can see over here that if I change the user, from Alan to Max, that is the only change which has happened in terms of three properties. As compared to three property, only one property has been changed, and that property only be reflected on the real DOM. That is the power of a virtual DOM. So as I talked about that, what is a virtual DOM, right? So virtual DOM only give updates to the real DOM. It not only gives the update so that the complete page or the complete HTML or CSS does not get loaded again and again on the screen. So now here see, if location is changed, okay, if I talk about the previous location was US, it was compared, and then you can see in the real DOM, the location is changed to UK. Because virtual DOM, it has not put heavy load on the view and makes our processing also very much faster. So with React.js, when model gives data to the view, if the DOM is empty, React will create a DOM for it. That is also a beauty, or you can say advantage, of a virtual DOM. Now, as you can see here, that with React.js, when model has given the data to the view, and if the DOM is empty, React will create a DOM for it. But at the same time, it is checking with the previous values, and if it has found previous value as ln and the new value is max, the user property has been changed to max in the real DOM. So let's talk about the advantages of React.js now. What are the various advantages of React.js? The first one, application performance is increased. So which means that creating the dynamic web applications, now it has become very easier, and React.js is very much easier to learn. Now, how the application performance is increased, we have already talked about that it uses a concept called virtual DOM. So enhancement of performance has been done, or you can say application performance is increased because of the concept of virtual DOM. It is used on the client side as well as on the server side. React.js can be used both on client side and server side, and it also known to be a SEO friendly, you can say, library. Readability is improved. This is one of the greatest advantage of React.js, that the readability of the code or the readability of the application has been improved a lot. Another is that it can be easily integrated or used with other frameworks like AngularJS or Meteor or Vue.js, even with Knockout.js or Ember.js. Another advantages of React.js I want to talk about here is that the reusable components. So React.js focuses on the concept of reusability. So React UI, as we know that it is declared inside the components. So if I talk about a component here at this stage, so component is like a function that accepts the props as inputs and outputs the declared interface. The UI should be composed of as many as components as possible to maximize the reusability. So the concept says that you should decompose into multiple components your React.js application. At the same time, React.js is a very much famous library. So there are very much great developer tools available out there for, you can say, Chrome and Firefox. There are browser extensions for React available in Chrome and Firefox browsers. So these extensions, you can say, allows you to inspect the React component hierarchies in the virtual DOM. So you can select individual components and examine and edit their current properties and state. So these are some of the advantages of React.js. React.js is very much popular nowadays and is used by almost all the developers across the globe. Now, applications of React.js. So there are these famous applications which are using React.js in their applications or maybe browser application, and some are using in their mobile apps. So some are also using React Native instead of React, along with the React.js in fact. So some of the famous applications, one of them is obviously Facebook, Yahoo, Uber, Netflix, Twitter, Instagram, Dropbox, and New York Times. So these are some of the very big or famous applications which are using React.js or React Native in their website or in their mobile apps.
So guys, moving on to our next question. Which feature of React.js helps improve performance by minimizing direct manipulation of the DOM? And the options are A, component lifecycle, B, virtual DOM, C, JSX, or D, Redux. If you know the correct answer, please comment down below. With a solid understanding of React's advantages, we will now dive into ReactJS Fundamentals. In this section, learners will get familiarized with JSX, component creation, and the concepts of state and props, which form the core of building applications with React.
So first of all, we have the JSX. So we have under JSX. Now there are multiple components under React that makes the entire infrastructure as flexible as possible. So like we have JSX, then we have React components, then we have props, then we have states, lifecycle, events, references, keys, and then we have available routes. So there are multiple references that we have that we are going to discuss. Now, the core important component, first of all, is components. So let's discuss on the component, on the structure for components first. So components are what if we have a web page. So if we want to update different content, if you want to handle different content, you can say sections separately, then instead of refreshing the entire page, what we can do, we can we can add different sections as different components, so that we can define different logic for different sections. We can have different separate views, and then we can render multiple components in the same page where it can all have their own separate behavior defined, correct? So first of all, we have components. So components, as we discussed, in the application can be modeled as a set of independent components, and different components are used to serve different purposes. This enables us to keep a logic and view separate. So React renders multiple components simultaneously, and components can be either stateful or it can be stateless. So before we start creating components, we need to include a few import statements. So we have to define the import React, and then only we can start importing the components, and then we can define the individual functionality for these different components one by one. For example, here we have this one declared as component. We can have the left sidebar declared as a component, and so on. So everything in React is a component, and each component returns a DOM object. It splits the entire UI into independent reusable pieces. Each independent piece is processed separately, and it can refer other components in the output, and it can be further split into smaller components. So a valid React component accepts a single props object argument to produce a React element, and these are called functional as they literally are JavaScript functions. So here we can define a button where we can define a prop as on click, and then we can link this to any of the other components. Suppose that if we talk about the simplest way of defining a component is through JavaScript, where we can define function and then we can define the entire components. And components can in React can be in two different forms. It can be stateful or it can be stateless. It can be stateful or it can be stateless. Now stateful remembers everything. Again, it has its own memory, whereas stateless doesn't remember anything. It does. So as soon as the entire statements are executed, it simply clears out its entire memory. So code which stores information about components in memory, and it can change states. It contains knowledge of past, current, and possible future state changes. It receives information from the stateless components if state change is required. It calculates states, we can say internal state of components, and it never changes the state, contains no knowledge of past, current, and possible future state changes. And it provides a referential transparency, that is for same input it will produce same output as well as a part of stateless components. Then we have props. So props are read-only components. So whether components are declared as functions or class, it must never change its props. Such components are called pure functions. So all component must act like pure functions with respect to the props as what we are going to define. All right. Now, for example, let's say if we want to create any component here, we want to define the props as well, then we can create a components and then we can create separate props. For example, if you want to create a component in React, then here it's always advisable to go to source, and under source we can create a separate folder. So here we can find folder name as components, and then under components we can create the component file. For example, here we can create a component file, suppose cmp1. Suppose here we have header.js. So we have one component defined as header.js. We can define header.js. And first of all, we have to, when we are creating component, we can import the React DOM element, where we can define React DOM from React DOM element that we have to in which this is currently present. So here we can define React DOM. Then we can declare a simple constant where we can define constants such as my component. We can write any component here. Suppose here we can define my component. Now here we can make use of a simple lambda function. Now in here we can create a function where we can define, okay, we want to return, and then what exactly we are looking to return here, we can define those parameters. Let's suppose here we want to return a simple h2 as we have, I can say, component example. We can define a simple component example here. We can close the h2 element, and then we can, now once we have closed it, we can close the statements that we have currently opened up, and then we can use React DOM dot render so that this particular my component that we have created, this can be rendered. This entire component can be rendered here, and then we can define, okay, in which, so here we are going to use document get element by ID, and suppose here we want to render this where we want to render this in the root ID that we define in index or HTML. So in ID we have defined as root. Let's change the same thing under index as well. So here we can define this to be root, right? So here we define the entire root element here, and then once we are done, we can close the entire statement. So we can save this, and now if we want to include this back in our own statement, then we can easily do that, right? So here we can simply define our own application. We can define our own index wherever and however we want this to be rendered. And then for creating a prop, so props, as we know, all that now in simple layman terms, if we say props is basically a shorthand for the properties. So React uses props to pass attributes from parent components to child components, and props are the argument based to the function or component which is ultimately processed by React. So here we can define multiple properties for it, and then we can have it rendered depending upon what kind of property we are going to create here. So for example, here, instead of using the return statement here, let's do one thing. Let's say here we create a simple function. So here we can define function. So, okay, let's return the statement here, not a problem. So after this, we can create a simple function. Let's create a function here by the name of app. So here we can define a function for app. And in here, we can specify return. Now under return, we can define, suppose here we want to return a division. And then under division, for example, we have multiple messages that we want to save here. So here we can define message as username. For example, here we are going to save multiple username. Then here we can define message. And suppose we have John. Here we have again another message. That means another username that we want to define here. Suppose here we have Selena. And here we have another message. This can be multiple components we can save. Suppose here we have Mike. This can be multiple username that we are going to simply render here. And then when we are rendering the element here, we can define the entire function, right? So now instead of defining even earlier, instead of defining the entire my component, we can define the function, and under function we can create a function for message that we have specified here. So here we can define message function, and under message we are going to define this as props with the properties that we have defined. All right, so here we can define the entire properties as in how or well we want to render these as a part of the props and components. And then we have other properties such as we have states. So states are basically allow us to create components that are dynamic and interactive. So state is basically private. It must not be manipulated from the outside. Also, it is important to know when to use state. So it is generally used with data that is bounded to a change. For example, when we click our toggle button, it changes from inactive to active state that you may have noticed. And state is used only when needed, and we have to make sure that it is used in render property that we have defined in our JS. Otherwise, it won't include in the state. And we do not use state with static components. The state can only be set inside the constructor altogether. So we can include some code snippets to see a small example. So for example, we can come back to our editor. So let's say here we can create a new file altogether. Let's say we name it as state1.js. Now here we can import React from React, and then we can also work on importing React DOM from React. Now, basically, when we are working on the elements, we have to make sure that we import the elements one by one. So here we have to import React with React DOM. Now here we can start. Now for the state property, let's say here we can define class for toggle, where we want this to be extended. Now extends React dot component that we have imported. Or we can also, or now to work on this one here, we also have to import React component as well. So here we can also import, if you want to import component, then for the same React here, we can define the component as well. If we are looking to import multiple things, then here we can define React and component both from the library where we have defined it. All right, so here we can define a simple class as toggle as React component. Here we can define a constructor where we can specify a value for constructor, and then we can define values such as here we can define a super where we can a super object for having the value, and then we can use this dot state. So here we can store the state value as this dot state, and here we can define is toggle. Here we can define is toggle on if it is. Now here we can define the property to be true. Then we can define this dot handle click should be set to using this pointer, this handle click dot bind. So here we can bind this to this pointer that we have selected. So as a part of the state, now here we can also, now if you want, we can bind this to state here, and then we can define multiple states as in when this should be on, when this should be off, and then we can alter multiple states by defining the state lifecycle as well, one by one. So we can define if state is again 1, then again how we have to switch different states from one state to the other. That is something that we are going to look at as soon as we proceed further with the entire module step by step. Then we have lifecycle. So React provides various methods which notifies when certain stage of lifecycle occurs, called lifecycle methods. So these are special event handlers that are called at various points in component's life. So code can be added to them to perform various tasks, and they are invoked in a predictable order. An entire lifecycle is divided into 4 different phases. We have the initial phase where we have get default props, get initial state. Then we have component will mount, render, and component did mount. Then in the updation phase here, we have should component update, component will update, render, and component did update. Then in the props change phase, we have components will receive props, should component update, component will update, render, and component did update. And then in unbound simply is going to define component will unmount. So the component is going to be unmounted after a specific value based on the condition whatever we had defined. And events are basically triggered reactions to specific actions like mouse over, mouse click, key press. We can set any kind of event parameters and then we can define it easily. We can do that. Now, as soon as any event is triggered, this is going to simply trigger the React event, and event passes the event arguments to the event handler. So whenever any event is specified in JSX, the synthetic event is generated, and this synthetic event wraps up the browser native event and are passed as argument to the event handler. That's how it is structured. And then we have references. So references stand for, again, and references are basically used to return references to a particular element or component returned by render. So when we are rendering any element here, then we can use references to specify a particular element. Now, basically, this is mostly used for managing focus, text selection, or media playback. And then we can also be used for triggering imperative animations, or we can easily use this with third-party DOM libraries as well. We can do that. These are the main features available in React. And again, we also have the component for React Router as well. So React Router is basically a powerful routing library built on top of React framework. So it helps in adding new screens and flows to the application very quickly. So it keeps the entire URL in sync with data that is being displayed on the web browsers. So in Router, we can have an easy understanding of the application views. It can restore any state and view with simple URL. It handles the entire nested views and resolutions. States can be restored by the user by moving backward and forward. It can help us in maintaining a standardized structure and behavior while navigating it to the implicit CSS transitions. We can easily do that.
So moving on to our next question, what is the purpose of props object in React.js? And the options are A, to manage the internal state of the component, B, to pass data from parent to child components, C, to handle user inputs, or D, to render components conditionally. If you know the correct answer, please comment down below. Having explored the fundamentals of React, we will next discuss conditional rendering in React.js. Learners will discover how to render elements based on conditions using JavaScript operators to display content in their application dynamically.
What is conditional rendering in React.js? Okay, let's see the definition. In React, you can create distinct components that encapsulate behavior you need. Then you can render only some of them depending on the state of your application. So when you are building some React applications, we might often need to show or hide some HTML on some certain conditions, right? So in simple words, what is conditional rendering? Conditional rendering is nothing but if a given statement is true, then the if statement executes, or else the else statement will execute. So we have an example here for a better clarification. Now let's imagine a person is appearing for an exam and the candidate must score 50%. So this is the condition here. So if the candidate scores 50%, then only he will pass this exam, or else he will fail. So this might be considered as a simple real-life conditionally rendering statement or an if-else statement. And also I have an interesting fact here. Conditional rendering in React works the same way the conditions works in JavaScript. Okay, next we have different methods in rendering. So let's see what are all they. First is if-else statement, then element variables, ternary operators, and finally short circuit operators. Let's see each of it in a detailed form. Here first we have if-else statement. An if-else statement will execute the action contained in the if block when the condition is satisfied. Otherwise, it will execute the actions contained in the else block. So now let's check this in a simple syntax, and see here we have a condition which is to be evaluated and we have a statement inside the if block. So this will execute when the condition there will satisfy, or else the statement in the else block will be executed. Now let's see this in a practical way. Now I am using Visual Studio Code as a code editor. Okay, now you can see I have a user.js file opened here and we have app.js here. I have included user here and also imported the user file here. Okay, now let's start coding. Now first and foremost we have a scenario here. So let's imagine there are two persons, one person from the Edureka team and another person is not a Edureka team person. Now the person from Edureka, if he signed in or if he log in to this page, and he must see a welcome page. And if the non-Edureka person signs in here, he must see a please sign in page before he signs in. So that is what we are going to design today with a simple if-else statement first, and we will see the other conditionally rendered methods also. So we will start coding here. So first we will import React. Here I have the export default user. So this helps me to import the user here. So we have to define it here for better practice. Now I have imported React here. Then I am declaring a class user extend react dot component, and also I am constructing a prop, and I'm creating a superclass. And here I am giving the condition this dot state logged in false. Here I am giving false because the user will not be a member first, then after he signs in he will become a member. So I am default keeping here as a false. Okay, then I am rendering this. Const is logged in, this state is logged in. Okay. Here I am returning the condition and return the statement. Now I am writing the else part. Return, please sign in for happy learning in Edureka. Yeah. Now here you can see as I have kept this state as false. So default the React will work in local host 3000. So here you can see the output, please sign in for happy learning in Edureka, as I have kept the state as false. Now here I will give the styles for visible changes you can see in the website. So I am giving the style part. Okay. Yeah. This is image and I have given a simple style part here. So now if I keep the state as true, then this welcome to Edureka page with an image should be executed. So let's see. Yeah, you can see here welcome to Edureka with a Edureka page image background. And if I do false, then yeah, you can see please sign in for happy learning in Edureka. Okay, and also the thing is the if-else statement does not work inside the JSX because if-else statement is not a valid syntax inside the ReactJS. Now you might be thinking, what is JSX? JSX is JavaScript XML. It makes the code easier to write and add HTML into the ReactJS. Now let's see what is element variables. Element variables are simple to approach to extract the conditional render into a function. Element variables are variables that holds JSX elements. You can conditionally assign elements or components to these variables outside the JSX and only render the variables within JSX. Now, we use JavaScript variables to store elements, right? So this will also help us conditionally render an entire component or only a part of component, while the rest of the output does not change here. So this is one of the benefit. Also, it holds JSX element inside this. So this is an advantage. So let's see the syntax. Here we have a variable and the same if-else statement with the variables assigned to the statements. So let's see. Here this variable is a memory for the values, or it is the value will be stored in this variables, and this is the same as the condition which is to be evaluated, and we have a statement. So this statement is assigned to this variable. Whether the condition is true, then this statement will be executed to the user, or else the else part will be executed to the user. Now we will see the practical example in the Visual Studio Code. Now you can see I am editing in the same code. I am not changing anything here. I am just eliminating the if-else statement from here. Okay. And now we have import, and here we are using a variable. So I am using a variable button. For that I have created a button here as a login button and a logout button here as well. Okay. Now I want to import these two buttons into my user.js file. So let's do that. I will import logout button here and import login button. Okay. Now here these both are the child components of greetings. So I want this greeting to be imported in user.js as well. So let's do that. Import greeting. Yeah, now you can see, right? Now I want this to be returned. So I will return dev greeting is logged in. Okay, which is equals to, okay, this is the state. Fine. Now we are using button, right? So I am declaring here the button. Okay, now let's write the main syntax. Let button, then I am writing if statement. If is logged in, button is equal to logout button on click. So we are giving a event here, that is on click, this dot handle logout click. Okay, now you might think where this handle came from. I'll explain. Now let's give else part also. Copy pasting this. But here log in. Okay. We have here handle logout and login click. So we have to give here also. So we are giving this dot handle login click is equal to this dot handle login click dot bind this. Okay, so this is the event handler dot bind this. Okay, and also we have to give the state handle login this dot set state. So I'm setting the state here as is logged in true. Okay, now same thing for logout button, giving false. Okay, now this should work. You can see a login button here which didn't have previously for if else statement, and you can see the changes here. Now I am not a user of Edureka, then I should get this page. Once I log in, then I should get welcome back to Edureka page. Okay, so this is what the element variable statement. Here I am assigning the values to this button. If I click the button over there, then the handle login click should give me true value and logout click should give me false value. Okay, I hope you all understood the if else and element variables. Next in our list is ternary operators. Let's see. The conditional ternary operator is the only JavaScript operator that takes 3 operands. This operator is frequently used as a shortcut for if-else statement. Okay, now let's see the syntax here. We have a condition over here. This is the condition is to be evaluated with a question mark. So this question mark means if the condition is true or false. If it is true, then this statement will be executed. If false, then the statement will be executed. So here the colon is the else part, is the difference between true and false part. Now let's check this also in terms of practical way. This is the simple way of writing any conditional rendering. Here we have the same thing as the element variable. Here we have to just change the if, and you can see here I'm giving the question mark here and I'm taking off this else. I'm just assigning the colon. Yeah, with only these two changes here, the code will be working. I am setting this to true for changing. So you can see welcome back to Edureka. With just 3 changes, we are getting the same output here. Okay, see, log out. So I'm getting this page. If I log in, I should get this page. Okay. Next, we have an interesting operator, that is short circuit operator. Short circuit evaluation is a technique used to ensure that there are no side effects during the evaluation of the operands in an expression. The logical AND operation helps you specify that an action should be taken only on one condition, otherwise it would be ignored entirely. Here, the approach is a specific case of this ternary operator that we just learned. Now, when we want to render something or nothing, then we use short circuit operator. Now, let us see the syntax. Yes, this is the syntax. Now, here the expression is first evaluated from the left hand side of the operand. Okay? And if it is true, then it is evaluated. See, the condition is to be evaluated, and this is the logical operator, and this is the expression. If the condition is true, then this expression will be evaluated. If the condition is false, you will not get any kind of output here. So this is the beauty of short circuit operator. Then we'll see in the practical way. Here I have the same code, just I have taken the buttons here. I don't want that button, so here I am writing the syntax, return this state logged in, and AND operation, and I'm giving the style, and welcome back to Edureka. Okay. Yes, here we have the value as true, so let's check the output. Yeah, welcome to Edureka, and I will change here welcome back to Edureka. See, welcome back to Edureka. Now if I change this to false, so let's see what. See, there is no output. So that is what I mentioned you before. If the condition is true, then this output will be executed. If false, you will return nothing. So this is the end of the conditional rendering. Now we will learn how to prevent component from rendering. In rare case, you might want a component to hide itself, right? Even though it was rendered by another component. To do this, return null instead of its render output. So returning null from a component's renders method does not affect the firing of the component's lifecycle method. So now I'm taking you through the online compiler. I'm using JSBabel. This is a converter of the JavaScript. Now here we have a function called warning banner, and we have props, and I am returning null here. Okay, so we are writing a warning sign. Let me change here. I will write danger. Okay, you can see the visible changes here itself. Danger. Okay, here we have a page extension, and I am giving this true. Here we have handle toggle click, and I am giving has hide and show. Now if we click on hide, so the message will be hidden from rendering. Now I want to show this message, then we can show. Here from returning null, if we hide, then you will not get any of the output here. So this is also a kind of short circuit operator, but here you will not get any of the side effects by giving the return as null.
Following our look at conditional rendering, we will proceed to React components and React Lifecycle. This module will cover the different types of components, lifecycle methods, and hooks, which are crucial for managing state and side effects in React applications.
Now we'll talk about components in detail. So first thing first, that in React, everything is considered as a component. So I will say in React, everything is a component. So on the screen, you can see that there are multiple components, 1, 2, 4, 3, and 5. And on the web browser, we need to add them just like components. So they have been added just like a widgets or sections or web parts or specifically components. And all these components are integrated together in React to build one React application. So in React, what I can say is that components lets you split the UI into, you can say, independent reusable pieces of code, and you can think about each piece in isolation. And that is where the concept of reusability comes into picture, that each component can be reusable at a later point of time. But conceptually, components are like JavaScript functions. You can say like that. They accept some arbitrary inputs. So the inputs to a React component is called props, and they return React elements describing what should appear on the screen. We can easily update or change any of these components without disturbing the rest of the application. So as you can see that if I want to update or change any of the feature of this component 1, I can update it without disturbing the rest of the application, or you can say without disturbing the other components on my application. Now, how components are split internally. So single view of UI is divided into logical pieces. So on the left, you can see that it's a single view, or you can say React based application, but how it is divided internally into logical pieces. So the concept of component in ReactJS always says that you should have a parent component, and then you can have child components or sub components, and it behaves like a tree. So at the top, you will have parent component, or you can say base component, and then there will be some branches or some branches beneath it. So the starting components becomes the root. It's called the root component, and the rest or the all other becomes, you can say, the branches and the sub branches. So in this diagram, you can see the component 1 is the root of the UI tree, 2 and 3 are the children of 1, and 4 and 5 are the sub branches of the second component. So that is how you can split the complete UI in ReactJS components. Now each component returns one DOM element. So as I mentioned that in every component you should have a render method and a return statement. So each component in ReactJS, it returns one DOM element. And how it is returned, that there is an API called React DOM, and it has a method called render. So React DOM.render will allows you to render the different components on your application. So the JSX elements must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. So always please remember that if you have to embed the JSX elements inside a return statement or a render method, you have to wrap it in an enclosing tag. So here I am creating a ES6 standard component, class component 3. So 1, 2, 4 and 5, 3 is here, which is written like this, that hello world, welcome to Edureka. And React DOM.render, I am calling the component 1 because component 1 is my root component. And where I want to show you is the ID of that div element, that is document.getElement by ID content. Now, if I talk about props and state, so React components are basically controlled either by props or you can say by state. So we will talk about them now. But before that, what are just a summary of the components, that everything in React is a component. Each component returns a DOM object. As I mentioned, that component divides your UI or splits your UI into independent reusable pieces. And then each independent piece is processed separately. A component can be divided into a root component and into the child components. And then we can further split into smaller components. Now, this is very important to understand that how you render a component. So when React sees an element representing a user-defined component, it passes the JSS attributes to this component as a single object. And those are called specifically props. So you see here, this is a function welcome, which is just like a component having some props as a parameter. So we call here React DOM.render with the welcome name. Welcome name, let's say name is the prop over here having the value Vipul. And React calls this welcome component with the name Vipul as the prop. So this becomes name equal to Vipul is the props. Welcome is a component which returns h1 tag. And then React DOM efficiently updates the DOM to match this h1 tag. That is how a component is rendered in React.js. Now the other fundamental, the most, again, a very important, you can say, fundamental of React.js are the props. Now what are props? So prop helps components to converse with each other or to communicate with each other. This is, I can compare it with, you can say, arguments or parameters of a function. So if in this example, class body extends React.component, return header and footer. Now in header, name equal to Bob and name equal to Alex. So how can I return this property to this class component? By using this.props.name. So what this.props.name will return? This.props.name, when it comes to header, it will return Bob. And this.props.name for the footer component, it will return me Alex. So how you can access props in React.js? If you want to access props in React.js, the syntax is this.props.name. So using props, we can configure the components. So now I have another header and footer components, and I'm passing a different value, name equal to Miller and name equal to Cody. So in the header component, if I write this.props.name, in the previous example also I wrote this.props.name, but the value was something different. And in this case, the footer component will return me this.props.name, the value will be Cody. So props are basically used with components. They revolve around the components. They help in the conversation of different components. Via props, we can do the conversation or communication between the different components in React.js. And how to access those props? The props are accessed using this.props.name, or you can say this.props.the attribute name or attribute value. So if I talk about props, they work similar to HTML attributes. Data flows from downwards from the parent component. So as we are talking about a UI tree, a parent-child relationship. So in terms of props, it's a unidirectional flow of data. Props are immutable. That is, they are pure. Here we are talking about pure functions or pure components. So props are immutable. So as compared to state, which is mutable, which we'll talk later, but props, please remember, are immutable. So they are pure in nature. They can set default props. So we can set some default properties around the props. Now let's talk about what is pure and impure here we are talking about. So whether you declare a component as a function or a class. So as we talked about, components can be of two types, a function component or a class component. But it must never modify its own props. So props are always read only. They are immutable in nature. So it is very well said that all React components must act like pure function with respect to their props. So let's talk about what is this pure function and what is this impure function here we are talking about. So for example, there is a function called sum, having some parameters a and b, and it is returning a plus b. So in this particular example, this is called a pure function. Why they are called pure? Because they are not attempting to change the input values. They will always return the same result for the same input. So by that, what I mean is that I am not altering the value of a or b inside the function definition. That's why this is called a pure function. But when I talk about an impure function, because the function is impure, so it changes its own input. So for this particular function, the input was account and amount, and you can see there that I'm changing the value of account. So it becomes an impure function, and that is not allowed when it comes to components and props, because all React component must act like pure function. So props are read only, or you can say props are immutable in nature. Now components and props. We talked about that there are two types of components you can create in React.js, because components allow you to split the UI into independent reusable pieces, and you can think about each piece in isolation. They are basically just like JavaScript functions, but there are two types of components which you can create based on ES5 or ES6 standard. So if it comes to ES5 standard, you can create a functional components, but the recommended way, and I will recommend that you always create a class component. So how you will create a function component? Normally, just like we create a function. So function welcome having some props or the parameters. But if you want to create a class component, so you have to use the keyword class, the component name, which extends from react.component, and it should always have a render method and a return statement. So that is, these two are the different types of components which we can create, but from a React point of view, they are always equivalent. These two forms of component are always equivalent. Now another fundamental is state, but before moving to the state, or you can say another fundamental, let's get deep dive into some of the examples, so that the three basic fundamentals which we talked about, JSX, components and props, you can have better understanding about these. Okay, so let's get started. So I am just opening the Node.js command prompt. So I have opened the prompt. So I am moving to the D drive, and I am moving to a specified location. And then I am opening the code in an editor called Visual Studio Code. So let's talk about the basic example, that how you can render the JSX in React.js. A very basic and simple example we will talk about, that how you can render JSX in React.js. Okay, so what we have done over here is that we have a React library, the reference of a React library, okay, and then reference of a React DOM.library, and then reference of the Babel.js. In the script tag, I have called React DOM.render, and in that React DOM.render, because we want to render the JSX, okay, and please remember that you have to use script type equal to text Babel to indicate the JSX code. In JavaScript of jQuery, we refer script type equal to text/JavaScript, but when we are working with JSX, you have to use script type equal to text/Babel to indicate the JSX code, and include babel.min.js. This is very important. And this babel.min.js, this is a browser version of Babel. Okay. Now, if I run this code, what will happen? That in this script tag will get executed, and the React DOM.render, I have written hello world. So let's run this piece of code. So I'm just running this HTML file and opening it in a browser. So you can see the output that it is showing me hello world, which is written in the script tag in React DOM.render in the h1 tag. So please remember that this render method takes two parameters always. The first is your JSX element, and another is your placeholder. Okay. Let's move to the another demo where we will see that how we can use the JavaScript in JSX. So as we know that we can also use JavaScript in JSX. It takes the angle brackets as the beginning of the HTML syntax and curly braces as the beginning of the JavaScript syntax. Okay. So here you can see that I have created an array, names equal to some names, and in the React DOM.render, I am using a JavaScript. Names, on the names array, I am using the map method, which is calling on the name and on the index key, that is a key value pair. And in this, I am returning the key equal to index hello and the name. Now you see here, this name is represented in the curly braces as an attribute, because names, if I don't put it in the curly braces will be considered as a simple text. So let me save this file and run this. So you see here, hello Alice, hello Emily, and hello Kate. The reason being why I'm doing this output, because I have written here is hello and passing the parameter as a JSX. So I'm using the JavaScript and the JSX and looping around the values in an array using the map function or map method, which is inbuilt method of the array collection. So that is why this particular output is shown, hello Alice, hello Emily, and hello Kate, because these are the three values which are there in my array. Okay, now let's move to another example. Again, a very simple one, that I have created an array having the key values as 1 and 2. Now in the React DOM.render, I am calling this array. Now what will happen, that in my output it will represent that hello world, React is awesome. Now in this example, what I am doing is I am defining a component. So we talked about props, we talked about JSX, we talked about components, right? So in this particular example, I am defining a component. So what is the syntax for defining the component? Class, then the component name, which extends from react.component. Then it creates a component class and it implements a render method. Please remember that the class components or the function components always should have a render method. Class components always implements a render method to return a component instance of the class. So if I talk about before version 16 of ReactJS, it uses react.create class to create a component class. Now it has been deprecated and we are using the ES6 standard. Okay. Now components can have attribute and you can use this.props dot some attribute to access them. Just like in this case, I am using this.props.name. So what I am doing is that in React DOM.render, as I mentioned, you have to call the parent component or you can have to call the root element. In this case, there is a component called hello message. Okay. Now in the hello message component, I am passing a prop with the attribute name, let's say equal to name, and its value is John. Now what will happen in the hello message, it is returning hello this.props.name. As I mentioned while talking about the props, that how you can access the prop. Okay, how you can access the prop. So how you can access the prop? You can access the prop is this.props.attribute name. Please remember how you can access it. This.props.attribute name. This is very important to understand. And now let's see the output of this. I'm opening it in the browser. It is showing me the output, hello John. Okay. Now let's talk about this.props.children. Now what is the use of this.props.children? So React uses this.props.children to access component children nodes, or you can say child nodes. So you can see here this.props.children. So please remember that the value of this.props.children, it could have three possibilities in fact. So if the component has no node, then the value will be undefined. Then the second possibility could be that if it can have a single child node, let's say an object, and if multiple children nodes, then it will become an array. I repeat that there are three possibilities while using this.props.children. So component can have no children node, then the value will be undefined in that case. If it has single children node, then it will be an object, and if it has multiple children nodes, then it will be an array. So React gives us the utility called react.children. This is react.children. This is a utility given by React for dealing with this.props.children data structure. So we could have used react.children.map to iterate into the childrens of the component without worrying its data type being undefined or object. So what I'm doing over here is that I've created a nodes list component that is a class component. So class nodes list extends react.component. It implements a render method and it returns the instance of this particular class. Since we are accessing the children of the particular component, so we can use react.children.map. In this, I am calling this.props.children and it could have three possibilities. But in this case, since we have a children, so our output would be hello world. In this case, the output will be hello world in a LI structure. So that is how you can use or you can access the children components also of a particular component. Let's move to another example. So prop types. Components can have specific attributes which are called props in React and can be of any types. It can be of any type. So here you can say prop types dot string dot is required. So what happens is that sometimes you need a way to validate the props. So you don't want users to have the freedom to input anything into your component. So React has a solution for it, and it is called prop type. So what we are doing is that we are saying that prop types is of type string and it is required. This is kind of a validation we are doing. So what is done in this particular example is that the my title is a component, has a props of title. Prop type tells React that the title is required, it is required, and its value should be of type string. Now if we give, let's say for example, title a number value, so where data equal to, let's say 1 to 3 for example, okay, then it will result in an error, which means the props does not pass the validation and the console will show you an error message. Something like, let's say, failed prop type. So what I'm doing over here is my title, I'm calling the component, and there is a title where I'm passing the data, and data is 1, 2, 3. Okay. So that is how you can implement some kind of validations, or you can apply some kind of rules where you don't want to give the user a freedom to write anything in your component. So these are some of the basic examples we talked about for JSX, for props, and for components. Now let's move to another set of examples. So let me close this very quickly. Okay, so these are again some of the small examples which allows you to work with JSX, props, and components. But before starting this, let me tell you one thing very quickly, that as I told you that this is the Node.js website from where you can install the latest Node.js version. And once you install, so there is a GitHub project provided by Microsoft, an open source project, which is called Create React App. So you have to write the command like this: npm create npm install create react app. And once you press the enter, so a project will be created for you, a complete React based project will be created for you, which will allow you to have the complete solution structure in terms of index.js, index.css, app.js, and app.css. So you will have a src folder and a public folder. So these two folders are very important, and we will talk about this in detail. So what happens once you create a project based on Create React App application, a solution, a built-in solution is given to you, which allows you to write the code or to test your different functionalities. So it has two folders. One is the public folder where we have one HTML file called index.html, where we have defined a root element in a div with the ID as root. If I go to the source folder, the starting file is the index.js. In the index.js, we have React DOM.render. Now, as you can see at the top that we have imported React, we have imported React DOM, imported the index from the solution structure. Now, React DOM.render calls the parent component, which is the app. App is the name of my parent component. So if I go to app.js, there is a parent component, class app extends component. You can either write component or you can also write react.component. That's not a problem at all. Every component, as I mentioned, should implement a render method, and there is a return statement which returns the instance of that particular class. Now I can write the JSX inside the component in the return statement, simple HTML and the JS structure. The div, I have given the div class name equal to app. Now there is a header. In this header, I have implemented an image with a class name app logo alt equal to logo, and h1 equal to class name app title. Now this header tag is closed here. Now you see the important thing over here. In the main component, as I said, that the basic principle of React.js that you have to compose your or decompose your complete application into multiple sub components. So at the top there will be a parent component, and there will be sub branches or branches of that particular component. So the first component, the parent component, is app. Inside it I have called three different components. One is the demo class, another is author, and another is CMP style. So first, this demo class subcomponent will be called. With this subcomponent, a prop is defined. A prop, or you can say parameter, is defined with the value React classes. The value of this particular, you can say, prop, it will be used in the definition of the demo class component. So if I go to the demo class, since it's a class component, it should implement a render method and a return statement. So how you can use the props? You can use the props by using this dot props. So that is how it is used over here. This dot props, and what is the attribute name? The attribute name is the demo class. The second subcomponent which is called is the author. Now author again has an attribute called author name, which is used in this component class author extends component, render implementation, and then a return statement, this dot props dot author name, which means that whatever attribute to define over here can be used in the component by using the syntax this dot props dot attribute name. Now the third component is a little bit different. The attribute name is a student name, but here what I have done is that in the render method I have applied a custom CSS just to show you that how you can use the attributes within the JSX in a curly bracket. So where my style, some styling has been given, and in the return statement style equal to my style. Now this my style is put in a curly bracket, which becomes a JSX statement. After that I have done some calculations. So you can see here calculation 4 minus 2 equal to, it is in bracket, then only this value will be shown. Okay. Now to run this create react application, if I go to package.json file, so what is package.json? So package.json, you can say, is the introduction of any React based application, or you can say the basic information of that React based application. So it gives me about the name, about the version, about the private dependencies and the scripts. So there are some default scripts. At the same time, you can create some custom script of yours. So there is a script called start. So if I have to run this complete project or application, how I have to write it? So in the Node.js command prompt, I have to write npm start. So I have clicked enter, and this will open the browser on the local host on the port number 3000. So now you can see here the output that there was a header. In the header there was an image, a text, and this is React classes by Vipul Jain, and you can see the calculation has been done because we placed the attribute, the complete JSX, or you can say JavaScript expression, in the curly bracket. So this is the output of this particular code which I showed you in app.js. Now the beauty of this particular application is that whenever you will change the code, whenever you make some changes, you don't have to run the npm start again and again. The changes will be reflected on the browser instantaneously. So you can say that this particular application is very much reactive in nature. So whenever you change the code or update any code, it will directly get reflected on the browser. Okay. So let's go to index.js and start making some changes in the code. So I'll start with again basic JSX elements so that you can understand how we can write JSX. This is a very simple example again, React DOM.render h1 hello world. So if I go on the screen, I have not saved it. If I save this file and if I go to the screen, it shows me hello world. I have not refreshed the screen. It's very much reactive in nature. Okay. Now let's talk about some more examples. We'll quickly see some more examples. JSX. I'm just showing you as of now JSX, props and components examples. Once this will be completed, then we will talk about state, lifecycle events, and the remaining concepts of ReactJS. So in this particular example, how you can add your JSX. In the previous example, if you have seen that in the React DOM.render, I have added the complete element as the first argument for React DOM.render. But there is one more practice which you can follow, that instead of writing the complete JSX or HTML expression in the React DOM.render first parameter, what you can do is that you can create an element outside the React DOM.render and then pass that element in the React DOM.render method. So what I have done is that I have created a dummy text and created a const element. In that I have created a div structure. In that div structure, what I'm doing is that I'm creating a button. class name equal to button, the text is button, and then a sample text will be displayed. Once this constant element, or you can say a JSX expression, is created, I can pass this to React DOM.render like this. So let's save this file and see the output. You can see the output that there is a button and some sample text shown on the screen. So this is the best practice you can say to write the JSX expressions or JSX elements, because your JSX elements can go bigger and bigger. If it is a single line JSX expression or JSX statement, you can very well write it in React DOM.render. But if it is very big or going to become very big, then you can put it outside React DOM.render in a constant element, and then you can pass the React DOM.render that element just like shown on the screen. Now we will see the example how you can render the elements using JSX. Now how you can render the elements using JSX. Now in this particular example, please remember that every React application, it should start from React DOM.render. So how the data flow goes, it goes from React DOM.render. So first we will see what is passed over here. The element which is passed is const element. Now in this const element, what we are passing is in h1 hello format name, and we have passed props as user. Now what is format name? You can see that format name is used as a function component. The parameter passed is user, and for this user, the properties using the arrow function, here the arrow function is used. The properties for this user.firstname and user.lastname is used as in the arrow function, which are passed to this particular function as the properties. So return user.firstname and return user.lastname. And in the React DOM.render, I am calling this element. So let's save this file, and what output it will give me? It will give me the hello user, hello format name. Format name is calling a user, so user is 𝐓𝐫𝐞𝐁. So hello 𝐓𝐵𝐽𝐻, because 𝐓𝐵 is the first name and 𝐁 is the last name. So let's close this quickly. Now let's talk about some other example that how you can render the elements in React.js. Now we'll start with React DOM.render. In React DOM.render, there is a parent component which is clock. Now what is happening in this clock is that this clock is declared as, you can say, class component. So class clock extends React.component. A constructor, a super is defined, and we are setting the state, this dot state. Please remember, state is always set, the initial state is always set by using this dot state, and in this dot state we are passing date as the new date. In the component did mount and component will mount, we'll talk about this later because these are lifecycle methods. In this, just we are calling different methods, and we are setting the state in the tick method, tick function. We are setting this with the date new. Now what will happen that in the render method there is a h1 hello 𝐓𝐵, and in the h2 how we set the state? Please remember that we set the props using this dot props dot attribute name, and this likewise we set the state this dot state dot attribute. So here what I'm doing, this dot set state dot date dot to local string, which will show me the current date or time. So hello 𝐓𝐵, it is 10:36 p.m. That is how we can set the initial state and final state in React.js. Now components and props. Now let's talk about what are the components and props. So we already saw that in React DOM.render we can pass the element, but in the element again, instead of passing the complete JSX statement, we can pass it as a component. So you can see over here const element. In the previous example, I showed you that in the element there was a JSX expression having some div, some p tag, some h1 tag. But in this particular example, I am passing a component to the constant element. The component name is welcome, having some attribute called last name. Now in the definition of this particular component, which is function welcome, I am returning h1 hello props dot last name. Now what is last name? 𝐁. So let's save this and let's check the output. You can see here hello last name. This is my last name. That is how you can render the components and props in React.js. It's very simple, very straightforward in nature. Now this is just an interesting one having some null value. So how you can conditionally render a React component. This is very important to understand that in element, I have a component called message having attribute message having the value as null. Now in the React DOM.render, I am passing this element and calling the message component. So let's save this file and see the output. So there is no output. You can see on the screen because I am passing a null value. So you can also conditionally render a React component. So let's move to another example, that how you can style the React component. Very, very important to understand that how you can do the styling in the React component, because please remember, just like in native JavaScript and jQuery, we used class equal to some name to, let's say, style any tag or component in JavaScript or jQuery. But in React, we use the class name. This is a keyword. So instead of class, we use class name. So this class name I have defined in index.css. So if I save this and see, so you see here, this is the CSS which is defined, and the text rendered is _box, because the text is given over here is _box. So this is a box small, you can say a class which is defined. So if I go to in index.css, this is the box small class which is defined. So defining the class in CSS, it's pretty same by the dot. By the dot operator, you have to define the class, but for calling that class, instead of class keyword, you have to use the class name keyword. This is very, very important to understand in React.js. Now I will show you a very good example of React.js, that how you can implement a multiple choice question kind of functionality in React.js. Very important to understand. So let me close this. So for stopping this npm start, you can press Ctrl+C on your keyboard. It will ask that you want to terminate the batch job. You can press yes and then press enter. I'm just opening another example. Let's close everything. Just open this in Visual Studio Code. A very good example, we will see that again the same example, index.js, I have app.js defined and index.js. In index.js, I am calling React DOM.render. In this, the parent component will be called. The parent component is app, and here in app.js, this parent component is written as a function component. You can see here that it is written as a function component, right? So let's run this code first of all to see it running. So for running any React based create React app application, you have to use the command npm start. So I have just entered the command npm start and pressed enter. So it will open up in the browser. So meanwhile, we will see the code what is written in this function component in app.js. So in index.js, I have written React DOM.render. This is the parent component, and document.getElement by ID, where I want to display or render the output. Okay, so let's go to app.js. So in this app.js, since this is a function component, I have a return statement over here. In this return statement, I have written some basic HTML. So header tag is there. So in this header tag, what I have done is that specified the class name, because you have to specify it with the class name. Some image will be there. And then in the anchor tag, I have written some static text. So it's running as of now. It's starting the server, npm server. No problem. We'll move to the code again. Okay. Now in this particular example, what I want to show you is a multiple choice kind of functionality, multiple choice question quiz, you can say. So let me just do the uncommenting, and let me comment this React DOM.render, else there will be multiple React DOM.render. I don't want that. Okay. So this is the application which we want to create. Now the question here is that how we can create this type of application. Now this is a multiple choice question application which is created in React.js. Now as you can see, this is the output which I'm showing you. Now as you can see on the screen that there is a section called correct and incorrect. So this is my score area. You can say that this is called a score area. Below is my question area. Now these are the two high level areas or components I have talked about. But at the same time, I can split this complete UI into sub components. So when I say this is the score area, okay, or let's say the outer complete boundary is the quiz, then I have a score area. In this score area, I have two sub components, the correct answer and the incorrect answer. And in the question area, I can have two subcomponents, the question and the choices. So if you see, it asks me that what is 8 into 1. If I click on 8, see the answer goes as correct and the state is changed to correct equal to 1, right? So I just want to show you in this particular example that how you can decompose your UI or decompose your React application into subcomponents, or you can say you can create a parent-child kind of hierarchy. Although some advanced concepts are used to build this particular application, which I'm not going to tell you as of now, but I just want to show you that how you can decompose an application if it is given as a requirement or problem to you, then how you can decompose it into different components. So let's go back to the code and let's directly go to React DOM.render. Now in this React DOM.render, the first component, or you can say the root or the parent component which is called, is the quiz component. Now let's go to the quiz component. Where is the quiz component? So this is the quiz component. Now this is a class-based quiz component following the ES6 standard. Class quiz extends React.component having a constructor, super, and a data set is defined with the correct answer. Now once this data set is defined, okay, now we are setting the state, initial state, that is this dot state, and binding some click events, or you can say functions, to it. But the most important part is the render method, or which implements this component implements a render method. So in this render method, in the return statement, I have two subcomponents, which I was telling you about, that this particular quiz can be divided into subcomponents, two subcomponents. One is the quiz area and another is the score area. So you can see here, one is the score area, which will have the correct answers and the incorrect answers, and another is the quiz area. Now if I go to, let's say, the score area component. So if I go to, let me show you the score area component. This is the score area component. As I told you that this again score area component can be divided into two subcomponents. One is for the correct answers and one is for the incorrect answers. So you can see over here that there are two other subcomponents, total correct and total incorrect, right? So these are the two subcomponents which are called in the score area component at the top. Now if I show you the other one, which is the question area, so in the main one we have the quiz area. In the quiz area I can have two subcomponents. One is the question and one is the answer list. So you can see this is my question and this is the complete answer list. So if I say this question and if I click on, let's say, wrong answer, so it becomes an incorrect answer, right? So that is how you can divide a React application or decompose a React applications into components or subcomponents. So in this particular example, let me repeat once again very quickly that this particular application divided into two main components, that is the question and the score area. Again, the score area is divided into the correct answer and the incorrect answer. Those can be considered as two subcomponents of the score area component. And then this quiz area is divided into the question and the answer list. So you can see over here that this quiz area is divided into question subcomponent and the answer list subcomponent. So these are the three important aspects, and then we'll move forward to the other ReactJS fundamental, which starts with states. Okay, so till now we talked about the fundamentals of ReactJS, wherein we talked about ES5 and ES6 refactoring. We talked about what are the advantages of ReactJS, and we also talk about some of the fundamentals like JSX, components, and props. So we talked about these in detail, that what are the various types of components we can create. We can create functional components and we can create class components. But going forward, please remember that ES6 standard says that you have to create class components only, because now we are going to talk about states. So what are states in ReactJS? So just like we have props, we talked about props in ReactJS, which is used for data management in ReactJS. So in addition to props, React component have another way of holding the data, and which is called a state. So what is a state? So components can change. So to keep track of the various changes or the updates happening in the component over the time, we use the concept of state. So in this example, as you can see, let's say there is a ICE, state changes. Event has happened on this particular ICE, and because of this change of event, state changes. So what is the state or the event which is changed over here? Let's say we have increased the temperature. And because of this increase in temperature, the ice has been converted to water. So what we can say is that the previous state of this particular object was ice, and when some event has happened on a component, which is in this case is increase in temperature, the final state has become water. So for state, we can say that unlike props, component states are mutable. Because in props, we talked about that React props are immutable in nature, which means they talk about pure functions, or they talk about that you cannot change the value of the props inside a component. But unlike props, the component states are mutable. So as I mentioned that React components have another way to hold the data, and which is called state. Now objects which control the components rendering and behavior. So states are the one which handle or control the components rendering and behavior. And you can say this is the core of any React component. As you can see on the screen that component is central to any tree and around it revolves the props and the state. But the important thing is that state should be kept simple as much as possible. Because we know what are props, how can you compare the props and state? So props are the values which is passed in by a component parent. So you can see here that the props, these are the value passed in by a component parent. So this value is passed to another component as a prop, and the value is again passed to another component as a prop. Its state is local, mutable data that can be created and modified within the component. This is the definition of state, you can say. So state is local, it should be very simple in nature, and mutable data which can be created and modified within the component. Now what is the use of having the local data, or you can say local state? Having local data that can change within a component increases complexity and limits the composability of the component. So when we talk about props, we have local data which flows from one component to another component. But the problem with this is that it can change within the component and can increase the complexity and also limits the composability of any component. So when we talk about state in ReactJS, please remember that to use state in ReactJS, you have to use a class component. There will be no more function components in our projects if you want to use a state. And in the class constructor, since we are talking about class components, so there will be a default constructor over there. We will initialize the component state to a sensible default value. So just to repeat once again, what is a state? A state is just another way of holding the data in ReactJS. Now this is something very important, that components in ReactJS can be in two forms. You can create again two types of component. One is stateless component and another is stateful component. Now what is the difference between these two, stateless and stateful? Because we talked about components can be created by two ways. Now when I say stateless means it does not remember anything it does. It does not keep track of any state. And what is stateful? It remembers everything it does. It keeps track of every change on an event or any update in the event. Now let's talk about stateless and stateful. First of all, what is stateless? So as we talked about, stateless means it does not remember anything it does, and stateful is it remembers everything it does, which means if there is any change in the state, it keeps track of that particular thing or particular change or particular update because of an event. Now stateless, it calculates the internal state of components. And what is stateful? It is the core or heart of ReactJS, you can say, which stores the information about the component state in memory. The stateless components, they never change their state. But stateful components, as I talked about, that they can change their state because there will be an initial state and there will be a final state. So they can change their states. The stateless components, they contains no knowledge of the past. So for example, if there was an initial state which you have set using this dot state, and you want to change or update that state using this dot set state, but stateless components, they don't contain any knowledge of the past events. Only the current and possible future state changes can be tracked in stateless components. When we talk about stateful, they have knowledge of the past, current and possible future state changes values. So that's why they are called stateful, because they keep track of the previous state also. Stateless components, you can say they provide referential transparency. That is, for small inputs, it will produce the same output. So if you give different inputs, small inputs, same inputs, you can get the same output. In stateful component, it receives information from the stateless components if state change is required. So these are some of the basic differences between a stateless and a stateful component. Now this is just again a summary for this stateless and stateful React.js components. So as we talked about what is a stateless, so all function based components can be considered as stateless React.js component. But here we are talking about that when we are talking about state in detail, we'll talk about state and we'll see many examples. So we will talk about only class based components and not the function based components. So that's why we are saying over here that function based components can be considered as stateless React.js components. So stateless React.js components, so which means they are pure JavaScript functions. So we don't need to have state over there in stateless React.js components. But as per the future trend and the latest technologies, we are using stateful React.js components which keep track of your previous state, your current state, and probably all the future states. So all class-based components can be considered as stateful React.js components. And stateful React.js components inherits from a particular class called React.component. So state also getting inherited from parent to the child. So this was the brief about the state and what are the different types of component based on the stateless component and the stateful component in React.js. Before going to the demo, I will talk about something called set state. So as we are saying that there are stateful React.js components, what does it mean? So you have to set your initial state and then you will set the final state. So that is the, you can say, current state and the future state. So there is a method called set state. Now what does it do? So you can set the initial state by using this.state. But if you want to set the future state or you want to update the state, you have to use a method called this.setState. Now setState method, it merges the new state with the old state. So for example, your new state value is 1 and the previous state value was 0 or maybe false and true. The latest value will become the combination of the new state with the old state. So all the previous state will remain unless it is overwritten. So if you are not overriding or overwriting the previous state, it will remain in the memory. So for example, consider a state object with properties A and B having values, for example, 1 and 2. So A is equal to 1 and B is equal to 2 respectively. Now calling set state, what will happen? So calling set state with the property B equal to 3 and C equal to 4. So it will produce a new object where B will become 3 and C is equal to 4. But the previous value of B was 2. So that is how the property of A remains unchanged. The property B in this case is overwritten by the new state, and in this object of the state, property C is newly added. So in addition to changing the state of the component, set state, please remember set state method is very important, is also causes the component to be rendered eventually. And for performance reason, you can say set state calls a batch method, and there is no guarantee that the state can change immediately. So by this we mean that there is a method called set state by which we can set the final state of any React.js component, a class component. Now let's move to some demo that how we can implement this kind of functionality. So let's see this. So this is your index.html, a simple HTML file where I am calling a script called likebutton.js by using the script tag. And in this likebutton.js script, I am using the class component and the concept of state. So this is my first example, or you can say first demo, a very simple one to let you understand that how we can work with React.js state feature, or you can say aspect. Because React thinks of a component as a state machine, and you can use this.state to hold the component state. So let's write this code. What I want to do is that in react.dom.render, I am calling a component, let's say called app. Now I will go to app.js where I would be writing this component. So this is a function component. I don't want any function component anymore. I'm just commenting it, and I have commented this, and I'm also commenting this. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write a component with the name, let's say app. How I will write it? I will write class app. It will extends from a parent class called react.component. And in this React.component, you have to specify a constructor which will have the parameter as props. And in this constructor, you have to call super, which will return again the props to the class instance. And then you have to set the initial state. This is very important, that how you can set the initial state by using this dot state. This is the initial state which I am setting over here, and this dot state I am setting is, let's say for example, light is my property and initial value is false. And then you have a event, for example, this dot handle click is equal to, I am binding this event to the class this dot handle click dot bind to this. That's it. So we have set the initial state, and what we have done is that we have bind an event handler to this particular class. Now we already know that every class component will have a render method. So we will implement the render method over here. Now in this render method, what I am going to do is that I will have a return statement. So before that, I am just writing a variable called var_text, where I am checking the state. So this dot state dot light, I will check this using a ternary operator. If it is true, then it will show me like, else it will show me that I have not liked it. That's it. I have just created a variable, and then I will have a return statement. Now what I'm going to write in this return statement, I'm just writing a simple JSX over here. A very simple JSX I'm going to write, a p tag. I'm just passing this text as an attribute in the parenthesis. I'm just writing a dummy text. Now what we are going to do is that we have method handle click, which we are going to define now. So handle click based on an event. And in this event, what I'm saying is that I'm going to set the state now. So in this particular example, what we have seen is that I have created a class component which extends from React.component. It should have this dot state. Reason being, I am setting the initial state. It has a on-click event, you can say, which is binded to this particular class. Then there will be a render method which is required. In this render method, there will be a return statement, and in this return statement, I am checking the on-click. So on-click event I am checking over here, and what I will call this dot my event name. What is my event name? Handle click. Now on the click of the, let's say, p tag, what I want to call? I want to call this handle click. So in this handle click, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to set the state, because my initial state is liked equal to false. Now I want to set the final state. Now final state is set by, as I mentioned, this dot set state. Now let's define the property over here. What was our property? The property name is light, and what I want to define is this dot state dot light value. That's it. So what's going to happen is that I have mentioned the not, so it will automatically become true because initial value light value is false. So this completes my code over here. Let me repeat once again. I am using the create React app application. In this create React app application, we can change maybe the component name also. So this component name needs to be called in index.js, and just save it. So what we are doing over here is that in the React DOM.render, I am calling a component. This component is defined in your app.js. Now in this app.js, what I am doing is that this is the like button. Now like button is a class based component. You can see here that it is defined as class. Now let's define this export default like button, and this is used over here in index.js like button. Correct? Now what will happen that you have set the initial state using this dot state equal to liked false, and in the handle click, whenever that p tag on click event will be called, this handle click event will be called, which will set the final state of this particular p tag. So what we are saying is that my initial state is false, and whenever a button or any control will be clicked, I am changing it to true. So I am changing the state of that particular control. Now let's see the output of this particular application. What I'm going to do is that I'm opening it in the browser. Now you can see that this is a static text, and when I'm clicking this particular button, like, it is saying me the message that you like this. Just like we wrote over here, you like this. So it is showing me the message that you like this. So that is how you can set the initial state and final state of any React component. Now just to repeat once again, that what we are saying is that for setting the initial state, you have to use this dot state, and for setting the final state, you have to use this dot set state method, just as you can see on the screen. Okay. Now we are talking about state here. Let me tell you that state is similar to props, but only thing is that it is mutable and fully controlled by the component. Because what is happening that right now we are storing all the data in an array in a variable, for example. But that is a good way to start with React.js. But later on, if you want some more operations or more frequent flow of data in React.js, you can think of a state. So you can think of a state as any data that should be saved and modified without necessarily being added to a database. So you can say state is a place from where the data comes from. And we should always try to make our state as simple as possible and minimize the number of stateful components. So for example, if we have, let's say, 10 components that need data from the state, so we should create one container component that will keep the state for all of them. We should not create 10 components. We should create one component as a parent component, and then the other could be the child components. Okay, now let's see more examples based on the state. So what I'm going to do is, I will create more state examples or state demos to show you the concept of state in detail. I'm going to create a class component. So class app, which extends from react.component. I'm using a create react app GitHub project, Facebook project you can say. And in the react dom.render, I have to call this app component. So let's call first this in index.js, this particular component, app. And then in app.js, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a class component with the name app. So first thing first we have to create the constructor, which is passing the props. And then in constructor, what you are going to do, you are going to set the super keyword. This is the first and most important thing to do in the constructor. And then what you are going to do in the constructor, as I mentioned, that the best place to set your initial state in React.js is the constructor. Okay, so I'm going to write this dot state. I'm setting the initial state over here. Please remember that if you have to set the initial state, you have to do it with this dot state. In this dot state, you can define n number of properties. Any properties you want, you can define in this. So let's define over here, for example, two properties. One property I have, let's say, for example, header. This is just a property. I can write a text for it. Let's say header from state. Any text you can write. This is just setting the initial state. And then I have one more property. Let's say, for example, content. This is my second property in my initial state. And any text I can write, which I can write as content from state. So what I have done is that I have set the initial state with the two properties, header and content. This we are creating a class component. Now every class component, you already know, it should implement a method which is called render, and every render statement should have a return state. So I'm saying render and then I'm saying return. In this return, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my some custom, you can say JSX. So let's define in return. So for example, I have a div. I want to write a div. In this div, I have h1 tag. In this h1 tag, I will define my one property called header. And then again, I have a h2 tag where I will define another property called content. So let's save this file. Now, how you set the state? Now, even you can set the state in JSX. So just like this, if you want to set the state in JSX, you have to place this curly braces. And what will be the state you want to become? So it should become this dot state dot value is header, because header is a property which we have already defined. And here I want to say this dot state dot, for example, content. In the previous example, you might remember that I used this dot props dot attribute name. Similarly, in state also, while using the state, we can use for setting the value or showing the value, passing the value to the component by using this dot state. So here I had two properties, header and content. So I can use it like this dot state dot header and this dot state dot content. So let's see the output of this particular example. For this example, what we can do is that here I am defining a div, and in this div what I am doing is that I am doing class component, or you can say creating a class component. And in this, what we have done in index.js, that in index.js I have called this component. This is my component, which is a class based component. Please remember that while using the state, always you have to create a class component. And just like we use props in this dot props dot attribute name, the same way you can use state, just like this dot state dot your attribute name. In this case, your attribute name was header and content. Now let's move to another example where we can see that how you can use state and props in one single example. It's not always the case that you have to use only state. It's not necessary. You can use state and props together also. So we will create this example only, or we can extend this example only. So what we are going to do is that I have a return statement over here where I'm writing, let's say, two more subcomponents. What I'm going to do is that in this div, I have a div over here. I'm going to define two more subcomponents. So my parent component will be app, and then I have two subcomponents, for example, let's say header and the content. So instead of this h1 tag and h2 tag which I have created, what we can do, what I'm saying is that when you create a parent component, so parent component will remain the same, that is app. I can have some child components also where I can pass the attributes or the values as props, which will define that you can use props and you can use at the same time state in one example. So let's do that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create two you can say components. So let's say one name is header. This is my one of the component, and this is the prop value, the attribute, which I can pass like this dot state dot header, and then I can close this component. And another component I can create is, let's say, component name will be content, and I have a prop. I can pass it as a prop, and then I can write here this dot state dot content. What is the change we have done over here? What we have done is that we have created a class component that will be the parent component. In the render method, in the return statement, it has two child components. So we have to define these child components now. So what we are going to do is that we are going to define these two components now. So let's define these. So what I'm going to write is that I'm going to write class. My component subcomponent name is header. Again, it will be a class component, so it is going to extend from react.component. And the same component I have to create for content. So this content component needs to be defined. So I have two subcomponents now. One subcomponent is the header, which is having the prop value as this dot state dot header, and another prop value as this dot state dot content. So let's define this. Every component should implement a method called render. In render, there needs to be a return statement. Now in this return statement, just like we define h1 tag, I'm going to define this in a div here. So I will say div, and then I will say h1. Now in this h1, what I want to pass is, although the value is coming from a state, but the value which I want to pass over here is in the form of a prop. So what I want is that I will say this dot props dot, in the header props, what is the name of the prop? It's header prop. Similarly, what we are going to do is that in the content subcomponent, again we will have a render method, and then there will be a return statement. In this return statement, what I want is that I want to define a h2 tag. Let's take it in a container. That container is, let's say, div. I want to take it in a container, and in this h2 I want to pass the props. So what is the name of the prop attribute? That is content prop. So what I will say, this dot props dot content prop. Okay. So what we have done over here is that in the previous example, if you remember that what we did was that we didn't define two subcomponents. Okay. So in place of this, let me copy this somewhere and then can show you. So in place of this, earlier what we did, we didn't define the two subcomponents. What we defined was a container, which was a div, and in this div we had one h1 tag. In this h1 tag, what we were defining, we were directly using the state value. How we were using? State dot header, and then in a h2 tag, what we were doing, we were using the content value. So we were saying this dot state dot content. Now let's see the output of this particular example first, what we have implemented without using the props. So let's save this file and let's go to the browser. So now what it is saying, that header from state and content from state. I have already run the npm start command for this create React application. So you can see the output in localhost on the port 3000. Header from state and content from state. Why this output is coming? Because the header value is header from state and content value is content from state. This was the direct way without using the props. How we have used the props? By using the subcomponent concept. So let's implement this subcomponent. Yeah, now what we are doing is that we have defined two subcomponents, which is header and content. These are the two subcomponents, class-based components, and we have passed the value as props. Now you can see this dot state dot header value will come, and let's say we can write some updated value, new header from state and new container from state, for example. And you can see the value over here, new header from state and new container from state. This is the output. Basically what we have done here is that I have showed you both the ways of using the state in React.js, which means that you can use it without props and you can use it with props also. So there are, you can say, two ways of using state in React.js. But I will recommend that you can use state with props, and if whenever required or whenever you can say apply the props, just go with it. It's not always necessary that you have to implement every time only with the state. You can very well use props and state together in the same application. Now just a few tips of using state in React.js. Just a couple of tips from my side, that do not modify the state directly. Don't even try to modify the state directly. You always use the setState method. And the only place where you can assign this dot state is the constructor. These are the two main things. So what I'm saying over here is that if you have to specify this dot state, where you can specify this dot state, you can specify this dot state in the constructor only. This is the first, you can say, right way to use the state. Now what is the other thing? That state updates may be asynchronous in nature. So React may batch multiple set state calls into a single update for performance. Because this dot props, as we use here this dot state, and here we use this dot props. So this dot props and this dot state may be updated sometimes asynchronously. So you should not rely on their value for calculating the next state. So if you want to set the value of the next state, don't rely on the value of this dot props or this dot state. And the third thing which I want to tell you about state is that state updates are merged. When you call set state, so what happens is that React merges the object you provide into the current state. So these are some of the tips you can say from my side for using state in React.js. So let's come back to this PPT and let's talk about another aspect of React.js, which is lifecycle. Now what is lifecycle in React.js? Or what is the use of adding lifecycle methods to a class component in React.js? React provides various methods which notifies when certain stage of lifecycle occurs, called lifecycle methods. So there are many methods in React.js which notifies when any stage of a lifecycle occurs. Now what are the different phases of that lifecycle? So it starts with initial phase, then it comes to updating phase, and then props change phase, and finally the unmounting phase, where you can free out some of the resources. So what we are saying is that there are 4 phases in which you can define the life cycle of a particular React.js application. So what happens is that it's very important in the application with many components. Let's say there are 10 components in a React.js application. It becomes very important to free up the resources taken by the components when they are destroyed. So for example, a component is destroyed. So it becomes very crucial, very important to free up the resources which are taken by that component, because once it is destroyed, so the resources which has it consumed should get freed. So that's why we can declare some special methods over the component itself, or you can say we can declare some special methods on the component class to run some code when a component mounts or when a component dismounts. So these methods are basically called the lifecycle methods. Let me give you an example. Component did mount. This is a lifecycle method example. It runs after the component output has been rendered to the DOM. So let's talk about these different lifecycle methods in detail now. So the first phase in the lifecycle of any React.js application is the initial phase. Now, what are the different methods available out here? Because in this phase, component is about to make its way towards the DOM. It has not yet reached the DOM. It is just creating its way or about to make its way to the DOM. This phase, you can say, consists of the following methods which are invoked in a predefined order. So the first method is get default props, get the initial state, component will mount, render method we talk about, and the component did mount. And as I mentioned that component did mount it method runs after the component output has been rendered to the DOM. So different methods, they have their different, you can say, usage in any life cycle of a React.js application. Now, if I talk about the second phase, that is, you can say, the updating phase. When it phase comes into picture. So once the component is added to the DOM, because in the previous phase, that was the initial phase. So what we said that we talked about that the component is making its way or it's on its way towards the DOM. But now since it has reached the DOM, it is added to the DOM, they can update and re-render only when a state change occurs. So basically in the updating phase, once the component is added to the DOM, they can update and re-render only when a state change occurs. So this phase consists of the methods, for example, should component update, component will update, render, and component did update. So please remember, render is a common method in almost all the phases or the life cycle of a React.js application. So we have talked about here the initial phase. We have talked about the updating phase. So please remember that neither parent nor the child components can know if a certain component is stateful or stateless. And they should not care whether it is defined as a function or a class. But the most important thing is that when we are dealing with state, our component should be of a class type. It should not be of a function type. So that is why you can say state is often called as local or encapsulated. So it is not accessible to any component other than the one that owns and sets it. A component may choose to pass a state down as props to its child components. Just now we saw the example of the state and props. Now let's talk about the third phase, that is props change phase. So we talked about the initial phase, we talked about the updating phase. Now what happens that after the component has been rendered into the DOM, so in the initial phase what it was doing, it was making its way towards the DOM in the initial phase. In the updating phase what it was doing, that it has been rendered on the DOM. The component has been rendered on the DOM. Now the third phase is props change phase. After the component has been rendered into the DOM, the only other time the component will update apart from the state change is its props value changes. So please remember that through state we can change the value, or through props also we can change the value. Just like we saw that this.props.attribute name, for example, this.props.name, just like that we can say that this.state.attribute value, just like we saw in the previous example. So what we are saying over here is that this.props.attribute name can change, can make the changes in the component, and this.state can also make the changes in the component. Now what are the various methods which get invoked in this particular phase in a predefined order? Component will receive props, should component update, component will update, and component did update. Of course, render is a common method in every phase of the life cycle of a React application. Last phase in the life cycle of a React application is the unmounting phase. This is the last phase of the component life cycle in which the component is destroyed and removed from the DOM. This is called unmounting. So we were talking about the mounting and the unmounting. Mounting means when the component is added to the DOM, and unmounting means when the component is removed completely from the DOM. And this phase only consists of one method, no render method over here. The only method which is there in the unmounting phase of a React.js application is component will unmount. Now let's see how the lifecycle goes in a React.js application. So we talked about the initial phase, we talked about the updating phase, we talked about the props change phase, and then we talked about the unmounting phase. So these are some of the methods which are mentioned over here. So it started with the initial phase where we had the method called getDefaultProps, then getInitialState will be called, component will mount will be called, and then render will be called, and then component did mount will be called. As I mentioned that all these methods always are called in a predefined order. So please remember that if you write a method, let's say for example getDefaultProps and component will mount. So you should understand that in which order it will be called. So first of all getDefaultProps will be called, and then component will mount will be called. Now you can see on the screen that once this initial phase is done, what we have the other phase that the props can change the state phase, and then we have the update phase where different methods could be called. So what are the different methods? That component will receive props, should component update, component will update, render, and component did update. So these are the different methods in the update phase. Now if I talk about the last phase, which is the unmounting phase, so what happens that React DOM.unmount, we call the component will unmount method for the unmounting phase for completely removing the component from the DOM. That is the last phase, or there is one method which is called over there, which is the component will unmount. Once the component is completely unmounted or destroyed from the DOM, again the lifecycle starts from React DOM.render, and again the getDefaultProps methods is called. So that is how this complete lifecycle again goes on and on. Now this is the description of these lifecycle methods which we talked about. So we talked about component will mount, component did mount, and so on. So what happens with component will mount is that it is fired once before initial rendering occurs, and it is a very good place to wire up your message listeners. Please remember that this .setState does not work here. The other method in the lifecycle is component did mount. It is again only fired once in any React.js application. After initial rendering occurs, it can use this.getDOM node. So what is happening over here is that component will mount will always be called before the rendering occurs, and component did mount is fired after the initial rendering occurs. So there is, you can say, a minute difference between component will mount and component did mount. Will means uncertainty, so it is going to render, or the initial rendering has started but it has not been yet rendered on the DOM. And component did mount means it has rendered on the browser or on the DOM. It will be fired once the initial rendering on the DOM occurs. The third method is component will update. It is fired after the component updates are made to the DOM. You can use this .getDOM node for updates over here. The other method is component did update. Now what happens with this method is that it invoked immediately after the component updates are flushed to the DOM. So any change, any update is there in the component, it gets flushed to the DOM, then you can call component did update. And this method is not called for the initial rendering. Please remember, this is very important, that for initial rendering of the React.js component, component did update method is not used. You can use this as an opportunity to operate on the DOM when the component has been updated. So for example, it has been updated using the props or using the state, then only you can use component did update. Component will unmount. We already talked about this, that this is a single method which is called in the unmounting phase of the lifecycle of a React.js application. It is fired immediately before a component is unmounted from the DOM. And it's a very good place to remove message listeners, or you can say general cleanup or garbage collection kind of activities you can do in component unmount method. Another is component will receive props. It is fired when a component is receiving the new props. You might want to use this .setState depending on the props, just like we saw that we can use both props and state in a single application. The other is that should component update. Now this is pretty interesting, that this is fired before rendering when new props or state are received. It will return false if you know an update is not needed. So you can check on any of the component based on the state and the props that if any update is required or not, and accordingly you can return false and true based on this method, which is should component update. Now this is very much interesting. Constructor, we talked about constructor, that whenever we are using the class component in React.js, you have to use the constructor, you have to pass the props, and then you have to use a super keyword. Now what is this constructor and props? That if you don't initialize the state and you don't bind the methods, you don't need to implement a constructor for your React component. And ultimately, we already talked about this will be converted into function-based component. But here we are talking about state. So our focus is for class components. Please remember, if you are not binding anything in your component, if you are not using any state, then you don't need a constructor in your class. The constructor for a React component is called before it is mounted. When implementing the constructor for a React component subclass, you should call the super keyword before any other statement. Because if you will not call the super, what will happen that this.props will become undefined in the constructor, which can lead to errors or exceptions or bugs in your application. So that is why it is said that the super keyword should be called before any statement in your React.js application. So first you have to call the constructor and then you have to call the super keyword so that this.props should not become undefined. So what we are saying is that typically in React, class-based React component, you can say constructors are only used for two purposes specifically. It is used for, you can say, initializing the local state, or you can say initializing the initial state by assigning an object to this.state. And then what we are saying is that for binding the various events or binding the event handler methods to an instance of the class, you need the constructor. Please remember, these are the two basic purpose of using constructor. So if you want to set the initial state, that will be done in the constructor. If you want to, you can say, bind event handler methods to the class instance, that will be done in the constructor of the class. Now this is just a, you can say, pictorial representation of the different phases. Now if I talk about the life cycle of any React application, it revolves around the three important phases: mounting, updating, and unmounting. So what we are saying that first you add the component to the DOM, you do some changes or updates, and then finally you unmount it. So what are the different methods which are shown on the screen? You can see that what are the different methods we generally use while mounting, updating, and unmounting. So in the mounting, we place the constructor. We can call the method called component_did_mount. And then when it comes to updating phase, we can use three different types of methods: new props for get derived state from props or should component update. We can use this.setState and we can use this.forceUpdate. And the different methods which we can use in the updating phase is component_did_update. And finally, in the unmounting phase, there is only one method which we can use, which is component_will_unmount. So this is just a representation, you can say summarized way of representation of the life cycle of a React component. So we talked about till here JSX, we talked about components, props, states, and lifecycle. Now another important aspect, you can say a very important fundamental of React.js is events. So what are events? Events are the, you can say, triggered reactions to specific actions. So for example, we can have on-click event, we can have mouse click, we can have mouse hover, key press. All these are called events in React.js. So for example, there is an action. So some action happened on the React component, and then we have a React application which is called an event. Now some event has happened on the React component and it becomes a reaction. So that is the definition of events. Now first we talk about that how the concept of event work in other UIs as compared to React.js, and then we will talk about that how events work in React.js. Let's say I have a control, let's say 3 controls or many controls, button type of control. Now what happens that in other UIs, on every control you have to implement an event listener and a corresponding event handler. This is very much required, which decreases the performance of the application on the DOM. Because what is happening over here is that for different controls, just like shown over here, that you have a different controls, different buttons, or maybe another controls, you have to implement the event listener on every control. And when an event listener is implemented, a corresponding event handler will be required. So that is how the different UIs or other UIs work when it comes to events. Now let's talk about events in React, how React manages events in React. So what happens is that if you have different controls, then you will have only one event listener and one event handler attached to it. So which increases ultimately the performance of React.js application. Please remember that React events are named using camel casing rather than lowercase. So you have to define events, or you can handle the events with camel case only. And with JSX, you can pass a function as the event handler rather than a string. So we will see that in the demo. So before moving to refs, now the other fundamental of React.js, let's see some of the demo of handling events in React.js. So for that, I'm going to show you an example. We have talked about state, we have talked about props and JSX and all that stuff. So this is just you can say playground which I generally use to work with React.js, which is codepen.io. So in this particular example, what I've done is that I am using a conditional rendering based on my click, or you can say based on my event. So we'll start from react.dom.render. So this is the react.dom.render, which is calling a parent component, which is login control. Now if I go to login control, which is a component. Now in the login control, it is a class based component which is extending from react.component. Now every class component, if it is binding something or setting the state, it should have a constructor. It should have a super keyword so that this dot prop should not become undefined. Now here you can see that I have defined two event handlers for binding in the constructor of the class. One is handle login click and handle logout click. I am binding it over there and setting the initial state that is logged in is false. So initial state is logged in is false, that the user is not logged in as of now. That is why you can see that it is saying in the output that please sign up and showing me the button of login. What is happening in handle login click and handle logout click we'll see later. First we will see the render method implementation. In the render method, I have declared a constant is logged in equal to this dot state dot is logged in. Now what will be the value in this, because it is initially set to true. You can see here initially set to it is false, and then in the events what I'm doing is I'm setting it true or false. So first of all, it will take the initial value. I'm taking a let button, and if is logged in, if it is true, then this button will be called, where I'm calling a component called logout button. And if it is false, then I'm calling another component which is again login button. If it is true, then logout button. If it is false, it is login button. Now you see over here on click. This is called event in React.js. On click is an event. This event listener is bounded to an event handler. So this is binded to an event handler which is handle logout click, and this is on click event is binded to an event handler which is called handle login click. So we'll see what is happening in handle login click and handle logout click. In handle login click, we are setting the state and we are setting it to true, and in the handle logout, again the user will be logged out. So we are saying that is logged in is false. So let's see the implementation. So what is happening, that if I click on login, it is showing me the message welcome back. You can see on the screen. So function user greeting is called welcome back. And when I'm clicking on the button again log out, it is saying me please sign in. You can see over here, please sign up. So what is happening is that in the login button and logout button, so I have two function components, login button and logout button. So what I'm doing is that I'm again calling the event, that is on click equal to props.onClick, and in the greeting method what I'm checking is that if it is logged in, then it will return another component user greeting, which is again a function component, and then if it is logged out, then it will say guest greeting again, which is a function component. So that is how you can use events in React.js. Now let's see another example of using events in React.js. So what we can do is that we have to start from react.dom.render. In the react.dom.render, what we are doing, that we are calling a component which is toggle. So this will become my parent component. Now in this toggle, what I'm doing is that I'm writing the constructor. That is very much required for a class component because I'm setting the state. Then there is a super keyword. In the this.state, I'm defining a property is logged on true. So is toggle on property is always true. And I'm binding an event this.handleClick. So this.handleClick.bind to this particular class. And in this handle click event, what I'm doing is, because I have used a button, on the button I am calling an event. Now what is the event? On click. On click event, what I'm doing, this dot handle click. And in this, what I'm saying is, does this dot state dot is toggle on? What will be the text of the button? So when I will click, if it is true, it will be on. If it is false, the text will be off. So let's see the output. If I click on this button, the text becomes off. If I again click on it, the text becomes on. So this is just a text of the particular button which we are changing based on the state. So this dot state dot is toggle on. So what we have done is that we have set the initial state. First of all, initial state is true. So whenever it will be true, this dot state dot is toggle on. Whenever it will be true, the text shown is on. Now once I click on it, now that this dot state dot is toggle on becomes false, and whenever it becomes false, the text is shown as off. So that is how we can work with the basic, all the fundamentals we can apply in one application. It's not like that in ReactJS that you have to come up with only JSX based application or component based application. It's not like that. All the React fundamentals which we talked about over here should be used every time in combination. Then only you can learn ReactJS in detail. So what I'm saying is that you can apply JSX, components, props, state, and then lifecycle methods and some kind of events, for example, on-click events, just we saw. All these things you can combine in one React application. So let's see more examples of events. So what I'm doing here is, let me remove everything from here. Okay. So let's create a parent component app for a very simple example of the events. So what I'm writing over here is that class app extends react.component. I have to define a constructor. The constructor I have to define props. I have to use the super keyword so that this dot props does not become undefined. So what I want to do is that I want to set the initial state with this dot state, and then I want to use, I can use here this dot update state also. So update state will be my handler, and I can define the update state. So what I'm doing is that this dot update state dot bind, and I want to bind this to this particular class. Let's remove all this. Okay. So let me copy this particular toggle example from here. So what I want to do is, so in this particular index.js, let me define this toggle. So what we have done is that we have defined the same component toggle over here. And in this toggle, what we have done is that we have implemented a constructor, as I told you. Okay. And then in the constructor, what we have done that we have binded an event, and initial value of the toggle is true. And then the final value on the click of the, you can say, button, I am setting the state as this dot set state, where I am changing the value called is toggle on from true to false. Now let's talk about child events. What is the concept of child event in ReactJS? So when we need to update the state of the parent component from its child. So generally what we have learned till here is that you can update the child event from the parent. But there could be some situations when you need to update the state of the parent component from below, that is from the child. So we can create an event handler, for example, let's say update state in the parent component, and you can pass it as a prop to the child component where we can just call it. So let's do that. So what I'm going to do is, let's index.js, go back to index.js, and let's define a component with the name called app. And in the app.js, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define a class component with the name app, which extends from react.component. So this is my class component which I have defined. Now in this, I have to define the constructor with the props. And in this constructor, I have to define the super keyword so that this dot prop should become undefined. Now in this super we have to, let's say, define, for example, I have to define initial state. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say this dot state is equal to, so I have to define a property. Property could be, let's say, data, and I have to define some data over here. Let's say I say it to initial data. This is my initial data. So my constructor is done now. I can write here, let's say, for example, end of class. This is just my end of constructor, so that you can understand well. Now let's bind a method to this constructor. If you want to bind a method, you have to bind it inside the constructor, please remember. So let's say I want to call update state. This is just a method name. You can use any one of your choice, any name. This dot update state, how you bind it? You bind it using the keyword bind and this. So by this statement, what you say, because you have to define this inside the constructor, by this you are binding a method which is called update state, and we are defining now the update state. This is a method we are defining, and in this update state, what we can do, we can set the state. Now what state you have to set? So you are going to set the value of, let's say, data, because that is the property you define. And let's say what we want to do is that data, for example, updated from the child component, something like that. Could be of any text, no problem at all. So this is the end of the update state method. Now you have to implement always a render method. Now once you have implemented a render method, it should have a return statement. So we are using a return statement over here. So this is my end of render method, and this is, let's say, end of return statement. Okay. Now in this return, what I want to do is that let's say create a container. So my container is div, and in this particular thing, what I want to do is I want to define a subcomponent, because in this particular demo, what I am going to show you that how you can update the state of the parent component from a child component. So I need to have a child component over here. So I'm going to define a child component, which is, let's say, name is content, and I'm just taking a prop value over here with the attribute my data prop, and I'm saying value of the initial value of the state is this dot state, my attribute name is data. And then what I'm saying is another prop I'm using is update. This is the another prop. You can use multiple props, multiple attributes, and I'm saying is this dot update state. So what I have done is that I want to update the state of the parent component. My parent component in this case is app, and I want to update the state from a child component, which is the content. So this class is over here, and then I want to define a subcomponent, a child component, because we have not defined it yet. So I will write class content. My component name, child component name is content. So I have to define over here. So I'm saying class content extends react.component, and what I'm going to define here is implement a render method, and in this render method I will have a return statement. That's it. Now in this return statement, what I want is, let's say I have a container, a div again, and for example, let's say I want to add a button, and button will have, let's say, on click event, and on the on click event I want to call the props. So what is the props attribute I want to call? This dot props dot the update state prop. Update state prop I want to call. This button is closed, and let's say the name of the button is, as of now, give it click. Now one more HTML tag. Let's add one more HTML tag to use the another prop attribute, and that is this dot props dot my data prop. That's it. Let me tell you that what we have done in this, that in ReactJS, when we need to update the state of the parent component from the child component. So here you can see on the screen that I have created here two components. One is the parent component, which is the app component, and another is the child component. Now what happens is that what you can do is that you can update the state of a parent component from its child. Generally what happens in a general scenario that a parent component updates the state of a child component, but in this particular example, what I'm going to show you that how you can update the state of a parent component from a child component. So what I have done is that I have created a event handler update state in the parent component. You can see that this particular event handler, this is created in the parent component, but it is passed as a prop to the child component. You can see over here, this particular event handler is passed as a prop to the child component. So let's see the output of this. I'm saving this. I'm just clicking, and when I clicked it, the button was there in my child component. You can see the state has been changed, and it is saying that the data has been updated from the child component. You can see over here, which means that the event handler which we created in the parent component can be passed as a prop. So one good learning from this particular example we can get that the event handler which you are creating can also be passed as a prop, and that prop can be used in another subcomponent or child component. Now another thing which I want to tell you that how you can prevent component from rendering. For example, there could be cases where you don't want to render a component or you don't want to hide a component. All these are rare cases, but in rare cases you might want a component to hide itself even though it was rendered by some another component. So for that, what we do generally is that we return null instead of its rendered output. That is the only trick by which we can prevent a component to render on the DOM, that you can return null instead of its rendered output. Now what we will do is that we can see the component events, that how events are created in components. So this I have already shown you. Let's go back to the slide now and let's talk about some other fundamentals. So refs. Now we will talk about refs. What is a ref in React.js? So ref stands for references. You can say ref provide a way to access DOM nodes or React elements created in the render method. This is the definition of refs. So what I'm saying is that ref stands for references, and they are used to return the references to a particular element, or you can say component returned by the render. So if I have a React element having a render method, I have to place some reference in my component. So by using the ref keyword, I can place a reference to that particular component in React.js. So what happens that in the typical React data flow, props are the only way that parent component interact with their children. So what we have seen is that in React.js, probably if you want to pass the data or you want to flow the data from parent to the child, props are the only way. To modify a child, you re-render it with new props. However, there are few cases where you need to, you can say, imperatively modify a child outside of the typical data flow. So the child to be modified could be an instance of the React component, or it could be a DOM element. So for both these cases, React provides an escape hatch, you can say, and which are called refs. Now the important thing is that when to use refs. So there are particular cases, you can say few good use cases for using refs. Those are, you can manage the focus, you can manage the text selection, or you want to apply a media playback, there you can apply the refs. You can apply the refs in application where you triggering imperative animations, or you are integrating with third-party DOM libraries. Probably there you can use very well refs. So important thing is that avoid using refs for anything that can be done declaratively. Now how you create the refs? Refs are created using react.createRef method, and they are attached to a React element via the ref attribute. So ref is an attribute. Refs are commonly assigned to an instance property when a component is constructed, so they can be referenced throughout the component. So this is very much important about React ref. Now if I show you that how you can use the refs, so let me go back to the same example. Now ref is used to return a reference to the element. This we have already know now what are the React refs. Although I will recommend that refs should be avoided in most of the cases. However, they can be useful when we need DOM measurements or to add methods to the components. So we will see now that how you can use refs. In this example, I'm going to show you that how you can use refs to clear the input field. Okay. So let's remove everything. We have a constructor props, this dot state. Let's remove this method. And let's remove this render. Remove this class. Okay. So we are using the same app component. What we are going to do is that we have a constructor with a props keyword and the super keyword with props. We have the initial state called this dot state, having, let's say, for example, some blank data in this case. And then you have this dot update state equal to this dot update state dot bind. And let's have one more, you can say, handler, event handler, which says this dot clear input equal to this dot clear input dot bind this. This constructor is closed over here. Let me save this file. And then I'm going to define this update state. Update state event handler we have to define. So I'm writing here update state. Let's pass an argument to it. And then I'm setting the state as, so this dot set state. What is the value of the property? The value of the property I have to define over here. Okay, the value of the property is data. And in this data, what I'm doing is data value should be e dot target dot value. So we have defined the update state also, that whatever value will be the input will become the set state value. Now we have to define another method. That another method is clear input. So let's copy and paste over here. I have to define the clear input method now. In this, what I'm saying is this dot, again I have to set the state. So I'm setting the state, same value I have to use, and that is data. So I am making it again blank. And after that, I am finding the DOM. So how you can find the DOM in React.js is React DOM dot. You have a method, or you can say function called find DOM node. So I want to find the DOM node. And how can I find the DOM node? I can find it using ref. So what I'm saying is this dot refs. I'm just taking an input value. That is my input text box, which I'm going to define in the render method. What I will do that I will use the focus method for this. This is my clear input function. And finally, we have the render method implement for the class. And in this render method, you have to apply the return statement. The return statement, we are going to write some HTML or JSX. So I'm creating first of all the container. My container is div. I'm taking an input type value equal to this dot state dot data. So that will be the blank value, initial value. This dot state dot data. I am taking an event over here on change. So whenever there will be a change in the text box, this method or this event will be called. And in this, I am calling this dot update state. And I'm also defining the ref, which is very important. Ref is, which I have defined here, my input. So on my input, the ref will work. So this input is defined. So this text box is defined. And now I will have a button control where on click event needs to be defined. So I'm defining the on click event. The name of the button is clear. So on click, what I want to do is that I want to call a binded method, which is this dot clear input. And after that, simply I want to place a h4 tag. In this h4 tag, I will show the final state value by using this dot final value. How can I show that? This dot state dot data. So this completes my explanation of the refs, where what we have done is that we have created a component called app. In this particular component, what we are doing is that we are setting the initial state with a blank value. And I have called two event handlers. You can say this dot update state and this dot clear input. Now in the update state, I'm setting the value, what is taken as an input from the user in a, you can say, text box. And then in the clear input, what I'm doing is that whenever this clear input will be called, I'm setting again the value to be blank. But in this case, what I'm doing is that I'm making a focus by using the ref on that particular text box control, or you can say input control. Now in the return statement in the render method, I have taken a text box, or you can say input control, which is have some value. Then there will be a button. So let's see the output of this particular application. So if I write, let's say Vipul, and I click on clear, you can see it has been completely cleared from here. So that is how you can use ref in React.js. Okay, now we'll talk about example, or you can say a demo, a project where the concept which we have studied till now are, let me repeat one thing, JSX, we talked about components, props, state, lifecycle, events, and wraps. So out of this 8 important fundamentals of React.js, we have already talked about the 7 important aspects. But before moving to the last React.js fundamental, that is keys, that how you can use keys in React.js, let me walk you through a very good example, or you can say a small project. So the project requirement starts with this particular, you can say, example. So in this example, what you can see is that you have to implement a search functionality where users can search from this particular text box, and whatever they are going to search it will be visible on the screen with that search result or that search keyword. Now, what should be the approach of yours to implement this kind of React.js application? Now, what is the step 1? My recommendation is that you break the UI into different components, or you can say component hierarchy. When I say component hierarchy, what does it mean? That you break the complete UI, because React.js is all about UI. So you break the complete hierarchy into components, component hierarchy, which means that there will be a parent component, there could be child or subcomponents, and there could be subcomponents. So first thing first, what you want to do, that you will want to do is to draw boxes around every component. So in this particular example, what I've done is that I have created different colored boxes around every component and subcomponent, and I have given them some names also. But the problem is that how do you know what should be its own component? Okay, so by coloring this particular example, we can see that there are 5 components in this very simple application. It's a very simple application where there could be 5 components. So one component, you can see this outer boundary of orange color. So let's say I call this as filterable product table, which contains the entirety of the example. Now there is a search bar. This could be my second component in the blue color, the blue boundary you can see. It receives the user input. Now there is a product table. You can see the green boundary. This is my third component. This is called, let's say, the product table, which displays and filters the data collection based on user input. Now another is product category row. You can see here the cyan color, sporting goods and electronics. This is my product category row, which displays a heading for each category. This is my fourth component. And the final component is the product row, which is in the red color, which displays a row for each product. So now we have identified the components in this particular example. Now if I want to arrange them into hierarchy, because components that appear within the another component should appear as a child in this particular hierarchy. So what should be my hierarchy? The hierarchy to break this component, the particular UI, is at the top I will have a filterable product table. Then there will be 2 subcomponents, search bar and the product table. And in the product table I have product category row and the product row. So that is how we can build any React.js application. Now let's build a static version of this in React, okay, by creating, you can say, different components. So just want to add one thing, that if you want to make your UI very much interactive, you need to able to trigger changes to your underlying data model, and we are going to use it because this particular application can be made easy with the help of state. What is our state? The search text the user has entered, this is the state, and the value of this checkbox, because I have added a checkbox also over here. So let's create this particular example in React.js application. So before creating this, I have a sample data, you can say a mock data, which can be used for this particular example. So let's start creating this particular application in React.js. So I'm just removing all the stuff from here. Let's create this example and see how it works while using in React.js. So let me close this, and I'm going to open a new instance. So I'm going to open it in Visual Studio Code, or else what we can do is we can try this example over here. Okay, so what we are going to do is now that we are going to see that search example in this particular demo. So in this particular example, we talked about that we will divide the complete UI or complete example into 5 different components. So let's write those components in the create React app application. So for that, I have a dummy data. In this dummy data, what I'm going to do is first I have to create a class component. The outermost, that is the orange one, for example, let's say filterable product with the name filterable product. And I'm writing extends react.component. So this will be my parent component. Out of the 5 components, this will be my parent component. So I'm just writing the constructor for this class. Please remember all the initial state and binding of the methods needs to be done always in the constructor only. So once this is done, I am initializing or setting the initial state by using this.state. You can always use this.state and can apply the properties. So what are the properties I want to use? The properties which I want to use is, for example, let's say filter text having initial value, let's say blank. And another property which I want to use is in stock only. I want to check whether the products are there in the stock or not. Initial value, let's say false. Now, what are the different methods which I want to bind? The methods which I want to bind is, for example, let's say this dot handle filter text change. This is just a, you can say, name of the event. I have to bind it to the class. So I will say this dot handle filter text change dot bind to this. And after that, what I will say, this dot handle another event handler I want to bind to this particular class. Please remember, all this needs to be done inside the constructor only. I don't want handle filter text change. I want this time handle stock change and I want to bind it. That's it. So we have defined the constructor. We have defined 2, or you can say we have binded 2 methods. Now it's time to define them. So first one is handle filter text change and another is handle in stock change. So these are the 2 methods which we are going to define now. And after that, once these are defined, the final thing is that you have to implement a render method for this particular class. So first set the final state in this. So this dot set state and there will be this dot set state. So in the handle filter text change, so whenever there will be a text change, I want to set the final state. So handle filter text change, I am going to pass text property and then I am going to set the state. So with which value I will say that filter text will be whatever be the value of the filter text. Now the second method which I want to bind is handle in stock change. So I will have another property for it, that is in stock only. And in the this.setState, what I want to do is I want to set the final value of this particular property, which is in stock only. So I will say in stock only, the property will be whatever be passed to it. That's it. So I'm done with binding the events in the constructor, setting the initial state and setting the final state in the 2 event handlers. Now the final thing is to implement the render method. So in the render method, I will have return statement. So let's close this return. And in this return, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define first of all a container. Let's say I've defined a container. Now the important thing in this container, what I'm going to do is, as I mentioned, that I have total 5 components. In this particular search example, I have 5 components to be defined. And this is the first component on which I am working. So what will be the other subcomponents? Other subcomponents, let's say, is the search bar, and another component could be the product table. So you can see on the image that there is a blue boundary for the search bar component and there is a green boundary for the product component. So let's create those or call those components. So search bar, I'm saying that filter text. What will be my filter text? It will be this dot state dot filter text. Now I can define more, you can say, properties or the values which are available in the initial state. What are those values which are available in the initial state? I have, let's say, in stock only. I can define the in stock only over here. What I will say this dot state dot in stock only, and then on filter text change, what I can do is that I can call my handler. What is my handler? My handler is this dot handle filter text change, and on in stock change, I can again call a handler which is this dot handle in stock change. So that is how you can define a search bar component. So this is one of the component which is defined, or you can say the sub component which is defined over here. The another component which I want to define is product table. So another component which I want to define is product table. Now why product table? If you see in this particular example, this green one is the product table component and the blue one is the search component. So what we have done is, let me repeat once again, that I have divided this complete application, this complete project, into 5 components. So the first component is the first one, that is filterable product table. The second one is the search bar, and the another one is the product table. So we are as of now just calling the product table component sub component. So let me define some properties for it. For example, let's say products. What will be my products? So I will say this dot props, which I'm going to define, this dot props dot products. So I have to define much more values for it. One is products. So another, let's say I want to define what is the filter text. In this case, filter text will be again same. This will be this dot state dot filter text. And then I want to define one more property for this component, that is in stock only. What will be the value of this in stock only? The value of this in stock only will be this dot state dot in stock only. So that is how we have defined our another subcomponent, which is product table. Now as you can see how we are modularizing this particular code. So first of all, we are calling this filter product table. In this filter product table, this is the main component. We are calling 2 subcomponents, which is search bar and the product table. So this is the main component, and let's define the main calling, that is React DOM dot render. And this in this React DOM dot render, what we are going to say? We are going to say that we are calling the parent component. What is the name of my parent component? It's filterable product table. I'm going to call it, and I'm going to call it on a prop. What is my prop? Now prop is the values, the JSON data which I've already defined. My prop value will be equal to products. So I will say React DOM dot render prop value products equal to products. So just have to close this first, and in fact I can close it with closing tag, and then I will say document dot get element by id, the id which I have to define where I want to render my output. That's it. So we have called the parent component by using React.render. Here we are passing the props as products, which is my sample JSON data. This is the sample JSON data, the category of the product, the name of the product, and what is its price. So filterable product table is the first component which we have created, which is our base component, or you can say parent component. Now the other components which we are going to create is the search bar, which is the sub component, and the product table component. So let's start creating those components as well. So what we are going to say is class name of the component is search bar. So the name of the component is search bar, which extends from react.component. So this is my another component, and one more component which I will have, which is again a sub components you can see, which we have created is a product table. So we can just write here class product table extends from react.component. So you can see we have also created these two subcomponents, which is the search bar and the product table. Now let's focus on the search bar, that how we are going to implement the search bar component. So in the search bar component, the same thing, we are going to first write the constructor, and in this constructor I am going to define the props. Once this is done, I am going to call the super keyword, which will have again props. So this we have done now multiple times, and if you want to bind some event over here in the search bar, then you can bind it over here itself. So what I'm saying, let's say I want to bind couple of events over here, so I will say handle filter text change, handle filter text change. So let's say this dot handle filter text change dot bind to this, and I want to have one more event handler, which is handle in stock. I want to check whether it's in stock or not. So I will say this dot handle in stock dot bind and this. So that is how I have defined the constructor. Once I define the constructor, I have to write a definition of these events which I have written. So first of all, handle filter text change. So this is the handle filter text change, and the another one is I want to have handle in stock change. So let's write handle in stock change. Now in the handle filter text change, what I want is this dot, because I have the props, so on filter text change, I want to pass the value which is written by the user in the text box. So e dot target dot value. This is the value which is written by the user in the search, and in the handle in stock change, what I will say that this dot props dot on in stock change, what I'm going to write is that e dot target, whether we will check that checkbox is checked or not. Now once this is done, we will implement the render method for this particular component. So I will say render, and then I will have a return statement which will allow me to write the JSX for this particular class. So let's say I use a form element of HTML, and then I want to implement a text box kind of functionality. So for implementing this text box kind of functionality, I am using input type will be equal to text, placeholder for this input, let's say equal to search, just a custom text you can say. Now what will be the value? This is something very important, that what value we want. So this dot props, what is the text which user has written, this dot filter text, and what I want as an event. I want an event on change. Whenever the value will change, what I want to call. So I want to call this dot handle filter text change. That's it. So my input is defined. I want to, let's take a p tag, for example. In this p tag, what I'm going to do is, again I'm to take a input type. Now this time it will be of type checkbox, because in this example you see I have a requirement of implementing a text box, and then I want to implement a checkbox. Okay, so I will say that this is of type checkbox. Checked, I will check whether it is checked or not. So I will say checked equal to this dot props dot in stock only, whether it is in stock or not, and on change, if there will be a change event, on change I want to call this dot handle in stock change. So that's it. And once this is done, I want to, let's say for example, give some space, and I want to write some text that only show products in stock just after the checkbox, just like in this example. In this particular example, you can see in the requirement that I want to show some static text that only show products in the stock. So I have written only show products in the stock. So that is how it completes the search bar component. So we have written the two components as of now, and now I am going to write the product table component. Now this component is again very important, because in this component we are going to define two sub components more. So this is our third component which I am going to write, and after that in this particular component I am going to call two small sub components. So let me define those components very quickly. What will happen, you will understand what we are doing. So what I am doing is that I will define a very small components. For example, let's say product category row. So I will say product category row extends from React.component. This will be my one subcomponent for this product table component, and another would be class product row. This will be again a component, so extends from React.component. That's it. So we have to define these three components, and our example or this complete project ReactJS application will be over. So what I'm going to do is, first I will define this product table. So render method, which is an implementation of the class. And in this render method, what I'm going to do is that I will say define some constants. So what is the filter text? Filter text is this dot props dot filter text, and I'm going to define the stock value with in stock only, which will be this dot props dot in stock only. Once this is done, I'm going to define an array of the rows. So array of the rows, for example, I will define with const rows equal to an array. I've defined an array, and let's say one define the last category so that I have that how many categories are there. Let's define it null as of now. Now what I'm saying that this dot props dot products, because products I'm passing it as a prop, and it is, you can say, JSON array. So I can apply for each over here. So what I'm saying for each, because on array you can apply the for each. So in this case I'm applying the for each, and I'm on which quantity I want to apply the for each. I want to apply on a variable, let's say for example product, and want to apply a arrow function. That's it. And I will write some conditions over here, that index of filter text, whether it's in stock or not, and so on. I will write some of the values over here. I will create a structure, and before that what I can do is that I can define this product category row. So let's define this product category row. So I'm saying render. Now in this render method I'm defining a constant, that is category is equal to this dot props dot category, and there will be a return statement for this. Now in this return statement I'm just using a tr structure. For example, in this tr I'm defining a header with a th, and let's say some call span. If I can give some call span, yes, I can define a call span. And what I'm saying is that in this th, that is the table head, I want to define the category. So you can see here that this category is defined as sporting goods or electronics. So I want to define n as header. That kind of functionality I want to implement. So this product category we have already defined, where we are displaying the category. Now comes the product row. Now in this product row, what we are going to define. So in this product row, what all I want is that I want a product, maybe the product name, whether the product stocked or not. At the same time, I want the price, the product price. So what I will say that I want the product name, I want the product price. Okay. So let me do this, and let me show you the example now. So we have defined the product category and product row. Now you can see over here the product table. We were writing the product table where product.name.index of filter text equal to -1. We are just comparing whether it is in the stock or not. If it is there in the stock, we are pushing it to the rows array. So you can see here different rows. So we are pushing the values in the rows, and then we are declaring two subcomponents, product category row and product row, in which we have defined the category, which will be the category header, and then we have defined the product row individual, where we are saying that we are using the product name, and then we are also displaying the product price. As you can see in this example, that you have to define the product name and you have to define the product price. Okay, so this completes our demo of using this search example. Let me save this and open it on the screen. Okay, npm start this is running. So just a minute. In the app.js I have nothing. In the index.js I have the search example, and in the react dom.render I am calling this root. Everything is in place. It should show up now. We refresh it. Okay, now it is showing up. So this is the output of this particular example. We have implemented the 5 components as shown in this particular example. So let's check the output now. Let's say if I want to search for football, it is giving me the result for football only, correct? And now if I want to remove this football from the search component, it is showing me all the results, or you can say all the products with their prices. If I check this checkbox, which is only show products in stock, and the products which are in trade are not in stock, so it will hide those products which are not in stock for me. And if I uncheck this checkbox, it is showing me all the products, whether they are in stock or not. So this is, you can say, a demo which I have shown you of the complete ReactJS fundamentals, where you have used state, where we have used props, we have created the components, 5 components we have created. So for example, let's search Nexus 7, which is in another category. It is giving me the result of Nexus 7 along with the product name and the product price. So that is how we can create a very beautiful applications in ReactJS by decomposing the complete UI into different components. This is the beauty of ReactJS, you can say. Okay. So now we will finally talk about the final ReactJS fundamental, that is keys. So what are keys in ReactJS? So let's talk about the keys now. So if I talk about keys, keys are the elements, you can say, which helps React to identify the components uniquely. So for example, if I have a ordered list where I have some allies, I have an unordered list UL where I have some of the allies. So I can define the keys on them so that those React elements can be identified very much uniquely. So basically I can say that keys are the elements which helps React to identify the components uniquely. So on the screen you can see that I have 2 React elements which is having 2 render methods, but they are uniquely identified by different keys. So for one of them I am using the key as 101, and for another I am using the key as 102. So you can say that keys are the basically things which helps us to identify the components uniquely. Now you can see here that if any of the key is changed, again I can check which key has been changed. So keys, again I'll repeat that these are the elements only which are applied on React elements specifically, and they help React to identify the components uniquely. Okay. So we'll see the example of keys now, that how we can use keys in React applications. This is an example where I have used the concept of keys just to let you understand that how we can use the keys in ReactJS and how they help us to uniquely identify the components in ReactJS. So in this particular example, you can see that there is an array I have created, const numbers, number array with 5 values, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, starting from the index 0, obviously, because it's an array. Now React DOM.render. This is the first method which is called. In this, a component is called, which is the number list. So number list is a component, and then there are props which is used called numbers, and this numbers will have this array values, and then document.getElement by ID. Now let's talk about this number list component. Now this is a function based component. So function number list. Now as you can see over here that I don't need any state, I don't need any constructor. That's why I have no event which is getting binded. That's why no constructor, no super keyword is used. So in the function component, that is number list, this props is passed. So numbers is props.numbers, because this numbers will be taken in the props. Now list items, numbers.map. Again, map is a very important, you can say, function when it comes to array or to iterate on the array values. Please remember, you can use the map function. This is a predefined function in jQuery and JavaScript used for arrays, where you can iterate through the different value of the arrays. So numbers.map, number is just a key, you can say. Now list item. Now list item is again a subcomponent. Here I am using the key, which is number.toString. So I will have the key as 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 and value equal to number. Now in the function list item, what I want to return is, I want to return a list of allies having the props.value. So whatever will be the value in the number, that will be shown as ally, but all these will be identified uniquely. So if I go to inspect element, I'm just showing you that how you can see here. So this is a UL and this is the ally structure which you can see over here. So all these li structure is defined, or you can say identified uniquely with this key value. So what will be the key value in this case? That key value will be 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5. Okay, so that is how we can define the key on the component, or in fact you can also define the keys directly on, you can say, the HTML tag, for example li. So one more example, if we'll see for the keys, the same example which I have shown, but in this case this is a very important thing to understand, that when you are returning a UL and then you are returning the list items from the list item component. This is very important to understand over here, that how you are returning this UL and li structure in the output. On the right hand side you can see the output. The important thing is that we have created here two function components. Two function components are, one is the number list, which is the main component called from React DOM.render, and in this number list I am calling another subchild or sub component, which is again a function component called function list item. So function list item, I am passing the props, I am returning the li structure from here, and I am also returning a ul structure from where the list items will be shown. So what are the list item will be shown? Whatever the number which are there in my array, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So all these numbers will be shown on the screen as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's come back to the PPT again. So we talked about keys. So basically we have talked about now all the ReactJS fundamentals. I will just again repeat very quickly for you that what all fundamentals we have talked about. We talked about JSX, components, props, state, lifecycle, events, refs, and finally we talked about keys. So these are all the basic fundamentals of ReactJS, and we have seen very good demos based on these topics. One last example, or you can say final demo based on these concepts and specifically on lifecycle methods, which I want to show you. I'm going to show you that, and then we'll start with the advanced concept of ReactJS, that is Flux and Redux. So I'll talk about what is Flux and what is Redux in detail. But before that, let me show you a very good example where we will be using the lifecycle methods, and I will show you how we can use the lifecycle methods while working with ReactJS. So again, I have came back to the same example. Okay. So what I'm doing here is I'm just commenting this particular code so that there is no confusion. Let's check the output. It should show us nothing now. Okay, that's great. It's blank because we have not written anything. We have commented the complete code. Okay, great. So let's write a fresh code now. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to show you a clock example which will completely show you the date and time. But here I'm going to use the lifecycle methods which I've shown you in the different phases. So one of those methods I'm going to use is component did mount and component will mount. Okay, so let's get started. I'm creating a component. So I'm writing class clock extends from react.component, just like we are writing every time. But before completing this class component, I want to write which is going to render on the browser or on the DOM. So react DOM.render. What I want to show, I want to show this clock component. So component should be always in the curly braces, and then I have document.getElementById where I want to render the output. So this is done. So we are sure that the first component or the parent component which will be called is the clock component. That's why I have written the react DOM.render in the first place. So first thing first. So since this is a class component, I need to have a constructor, and then in the constructor I want to define the super keyword so that this dot props does not become undefined. And then if I want to set the initial state, so I have to set it in the constructor itself. So I am saying this dot state, this is my initial state which I am setting. So I am saying what is the date. So I am saying it, let's say new date. So I have defined the constructor. Now outside the constructor, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define a method called, let's say, tick, which is going to work as a ticker, nothing else. So in this tick, I'm going to set the state. So I will say this dot set state, and what I'm going to set the same state of the same property date with the new date. So I have set the state now in the tick method. We'll call the tick method later. And now I'm going to define two lifecycle methods. First of them is component did mount. So IntelliSense is helping me over here. Component did mount, and next I want to call is component will unmount. So again IntelliSense, I can use the IntelliSense. Great. So in the component did mount, what we are going to do is that we will define a property. Let's say this dot, for example, timer ID equal to, I'm going to define a predefined method called set interval. In this set interval, what I want to set is, I want to define arrow function, and that arrow function is, let's say, this dot tick, and I have to define the range for set interval. Now in component will unmount, since I have to unmount the component, I have to destroy the component from the DOM. I will write clear interval, again a predefined one, and in this I am going to pass this dot timer ID. So that is how we can define the lifecycle methods. Now once these lifecycle methods have been defined, what I'm going to do is default method which needs to be implemented as a part of the class is render. In this render, I will implement this return statement. Okay. Now in this return statement, what I'm going to write is that, let's say, let's have a container. So dev is my container. I will write some h1 statement. Example, let's say Edureka React JS full course by 𝐓𝐫𝐞𝐁. And then in h2 tag, another tag I want to take. In the h2 tag, what I will write that it is maybe with the time probably. I want to say this dot state dot date. Maybe I want to convert it probably to local time string. So I can convert it to local time string, and I can place full stop also over here. So you can see the output that it is showing the output Edureka React JS full course by 𝐓𝐫𝐞𝐁. It is 11:29 and 50 p.m. So that is how you can use the lifecycle methods in ReactJS application, and we have set the interval with 1 second, so that's why every time you can say the seconds value are getting changed. So I will again repeat this, that what I have done in this. What I have done in this is that I have set the clock component. In the clock component, this is my parent component, and since this is the parent component, what I have done is that I have set the initial state, and in the tick method I have set the final state. Now in the component did mount and component will mount methods, there are two methods which I have defined, component will unmount and component did mount. In these two methods, I have set the interval that every second it should show me the time interval, what is the current time interval, and in the render method in the return statement, I have placed this h1 and h2 tags. So now let's come to the another concept, which is Flux. What is Flux in ReactJS? So let's talk about something called Flux now. So till here, let me repeat once again that we have completed all the 8 ReactJS fundamentals, which includes JSX, props, component, state, and so on. We have also talked about some lifecycle methods, how to use refs, how to use keys in ReactJS. Now what is Flux? Now the question which will be coming in your mind is that what is Flux? So Flux is a pattern for managing the data flow in your application, as simple as that. So what I can say is that there are data patterns through which you can manage the data flow in your application. Flux is one of them. So the most important concept of ReactJS, or you can say in data flow, that in ReactJS, the data flow is unidirectional. By that, what I mean is that data flow only in one direction. So that is the use of Flux. Before deep dive into this Flux, I want to show you one website from where you can study if you want to go deep dive into Flux. This is a Facebook site, facebook.github.io/Flux. This is a very good site to learn Flux starting from the basics to the advanced part. So I will recommend that you go through this site, facebook.github.io/Flux. This is the official site from the Facebook on the GitHub. Okay, so again coming to the PPT. So we talked about Flux. Flux is a pattern for managing data flows in your application. And the most important concept is that data flows only in one direction. Now, what are the different parts or what are the different components in Flux? So Flux has basically four main components. One is the dispatcher, another is the store, another is action, and the view. So we will see this in detail, but before that, this diagram is very important. This is a representation of a data flow in any ReactJS application. It starts from view. You can see the view over here. Now what view is doing, that view sends action to the dispatcher. Now dispatcher can have n number of actions. N number of actions can work on a single dispatcher. Now the dispatcher sends actions to every store. So what happens that once actions are given to the dispatcher from the view, now dispatcher sends these actions to the store. And then again store sends data to the view. So you can see that this is a unidirectional flow of data in ReactJS, which starts from view, through actions it goes to dispatcher, and from dispatcher it again goes to store, and from store the output again goes to view. And that is how it works in a unidirectional fashion. Now we will talk about all these different components of a Flux data flow one by one. Now what is dispatcher? Now as you can see in this diagram, that dispatcher is getting acted upon by the actions. So view is sending an action to the dispatcher. So dispatcher receives action and dispatches them to stores that have registered with the dispatcher. Now every store will receive an action. There should be only one singleton dispatcher in each application. This is very important, that in any ReactJS application there should be only one singleton dispatcher. Let me explain you through an example. So for example, user types in a title for a to-do and hits enter. So we are talking about a to-do application over here implemented in Flux and Redux, for example. Now what happens is that user types in title for to-do and then press enter. What happens next? The view captures this event and dispatches an add to-do action containing the title of the to-do. So in the title, you must have written some to-do that I have to do this task, and this task. That becomes the title of the to-do. So what happens is that the view, which is there in your unidirectional data flow, it captures this event and dispatches a to-do action or any kind of action containing the title of the to-do. And then when it dispatches any action, it is received by store. So every store will then receive this action. Please remember, I am saying here every store, and this will come out as a basic difference between the Flux and Redux. So when we will talk about Redux, then we will see that Redux always have a single store. But in case of Flux, Flux can have many stores. So that is why it is written on the screen that every store will then receive this action. So there could be multiple stores in a Flux based application. Now what is a store? We are talking about store and store. So what is a store all about? So store is the place what it holds the data of an application. This is the most important thing of any Redux based application in ReactJS. The store will register within application dispatcher. So store is getting the dispatched action from the dispatcher as an input, or you can say the action is received as an input. Now the data in a store must only be mutated by responding to an action. There should not be any public setters on a store, only getters. So action, store is getting an action via a dispatcher. And then store decides what actions they want to respond to. Every time a store data changes, it must emit a change event. So store then do some processing and then it decide that which actions needs to be responded to. And every time a store data changes, it must emit a change event. There could be or there should be many stores in any application when it comes to Flux. But when we will study Redux, please remember there is only a single source of truth in Redux application. So there should be only one store when it comes to Redux. And then we can see the same example which we were talking about, the to-do application. So a store receives a to-do action via dispatcher. Now it decides it is relevant and adds the to-do to the list of things that needs to be done today. And then the store updates its data and then emits a change event. Now what are actions? In any Flux application, we are talking about actions. Actions are given to the store via a dispatcher. Dispatcher dispatches the action to the store. Now what are actions? So basically action defines the internal API of your application. What action needs to be taken? They capture the way in which anything might interact with your application. They are the simple objects that have a type field and some data. But when it comes to action, it's very important to understand that action should be semantic and descriptive when it is taking place. They should not describe the implementation detail of that action. So I will say that use delete user rather than breaking it up into delete user ID, clear user data, and so on. So remember that all the store will receive the action, and they can know that they need to clear the data or refresh credential by handling the same delete user action. So instead of longing the names of the action, you can be very precise while giving any action to the store. Now this is just an action example. So when a user clicks, let's say delete on a completed to-do, a single delete to-do action is dispatched. Because in a to-do application, some of the tasks could be completed and some are pending. So when you click or when any user clicks the delete on a completed to-do, a single delete to-do action is dispatched to the store. Now what are views? So we talked about dispatcher, we talked about store, we talked about actions. Now the last thing which we want to talk about is the flux. In the flux is views. So this is the last component you can say of any flux data flow. Data from the store is displayed in views. So views are the thing which is displayed on or render on the browser, on the DOM. Views can use whatever framework you want. In most examples, we are using the React. So when a view uses data from a store, it must also subscribe to change events from that store. So if you remember the diagram which I showed you, from view via action it goes to dispatcher, from dispatcher it goes to store, and from store it again goes to view. So when a view uses the data from a store, because in a store something has been updated, something has been modified, so when a view uses the data from a store, it must also subscribe to change events from that store. This is very important. And then when the store emits a change, the view can get the new data and re-render it, because it has become the updated data now or the processed data. So that's why we are calling that now from the store, when the data will flow, it will be the new data and which is going to be re-rendered. So if a component ever uses the store and does not subscribe to it, then there is likely a subtle bug waiting to be found. Actions are typically dispatched from views as the user interacts with the parts of the application interface. So please remember, whenever there is a user interaction on the view, so some actions will go to dispatcher, which are dispatched to store, and there will be some processing happening, some state changes happening in the store, which is again moved to the view, and the views will have then the new data which they can re-render on the browser. Okay, so now we will talk about what is Redux in React.js, because we have already talked about that what is the flux and what are its basic concepts. So let's talk about Redux now. So why we have to use Redux with React.js? As we know that React is only a view part in a MVC model kind of application. So to control the data flow, we use Redux as a data flow architecture. So on the left hand side, you can see that there is an application having multiple components which we talked about. And if we want to flow the data in this particular application, we want Redux. This is the basic use of Redux, you can say.
So guys, here is the next question for you. Which lifecycle method is called after a React component is rendered to DOM? And the options are A. Component did mount, B. Component will unmount, C. Component did update, or D. Render. If you know the correct answer, please comment down below. With a thorough understanding of components and lifecycle methods, we will now focus on React Router. Learners will learn how to set up routing in their applications, manage navigation, and handle dynamic and nested routes effectively.
So routing is the ability to move different parts of an application when a user enters a URL or clicks an element like link, button, icon, image, etc. within the application. Routing is basically required in transitioning from one view to another in an application. In simple words, I can say routing is a process in which a user is directed to different pages based on their action or request. Now we are good to go to understand React Router. React Router is a standard library system built on top of the React and used to create routing in the React application using React Router package. It provides the synchronous URL on the browser with data that will be displayed on the web page. It maintains the standard structure and behavior of the application and mainly used for developing single-page web applications. It enables the navigation among views of various components in a React application, allows changing the browser URL, and keeps the UI in sync with the URL. ReactJS Router is mainly used for developing single-page web applications, and it is used to define multiple routes in the application. When a user types a specific URL into the browser, and if this URL path matches any route inside the router file, the user will be redirected to that particular route. React Router plays an important role to display multiple views in a single page application, and without React Router, it is not possible to display multiple views in React applications. Most of the social media websites like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Airbnb, etc. uses React Router for rendering multiple views. To make use of React Router, we have something called as React Router DOM. What is this React Router DOM? Which is actually the React Router data object model. It contains the DOM bindings for React routers, in other words, the router components for our websites. And if we talk about React Router Native, it contains the React Native bindings for React Router. Now moving ahead, let's see the advantages of React Router, because of which we are using React Router. So in React Router, it is not necessary to set the browser history manually, and link is used to navigate the internal links in the application. It is similar to the anchor tag, which we know is very simple as we have learned in HTML. It uses switch feature for rendering, and the router needs only a single child element, so no complexity at all. And in React Router, every component is specified in. Now talking about the installation part, so what we can do is, we can just go to our Node's official website and we can just download the Node.js, whatever the configurations of your Windows are, we can just download it. And once we have set up our Node.js on our PC, what we'll do is we will just install create React app. Okay, that will be very helpful while creating the application. The demo which I'm going to show you in the later part of the video, in that it will be very helpful. The command to install create React app is npm install -g, then create -react -app. I'll just click on this, and this is how it is going to install create React app. It will take quite some time, but I already have it installed, so I do not need it. So I'll just stop this thing over here. And after that, when we will start off with our demo part, we will execute one more command that will be npx create React app, and we'll give the application name. That we will see in later part of the video when we'll start off with the demo part while creating the application itself. So this is what you have to do. Then you will have to go to the directory where you have created the application, the folders. So with this, we have successfully installed our create React application, which will help you to directly create an React application. We can just add the components to that. We can change the code and we can just modify it, and we'll be good to go. Now let's discuss the components of a React router. So there are 4 major components of React Router, which are frequently or always used whenever we are working with the React Router. So the first one is browser router, then we have root, then we have link, and then we have switch. So talking about browser router is a router implementation that uses the HTML5 history API, which includes push state, replace state, and the pop state event to keep our UI in sync with the URL. And it is the parent component that is used to store all of the other components. Moving to root. So root is the conditionally shown component that renders some user interface when its path matches the current URL. Talking about the link. So link component is used to create links to different routes and implement navigation around the application, and it works like HTML's anchor tag. And talking about the switch. So switch component is used to render only the first route that matches the location rather than rendering all matching routes. Although there is no defined functionality of switch tag in our application because none of the link paths are ever going to coincide, but let's say we have a route that there is no exact in here, and then all the route tags are going to be processed with which start with slashes. This is where we need switch statement to process only one of the statements. So this we will see by a demo. So now I'll just open my VS Code, the editor which I am using. You can use whichever editor you want to use. And then we'll see how to include these components of React Router on the basis of the part of URL that the router will use to track the content that the user is trying to view. React Router provides 3 different kinds of routers. Now we will see the types of React routers. So they are namely memory router, browser router, and hash router. Talking about the memory router keeps the URL changes in memory, not in the user browsers. Keeps the history of the URL in memory and does not read or write to the address bar, so the user cannot use the browser's back button as well as the forward button. It doesn't change the URL in our browser. It is very useful for testing and non-browser environments like React Native. Talking about browser router, it uses HTML5 history API, which includes push state, replace state, and pop state APIs to keep our UI in sync with the URL, and routes as normal URL in the browser and assumes that the server is handling all the request URL and points to root index.html. It accepts force refresh props to support legacy browsers, which doesn't support HTML5 push state APIs. And talking about this hash router, so hash router uses client-side hash routing. It uses the hash portion of the URL, that is window.location.hash, to keep our UI in sync with the URL. And hash portion of the URL won't be handled by the server. The server will always send the index.html for every request and ignore the hash value. It doesn't need any configuration in the server to handle routes, and it is used to support legacy browsers which usually don't support HTML push state API, and it is very useful for the legacy browsers or we don't have a server logic to handle the client side, and this route isn't recommended to be used by the React router DOM team. And the syntax for these kinds of router we will see just in the import statements. We just have to change it and we will alias it as router. Let me just show you. Now what we'll do is we will set up our React application. So we'll create a React application using create React app. And for that, let me just go to my command prompt there. Let me just go to the desktop. So I'll change the directory over here. I'll move to desktop. And then I'll run this command. npx create -react -app. And let me call this app as Edureka routing. Now this command will create. So now here you can see is we cannot create a project name Edureka_routing because of the NPM naming restrictions. Name can no longer contain capital letters. So we'll just give it as Edureka routing. Now here you can see creating a new React app in this folder. Okay, inside the desktop we'll be getting a folder for React application that will be known as Edureka routing, and it will take some time. It will actually take some time, like around 2-3 minutes. And once this will be done, then what we'll do, we'll move to our this application folder, that is Edureka routing, and then we will install our React router DOM, which I had explained you. It contains the DOM bindings for React application. We'll make use of npm and we'll install React router DOM, and then we'll start adding the components. I'm using the Visual Studio Code as editor. You can make use of any other editors as well. Now, as you can see, the dependencies have been installed. And you can see over here as well, like some 29 packages have been added. So with this create React app, we can simply create our React application and we can just add the codes, we can add the components, and we'll have our React application created. With this, we have successfully created our React application, and the name of our React application we have given as Edureka routing. Okay, as we are going to learn routing with this. So with this, you can see over here, happy hacking, and now we are good to go. Now what I will do is, first, we will move to the project directory or the application directory, which we have created right now. We'll give cd and Edureka_routing. And now what we'll do is we will install the React router DOM for our this application. So we'll give npm install React router DOM. Okay, router DOM. And we will give a space and hyphen save. This command we have to give, all right. This will install our React router DOM for our existing application, which we have just now created with the help of create React app. It will also take some time, but less than the previous one. And yes, with this, we have successfully installed our React router DOM for our Edureka routing application. Now what we'll do is, now we will start creating or adding the components to the application. Now what we'll do is I'll just close this up, and in my VS Code, I'll open the folder which has my applications. So in this, in desktop, you can see Edureka routing is there. I will just open this one. Now here you can see our application, or the main folder is Edureka_routing. Then here we have node modules. All these libraries and the dependencies are here. Like you can see Babel and all for ES6 and all. We have Jest for testing. So all these are available. They have been automatically added with the help of Create React App. And then here in this public, we can see here is the index.html. So if we want to change the title or the HTML part of our application, we can just make changes over here, or we can just create the new one. We can just create a whole new code as well. So I'm not going to all these HTML and CSS part majorly, because we are here to learn about routing. First, what we'll do is we'll go to our SRC folder, and here you can see we have app.js file. So this component, this is actually where we will be using routers. React routers, we are going to make use of them over here in this application, so that we'll provide the links and the switch and everything, which will be linking to the other components. So what we'll do is, first of all, let me just remove whole code, because this is a default one. This Create React App is for the default one. It is like React's default application which has been created. Now we have to create the components, add them with the help of routers and all. Now first, what we'll do is we'll import our router. So what we'll do is we'll write import. So as we have learned about the routers, so we'll give browser router as we have seen. This is the first component of React router. So we'll give browser router and we'll alias as router. Then we have the other component, that is root. Then we have link, and then we have switch. And this we have to get from React router DOM. Now here, be clear with the thing that here this browser router is aliased as router. Now to use React router, what we'll do is we'll create some components in this React application. So what we'll do is inside our this SRC folder, what we'll do is we will create one more folder, and that we will make it as component. So we have one more folder inside the SRC, that is component. Now here in this, we'll create other files, other JS files, which are actually the components. So let me just add one file as home.js. Then we will create one more about.js. And then we have contact.js. So these three components I have added. Now let's add some code to this, so that will be available on the screen whenever we will be executing our application. So let me just go to home, and let's add some code. Like the first thing is we have to import React from React, and then we will write the function or the reducer, we know function home, which return heading we'll write like welcome to Edureka, and that's it. And then we'll close this function and we'll write this export default app. Default, we'll just save it. And then next is our about component. So in this we'll simply, let me just copy it from here, we'll just paste it and we'll make the changes over here. Here is about. Now let me write something about Edureka. So Edureka is an e-learning platform, and let me give you some more thing like no more about Edureka here. Now here I'll make use of the anchor tag, and I'll give the link www.edureka.com. Now here we have the link, and I want to display this as well. So what I'll do is I'll just type it over here as well. And with this, we have closed our anchor tag. Now, when we have created this one and the anchor tag is closed over here, now one more thing is we have to return something. So here in return, I'll put all this inside a div. So this one is also ready. And here I'll have to give this about the function which we have just now created. Let's save it. And now moving to our contact component. So again, let me just copy this thing and we'll put it here. Now here what I'll write is like for queries, contact here. Now no link, I don't want to give any link over here. Now let me just put the number. Let me just put this over here. And one more thing, see, and if I want to put it in the next line and all, so I can just give the br tag as we know in HTML. And no need to give it like this. Let me give one more. Yeah. Now in this about, what we'll give is, we'll give the, in place of about, we'll give contact. Let me just remove this anchor tag. Now let's make a little change over here. Let me just put it inside the address so that it will be like a single element over here. And let's just remove this heading tag. All right. And we'll just give it as. So we have created 3 components and we have added them, the home component, then the about component, then we have our contact component. Now in this app.js, what we'll do is we will make use of our React router and then we will link these components. Now what we will do is we will start adding the components to our app.js, the components of React router over here. Now as we have already added this browser router as router, now let me just create class app extends component and then we'll give it as render. We'll make use of render function, then we'll return router, and inside a div we'll provide the class name. Let's give it as app, and then we have closing tag for router. Now moving ahead, what we have to do is inside the div we have to put the links as well. Link is also one of the component of React router. Before moving ahead, we can just see, let me explain you the components which we have created, especially talking about the props associated with the root component. We'll see over here, as you can see, the exact, right? This is used to match the exact value with the URL. For example, here we have given exact and then the path that to home component. And this will only render the component if it exactly matches the path. If we remove exact from the syntax, then UI will still be rendered even if the structure is like slash and home like that. And then we have something called as path over here. So this specifies a path name we assign to our component. The path name which we have assigned like contact, home, about, like that. And then we have something called as component. It refers to the component which will render on matching the path. These components which we already have, contact, home, about, all these. And as we have seen in this, we have switch as well. This switch will be used to render a single component, wrap all the roots inside the switch component. So we have just wrapped it around. And this link we have used to create the links to our components. It uses the to prop to describe the location where the link should navigate to. So here you can see this to prop. This to prop has been used by this link component. Now let's see the output of this application or this code which we have written. Now we will see the UI of our application. It's taking a little time, so it will get executed. Browser will be launched here. So you can see over here on localhost 3000, it will be launched. Here it comes. Now this is the page. Okay. Now whenever I'll click on home, now we have moved to our home page. This is happening with the help of our router, the components which we have used. The link component, we had made use of browser router and the switch. Now when I click on about us here, you can see the URL is also changing. And with this, if I'll click on this link, so this is the normal HTML link part. With the help of anchor tag, I have just redirected to our Edureka homepage. Let's just go back, and then on contact us, you can find it over here. So whatever we wanted to display in our application, that's been displayed in the different pages. And we are redirecting to these pages with the help of React router. And here is the URL. And the application name is like React app. We can make change in that also. Let me just go to this one. And in the index.html, we can just change the name of the title. Like we can change the title. Let me just give it. So here I've just made it as Edureka. Let me just save it. And then it will automatically be reloaded. Here you can see now the name of the application is here, Edureka over here. So this is the output which we are getting. So this is how finally we have successfully implemented the navigation in our React application using the React router. Now, as earlier we have talked about the types of React router, so let me just show you here. So as you can see in this app.js, we had made use of browser router. So we have hash router and memory router. What we have to do is just in place of this browser router, we can just simply put memory router and everything else will be same, and we can just alias it as router. Similarly, for hash router, we just have to make change in hash. In place of memory, I've kept it as hash. Now it became hash router. And the functionalities which are supported by hash router, memory router, and the browser router will automatically be implemented. So no need to change anything else. We just have to import that type of router and we will alias it as router itself. And we have already discussed what are the functionalities and how these routers are implemented according to their types.
Moving on to our next question, what is the primary function of a React router in a React application? And the options are A. Managing global state, B. Handling routing and navigation, C. Styling components, or D. Fetching data from APIs. If you know the correct answer, please comment down below. Having covered routing, we will now dive into React hooks. This section will introduce key hooks like useState and useEffect, as well as custom hooks, providing learners with tools to manage state and side effects more functional and reusable.
Now let us go and explore all about ReactJS hooks, starting from what is ReactJS hooks. ReactJS hooks are functions that allow you to use the state and other React features in functional components. They were actually introduced in React 16.8 as a way to make it easier to share the stateful logic between the components, and also to make it easier to work with the functional components. Here, the most commonly used hooks are the useState, useEffect, and useContent. So these are considered more important or most useful hooks. So other than this, we will also explore some of the additional hooks too. For example, useReducer, useMemo, useCallback, and useLayoutEffect. So these are the hooks that we will be exploring in this session. We will see each of it in a detailed form right now. Before that, we will see what actually the hooks are. Now let us go back and see before React hooks. So before React hooks, if you wanted to use the state or other features in the component, then you had to use a class component. Here, the class component are more complex than the functional components and can make it difficult to reuse the stateful logic. Here, with the React hook, you can use the state and other features in the functional component, which makes it easier to share the stateful logic between the components. And also, it makes it easier to work with the functional components. Here, the React hooks differ from the traditional React class component because in that, they allow you to use the state and other features in the functional components instead of having to use the class components. And additionally, you must keep this in mind. Here, the React hooks do not require the use of this keyword, which makes them less verbose and easier to understand. And why do we say here the class component is more difficult? So here the class component in React are based on this JavaScript class syntax, which can make them difficult to understand for the developers who are new to the React or who are more familiar with the functional programming. Additionally, these class components often include the boilerplate code, such as the constructor, functions, and binding the methods to the correct context, which can add unnecessary complexity and make the code harder to maintain. And the most important feature of this React hook is it allows the creation of custom hooks, which are reusable functions that can hold the state or the logic that can be shared between the multiple components. Here, this makes it easy to extract and reuse the logic that is used in the multiple components. So at the end, this can make the code base more maintainable and easier to understand. One of the main advantages of React hook is that they make it easier to share the stateful logic between the components, as I said in the previous statement. So this is because the state and the logic can be extracted into a single hook and it can be reused in multiple components rather than having to duplicate the logic in multiple class components. React hook also make it easier to test the functional components since they do not rely on this keyword and the lifecycle methods. Now let us see the types of hooks we have in this session. Here we have three major hooks, that is use state, use effect and use context. So these are considered to be basic hooks and more important hooks or commonly used hooks. And additionally, we will also look into use reducer, use memo, use callback and finally use layout effect. So these are the hooks which we will be covering in this session. Other than this, we also have many other hooks. So if you want to learn more about hooks or more about ReactJS, you can enroll to our Edureka's ReactJS certification training course, where we will be providing you with an hands-on and live demo sessions. So here, we will get started with our first hook, that is use state. So let us see what is use state and how does it work in our code, and I will give some of the tips that how can you use the use state inside the code. Now, according to the definition, use state is a hook in React that allows you to add the state to the functional component. State is a way of storing and managing the data that can change over time and can affect the component's behavior and rendering. Though I will explain it in a detailed form. Here, this use state is a hook in React that allows you to manage the state in the functional component. Prior to the introduction of hooks, the state management in React was only possible in class-based components. So, with this use of use state, you can now manage the state in the functional component as well. And also, the use state is a function that takes a single argument, so which is the initial state. After that, it returns an array with two elements, that is, current state and a setter function for updating the state. The current state is a value of the state and the setter function is used to update the state. So here I will explain this in a detailed form with an example. So I am using Visual Studio Code. So here I will show you a small demo. For that, I will jump into Visual Studio Code. Now, as you can see, I have already created an app called Counter App. So you can see here the Counter app, and here I have created a counter.jsx inside the source folder and inside the components folder. Now let us write a small React hook example. First, I will import the React component from React. For that, write just import React from React. Okay. After that, I will import useState hook from the React package after this line. For that, you just need to write import in the bracket useState. So you will have some of the recommendations over here and you need to find useState over here. So state. And you can notice that I am writing in a camel case statement. Here, the ReactJS takes the import in a camel case. After this, now that we have imported the component and use state from React, at the same time, we need to export this file to the index.js, right? So that the output will be shown in the browser. So that don't forget to export this file to the index.js. So I will export. So just type export default counter because my file name is counter. So I'm writing counter. And you just need to go inside the index.js and include the counter file inside the React strict mode. Now let us get back to the counter.js file. So now let us declare a new state variable. So let us call this as count. Here the use state returns a pair of value, that is the current state and the function that updates it, as I said in the explanation. So that we will just write a function called counter. Inside that, just write const and pass the values, that is the current state and the function that updates it, right? So here the current state is this count and then we will set the count. So this will be the function that updates it. And in our component, we use the use state hook by invoking it and passing the initial value for our state variable, which is 0. So I'll use that. So I'm using the use state. So I'm passing the value as 0. Okay. Now let us return this. So I'm wrapping this with a div tag. Now here we use the count variable to display the current number of clicks in the page. And in the button tag, here we use this onClick property to specify a function that will be called when the button is clicked, right? Now for that I will write a paragraph to indicate the numbers. So I'm writing you clicked. Here I'm calling the count, and this count will be indicated in numbers. So you have clicked this many times. So right? So I will give the button to click. So on click. So I'm calling this set function. So that is set count. This s should be in a small. Here the function that we pass to on click is an arrow function that calls the set count and passes in the new value of the count. So which is the current value plus 1. So let us write the count, that is the current value, and plus 1. So whenever the button is clicked, here the count will be incremented like the current value plus 1. So the count will be incremented to 1. So I'll close the button by telling click. Okay. So let us run this by typing npm start, and you can see the server has started. You can see that we have written you clicked this many times, right? So let us click this button and check. So here you can see the number is incrementing. So if I click on this, the number is changed the value to 2. So that the current value is right now is 2. So if I click the button once again, the number will be incremented plus 1. So that the current value plus 1 will be incremented. So here as you can see, the count, this is the current value and plus 1. So every time the button is clicked, this function will be called and the state variable count will be updated. And here the component will be re-rendered to reflect the new value. So I hope you understood. Now I will give you some of the tips to use the use state. Here we have some of the limitations. For example, keep state update simple. Here you need to avoid the complex logics or the calculations when updating the state. Instead, use a callback function to update the state based on its current value. And next, so you need to keep in mind that you need to use the use state when it is only necessary. Here, use props or the context when possible, instead of creating the state for every piece of data. After that, you need to use the use effect hook for the side effects. Keep the state top level. That means you need to keep the state at the top level of your component hierarchy, as opposed to buried deeply in class component. This makes it easier to understand and debug the code easier. And you need to keep in mind that you need to test your components. Always you need to test your component to make sure that they work correctly and the state updates are behaving as expected. With that, we will move on to the next hook, that is use effect. Now let us explore about use effect. Here, this use effect is a hook in React that allows you to synchronize a components with an external system. Also, it will allow you to tell that React to run a piece of code after rendering in order to update the system or the side effects of the component. So this is done by specifying a callback function that contains the code to run and an array of dependencies, which are variables that components uses and that React will watch for changes. Now, when the component is first rendered, the callback function passes to the use effect will be run. This is similar to the component did mount lifecycle method in the class component. If any of the dependencies specified in the dependency array change, React will rerun the effect. Now this is also similar to the component did update lifecycle method in the class component. So as I said before, here we have class did mount, class did update, and class did unmount. So these lifecycle methods are used in the class component. So here the next lifecycle I'll be explaining is component will unmount. Here when the component is unmount, the cleanup function passed to the use effect when it will be run. This is for cancelling network requests or cleaning up any other side effects that were created. Now that we will understand this use effect hook with a small example. So I'll go back to the Visual Studio Code. I will clean up the use state. I will keep the React component and the export as default. Now, we need to use the use state and use effect from the React. So for that, we will import use effect along with the use state from the React package after the React component line. So that I will just import inside the curly braces, write use effect and use state. Right? In our component, we declare a state variable data using this use state. And the initial value is an empty array. So for that, we will just write a function for that. Counter. So for that, I will be setting the constant values here. And I'll pass both width and the set width. As I said, the current value and the function that will be updated. So here width is the current value and I'll set the state So now what does this line mean? So here I have written this line, right? Now this means that I am taking the Windows inner width. So let us see. For example, I want the inner width of the browser and I need to design a web page where my grid needs to match it. So I need to know the width of my system or the browser. So that I am taking the inner width of the browser. Now let us fetch the use effect. I am taking the function handle resize. So we need to know the size of our window, right? So that is why we are using this function handle. Now I will set the width for window inner width. Here the setWidth function updates the state when the browser window is resized. Now let us set the window event listener. Here the use effect hook is used to add an event listener to the window that is listens for a resize event. And when the resize event is triggered, the handle resize function is called. For that we are writing a code here. So for that window dot add event listener. And I am specifying here resize. Here, as I said, when the resize is triggered, the handle resize will be called to update the width of the state in the new value of the Windows inner width. Now here let us clean up the function to remove the event listener. Here now I will return the remove event listener. Here I am specifying this window dot remove event listener. Here the empty array at the end of the use effect is the dependencies. It means this effect only runs once on the component mount, right? So here now I will return this also. So I'm writing the windows width will be. So I'm calling this width function here. Here, the component returns a div that displays the current width of the browser. Right? Now let us check out the results. Here, the window width is 614. Now let us resize this. Here, as you can see, if I resize, the window's width changed to 335. So if I again resize, so it will change according to that. So it will not change the height. So as if we have just said only for the width. The total window width of my system is 614. So if I resize, so it will change according to the size we move to. So I hope you understood the example with the use effect. Here some of the tips to practice this use case in a best way. For that, you need to first understand the purpose of the use case of the use effect hook. Here it is used to handle the side effects. So as I said in the example, such as the data fetching in a functional component. And always you need to include a dependency array as the second argument to the use effect. And this array should include any variables or state that the effect depends on. Here, if a variable is not included in the dependency array, that the effect will run on every render. And you should be mindful of the order in which effect runs. Here, these effects are executed in the order that they defined. So it is important to consider that the order of your effects if they are dependent on each other. And you should use the cleanup function provided by the use effect to remove any side effects before the component is unmount. So this is especially important for the data fetching and subscriptions to prevent the memory leaks. So as I did here in the example, I did the cleanup function to remove the event listener, right? So like that. And also you should keep in mind that the excessive use of use effect can lead to unnecessary re-renders and it can be slow down your applications. And also you can use the use context hook instead of use effect when possible. Here the use context is a simpler and more efficient way to manage the shared state across the multiple components. That is what we are looking next. We will look into the use context here. Now let us see what is use context. It is a kind of hook that is used to consume the context in a functional component. It is an alternate to the context type property or the consumer component that were used in the class component. Here, when a component needs to access the context, it can use the use context hook to describe to the context and retrieve its current value. The hook takes the context object as its argument and returns the current value of the context. The component can then use this value to update its state or props. The use context hook allows a component to subscribe to changes in context so that it can re-render when the context value changes. So this is done without the need to pass props down manually through every level of the component tree, which makes the code more efficient and maintainable. Here, when a context value changes, the React will re-render all the components that are using that context. This means that the component using use context hook will be re-rendered too, which is how the component will get updated with the new context value. Now if I summarize the use context hooks allows the functional component to access the context and the subscribe to changes in context. It also eliminates the need to pass the property through the multiple levels of the component tree, eventually which leads to more efficient and maintainable code. Now let us see a small example. So let us go to Visual Studio Code and I will just remove from the function. So default, let us keep import React component from React. Here in import, we will just import the create context with use context. Okay. So now let us create a context with a default value. For that, I am writing the const and theme context. Here we use this create context to create a new context called this theme context. Okay, with the default value of light. So I'll keep the default value as light, which is equal to create context to light, right? Fine. Now let us create a function counter. Now let us use the context to access the current theme, right? So that I am specifying the const. Now the theme is, we are using the use context in theme context. Here in our example component, we use the use context hook to access the current value of the theme context, right? So here we have light. So we need to access this light in this theme context. Here we will return the div. So let us specify the class name as theme, right? And let me write something like the current. So we need to get the output from this theme. So when the value changes here, the value here will be also changed accordingly. Now here, let me write a function called app and return the theme context dot provider value is dark. So I am specifying the counter over here inside the theme context. Right, now let us see the output. Here, as you can see, the current theme is light, right? We access the value of the context in this case. Here the theme, and we use it to set the class name of the div element. And in the app component, we wrap the element component with the theme context provider and set the value to the dark. Okay. Here now, whether the value is provided to the context will be available to all the components that are wrapped inside the theme context provider. And all of them will be able to access the current value of the context by calling the use context and theme context. Okay. Now here some of the tips to practice the use context. Here, to keep the context value minimal, only store the values that are necessary for the components that are consuming the context. And you need to avoid the storing unnecessary data, as it can lead to unnecessary re-renders and performance issue. And also you need to use the default values. Always provide the default values for the context when creating it, in case that consuming the component does not have access to the context. Now you should use the use context for global state so that it is shared across the multiple components, such as the user's authenticated status or the selected theme. Also, you need to avoid using context for local state. Here, use state hooks for local state that is specific to single component rather than using the context. Only update context when necessary. You should only update the context when the value has changed to avoid the unnecessary re-renders and performance issues. Here, you need to use the use effect hook to update the context. The next we have the test context. Test the context value and update to ensure that they are working correctly. Here we use the test context to test the value that were updated correctly and whether it is working correctly. Now then we have the use multiple context. So here, if you have multiple pieces of global state and that need to be shared, here we need to consider using the multiple context to keep the state organized and easy to manage. With that, we will move on to use reducer hook. Here, the use reducer is a hook in React that allows for managing the state within a functional component. Here, it is similar to use state, but it is typically used for more complex state management. And the state reducer hook takes two arguments, a reducer function and an initial state. Here, the reducer function is a pure function that takes the current state and an action, and it returns the next state. The initial state is the starting state of the component state. A component can call the dispatch function returned by the use reducer to send an action to the reducer. Here, the reducer that updates the state based on the action and the current state. And also, the component re-renders with the new state. The use reducer is considered more powerful than use state because it allows for more complex state management, such as handling the asynchronous actions and managing the multiple pieces of state at once. In short, the use reducer is a hook that allows you to manage the state within a functional component in a way that it is similar to how you would manage the state in a Redux store. It takes two arguments, a reducer function and an initial state, as I said initially, and returns the current state and a dispatch function that can be used to update the state. Now with that, let us look into a small example. So let me remove from the import again. Let us import the use reducer package from React. After that, we create a reducer function that takes in two arguments, that is state and action. Here, which are the current state and the action that is being dispatched respectively. Okay, so that let's write const. So initially I'm setting the value to count 0. So initial state is count 0. Fine. After that, the function reducer state action. After that, I have switch case. In that, I will write switch. I'll write action type. If that is the case, then the case should be in increment. Then I will return the count to the state count plus 1. If the case is in the decrement, then I will return count state minus 1. Then default, I will return the state. First, let me write the code and I will be explaining you each and every statement here, right? So that first here I'll write the function. Here, as you know, the use reducer hook returns a pair of values, the current state and a function that updates it. In our case, we use the destructuring assignment to assign the state and dispatch, right? Here, we use the state count to display the current count in the page and in the button tag. Here, for that, I will specify the page and the button tag. Here, for that, I am returning a statement. So, return. Here, I am writing the count. Here, count and the state count. Now, let us specify the button for increment as well as the decrement. Here, on click, let us write the dispatch So this type will be in increment. Fine. Now for the same, I will give for decrement. Right, see here. Here I am giving the decrement. So after that, the div is closed. So here the function that passes in the onClick property to specify a function that will be called when the button is clicked. So I'll be showing that in the output page. Here the function that we have passed to onClick is an arrow. That function calls dispatch and it passes in the object that describes the action that should be performed. Here in this case, the action type is either increment or decrement, right? So when the component is rendered, it was initially the number is 0. The count is 0. So when the button is clicked in the increment, so it will call the dispatch function with the type increment. And the reducer function will receive the action and the state so that it will update the state and increment by 1. So see, for example, if I go to the output, so if the button is clicked in the increment, so the count will be 2. For example, if I increment 1, so the count will be plus 1, right? So when the minus button or the decrement button is clicked, so it will call the dispatch function to the decrement. Then the reducer function will receive the action and the state. So it will update the state and decrease by the count 1. And the component will re-render and it will show us the output as minus 1. So count minus 1. So here keep your state and the action simple. Now let me give you some of the tips. Here you need to keep your state and action simple. The use reducer is designed to handle the complex state and actions, but it is important to keep them as simple as possible to avoid the confusions and make it easier to debug. And also you should use the initial state correctly. Make sure to provide an initial state that is the same type and shape as the state in your reducer function. And the use actions to change the state. You need to use the actions to change the state in your reducer. So do not modify the state directly as this can lead to unexpected behavior. Also, you need to keep your reducer function pure. So what that? Your reducer function should be pure means it should not have any side effects and should not rely on any external state or variables. So with that, we will move on to the use memo. Use memo is a hook that allows you to optimize the performance of your React component by only recalculating a value when one of its dependencies has changed. Now, it is similar to the use effect hook in that it allows you to perform a side effect, but instead of updating the component state or props, it returns a value that can be used by the component. Here, the use memo hook takes two arguments as previous hooks takes. The first one is a function that returns the value you want to store, and the second one is an array of dependencies. The function is only called when one of the dependencies has changed. If none of the dependencies have changed, the previous value is returned instead of recalculating the value. For example, if you have a component that displays a list of items and the list is passed in as a prop, you can use the use memo to only refilter the list when the search item changes, instead of refiltering the list on every render. Now let us see a small example. So now let us go to Visual Studio Code. I just have import React component from React and I have exported the counter. Now let me import the hooks from the React. So I'm importing use state and use memo, right? Now let us define a functional component called counter. Okay, so function counter. Now let us create the state variable for first name, last name, and age. So that constant first is our first name. Then I will set the first name. Here I will use the use state. Same thing for last name and age. I am giving a empty parameter over here so that it is dynamically updated when the user enters the first name, last name, and the age. Okay, right. Now let us calculate the user object over here. So now let us see. This function will rerun only if the first name, last name, or the age state variable have changed. So I am giving the user also. So const user by using the use memo. So let us return the full name, the full name consists of the first name and the last name. And finally age, right? In the array, I'm just giving the first name, last name, and age. Return. Inside the div, I'm just giving the input value for the first name, last name, and the age. Here, the component also uses the use memo here, right? So this hook can create a memorized object called the user. So that is why we have specified the user over here. And that combines the first name, last name, and the age, the state variable, into a single object with properties, that is first name and the age. The components then renders input field that allows the user to update the state variables and display the user object. So that is what. So here I will be giving the input values over here. Here first one is the first name. On change, so if the value is changed, then the output should be re-rendered. Here in the age, we have to type the number. So the input value will be in the form of number, right? Then let me give a paragraph inside saying the full name and the age. Now let us see the output. So if I show you the output, here I can type my name. So here in the full name, you will get the first name and this is the last name. So for example, I'll type V. So as you can see, the full name I have written in the first name as Tejashwini and the last name has V. So in the code here, it should return in the name of full name is the first name plus the last name and the age, right? So here if you see, in the place of first name, I have typed only my first name, and in the last name and in the place of age, since I given in the input has numbers, so it will tell you to increment or decrement, or else you can even type the number. So in place of age, you have the number over here, right? For example, 46. Yeah. And you can increment or decrement as you need. So in this code, the React functional component is called the counter, right? So it uses the React hook called useState and useMemo to manage and update the component state and to perform a calculation based on the state. Here, the component has three state variables, that is the first name, last name, and age. So which are initialized using the useState. Now, these state variables are used to control the values of three input fields rendered in the component JSX, that is these three input fields. Here, the component also has a user variable. So here you can see the user variable, right? Here the function concatenates the first name and the last name, the state variable, to create the full name, the property of the user object, and the user age, that state variable as the state property. The second argument of the use memo is array of dependencies, which is used to determine when the calculation should be rerun. In this case, the calculation will rerun only if the first name, last name, or age state variable has changed. The component re-renders an input field from each state variable and displays the full name and age property of the user object. Right, with that, we will move on to the tips for use memo. Use the hook called use memo when you need to compute a value that depends on prop or state but not change often. Always pass a function that runs the value you want to memorize as the first argument. The function should take the props or state that the value depends on an argument, and the use memo with the second argument an array of dependencies to tell the React which values the memorized value depends on. So this will ensure that the memorized value is only recalculated when one of the dependency changes. Avoid using use memo in render functions, as it can lead to poor performances. Instead, you can use it in the component functions that are called before the component re-renders. Also, you need to use the use memo with the 𝐶𝐞 when working with the large data set or the complex computations, as it can cause performance issues if not used correctly. And avoid using the use memo to store functions, as they cannot memorize. Instead, you can use the use callback hook for this purpose. Now let us see use callback hook. Use callback is nothing but it is also a React hook that allows you to optimize the performance of your React component by only recreating a callback function when one of its dependencies has changed. It is similar to use memo, but that allows you to store a value and only update it when the dependencies has changed. But instead of storing a computed value, it stores a callback function. Here, the callback hook takes two arguments. The first one is a callback function that you want to store, and the second is an array of dependencies. Here, the function is only recreated when one of the dependencies has changed. If none of the dependency have changed, the previous callback is returned instead of creating a new one. For example, if you have a component that displays a list of items and the list is passed in as a prop, you can use the use callback to only recreate the function that handles the recreating the function on every render. But it is important to note that the use callback is often used in the conjunction with the use memo when the dependencies are object or the function. To prevent unnecessary re-renders and recalculations, as use memo only recalculates the value when the reference to the object or functions changes. Now let us see a small example for use callback hook and import the hook packages from React. That is, I'm using the use state and use callback from React. Now the function called counter. Let us initialize the count and the increment value here, right? So that for here I'm writing the const. So I'm setting the count as well by use case, by use state. And the next one is increment. I'm using the use callback function over here. Let's set the count to count +1 because we are incrementing it, right? So, right. Now let us return with a div tag. Inside that I'm writing a h1 tag. So I'm telling the count value. Then I'm specifying the child increment. After this, we have the child increment over here, as you can see, right? So that I'm creating a function over here called child. Inside that, I'm just passing an argument called increment by returning a button with an onClick function increment. Right? Now, in this example, the parent component has a state variable that is count. So as you can see here, we have count. This is the parent component. And the callback function is the increment. That increments by 1. So here the count plus 1. So as you can see, this is the parent component plus incrementing by 1. Here the child component receives the increment function as a prop and renders a button when clicked. And it calls the increment function over here. The use callback hook is used to memorize the increment function, passing in the count as a dependency. This means that the increment function will only be recreated if the count state variables change. So this can help to prevent the unnecessary re-renders of the child components. When you run the code, the output will be an increment button and a h1 tag saying the count is 0. So when you click on the button, the count will be increasing by 1 and the h1 tag will be displaying the updated count, right? So if you can see, I'm clicking on increment and the number changes to 2 by increment plus 1. So 1 plus 1 is 2. Okay. So right, now let us see some of the tips. So here, use the use callback when you need to pass a callback function as a prop to a child component and you want to avoid the unnecessary re-renders. Always, you need to provide the dependency array as the second argument to use the callback. This tells the React which variables the callback depends on and when it should recreate the callback. And also you need to keep in mind that the dependencies you include in the array, if you include too much or unnecessary dependencies, it can cause the unnecessary re-renders and negatively impact performance. And you need to avoid the use callback inside the loops or conditions, as it can lead to unexpected behavior and hard to debug the issues. And always you need to check if the callback function is the same using the reference equality operator before passing it to a prop. So this will prevent the unnecessary re-renders of the parent component. You need to be careful while using the use callback function. With this, the state or prop that are objects or array, because these are passed by references, not by values. So if the callback depends on such variables, it will be recreated every time the parent component re-renders. And you need to be aware that the use callback does not work with async functions because it cannot memorize the results of asynchronized operations. Always test your component with and without use callback to check that if it works as expected and that the performance improves you expect as visible, right? Okay, now let's move on to the last hook in this session, that is use layout effect. Now, what is use layout effect? Use layout effect is a React hook that allows you to synchronize all layout changes to a component. Here it is similar to the use effect, but it runs synchronously after all DOM mutations. Now, this can be useful when you need to measure a DOM node or read its layout before making changes that affects its size or position. Also, it should be used with caution as it can cause visual inconsistencies if not used correctly. And also, it is recommended to use effect unless you have a specific use case that requires the synchronous behavior of use layout effect. So you need to be careful while using the use layout effect. And also importantly to note that the use layout effect should be used only for updates that are critical to the visual appearances of the component and that cannot wait until the next frame. For all other updates, it is generally recommended to use the use effect instead with the run asynchronously and does not block the main thread. And also it is important to remember that if you need to perform any side effects that involves the DOM, such as adding or removing the event listeners, you should do so inside the use layout effect instead of use effect. This is because the use effect runs after the browser has painted and may cause unnecessary layout thrashing if it updates the layout of your component. Okay, with that, let us move on to the example. Now, this code is a simple React functional component that uses the use layout effect and the use state. So here it uses these both hooks to measure the width of an element and display it in the screen. Okay, the first code imports that the layout effect and the use state and the use ref from the React library, right? Here the use state is a hook that allows you to add the state to a functional component. In this case, it is being used to create a state variable called width and that will store the width of the element. Here the use state hook also returns a set width. So that can be used to update the value of the width state variable. Here now the use ref is a hook that allows you to create a reference to a DOM node. So in this case, it is being used to create a reference to a div element that will be used to measure the width of the element over here. Here, the use layout effect is a hook that allows you to synchronize and apply the layout changes to the component. So it is similar to the use effect as I mentioned earlier, but it runs synchronized after all DOM mutations. So this can be useful when you need to measure a DOM node or read its layout before making changes that affects its size or the position. So this component start with the div element with the ID my element and within the width state variable is displayed. And use layout effect is then invoked. So inside the hook, the code first gets a reference to the element with the ID called myElement using the document.getElementById inside the myId. This use layout effect hook is then invoked. Inside the hook, the code first gets a reference to the element using the ref variable called ref.current. You can see here. this ref.current. Then it uses the 𝐵oundingClientReact, right? This method to measure that the width of the element and assign it to the variable width. After that, the setWidth function is invoked with the width variable as an argument, so which updates the state variable with the width of the element. Here, the useLayoutEffect hook also accepts a cleanup function, which is a function that runs when the component is unmounted or the effect is being rerun. So this is that function. Okay. So the cleanup function will also display the cleanup in console. So when you inspect in the console, then you will get to know about it, right? And also you need to keep in mind that it is important to note that the useLayoutEffect hook should be used with the caution, as I mentioned. So as it can cause the visual inconsistencies if not used correctly. So it is recommended to you to use the useEffect unless you have a specific use case that requires the synchronized behavior of the useLayoutEffect. And it is important that if you don't provide a dependency array, the effect will run on every render, so which could lead to a performance issue. So it is better to provide a dependency array with the values that the effect rely on, so that it only runs when those values changes. Okay, so it should not run whenever the small changes happens, the whole program will run. So write in this example an empty dependency array. So this is the empty dependency array. So it is passed to a useLayoutEffect hook. So which means that it will only run the code once when the component is first rendered. So in this example, instead of using the document.getElementById to find the element, it is passed to a reference to the element as it uses the ref.current. Here, the ref.current.getBoundingClientReact. So to get the width of the element, so let us see the output over here. So we have to run. So after that, so as you can see, the width of the element is around 613.4400. Okay. So let us inspect this. Here you can see, as I mentioned, you will get a console. Here we have console, right? As you can see here, the cleaning up function, as I said in the program, right? Here you will get the cleanup function here. So inside the console, you will get the cleaning up.
So moving on to our next question, which hook is used to manage the state in functional React component? And the options are A. useEffect, B. useState, C. useReducer, or D. useContext. If you know the correct answer, please comment down below. With a solid understanding of hooks, we will now explore ReactJS Redux. This module will cover how to integrate Redux with React to manage global state, handle actions, and use reducers to streamline state management across your applications.
We should know why to use Redux. React is one of the most popular JavaScript libraries which is used for front-end development. It has made the application development easier and faster as it follows the component-based approach where the data flows through the components. Basically, React follows unidirectional data flow, that is, data always flows from parent to child component, where child component can never pass data back up to the parent component. As you can see on the screen, the colored circles are representing the components, where the upper component is the parent, while lower ones are the child or subcomponents. The view cannot interrupt in the data flow, so data flows in unidirectional fashion. Here data flows from parent to child. React does not provide any way for direct component-to-component communication, although React has features to support this approach, but it is considered to be a poor practice as it is prone to errors. As you can see on the screen, a child component can never pass data back up to the parent component, and here is the catch. So the question comes is, how can two non-parent components pass data to each other? This is where Redux comes into the picture. As you can see in the picture, A store is a place where you can store all your application state together. Now the components can dispatch state changes to the store and not directly to the other components. Then the components that need the updates about the state changes can subscribe to the store. So we can sum up into the points as Redux offers a solution of storing all your application state in one place called a store. Components then dispatch state changes to the store, not directly to other components, and then the components that need to be aware of state changes can subscribe to the store. Redux helps you manage global state, that is actually the state that is needed across many parts of your application. Redux separates the application data and business logic into its own container in order to let React manage just the view. React gives only the view in MVC model, where MVC stands for model, view, and controller. So we can say React is just the view, and to control the data flow, we use Redux as a data flow architecture. As you can see on the screen, React is responsible for the view, that is the web application on the browser, and Redux controls the data flow. Now let's understand what is Redux. Redux is a pattern and library for managing and updating application state using events called actions. Redux separates the application data and business logic into its own container in order to let React manage just the view. It's an application data flow architecture. Redux was created by Dan Abramov and Andrew Clark around June 2015. It was inspired by Facebook's Flux and influenced by functional programming language Elm. It got popular very quickly because of its simplicity, small size as of 2 KBs, and great documentation. This is the basic idea behind Redux, that a single centralized place to contain the global state in your application and specific patterns to follow when updating that state to make the code predictable. So basically, the patterns and tools provided by Redux make it easier to understand when, where, why, and how the state in your application is being updated, and how your application logic will behave when those changes occur. Redux guides you towards writing code that is predictable and testable, which helps to give you confidence that your application will work as expected. Now, let's look at the principles of Redux. Redux follows 3 fundamental principles, where the first one is single store, or we can say single source of truth. The second principle is state is always read-only, and the third one is changes are made with pure functions or reducers. Now, let's understand these principles in detail, starting with the first principle, that is single store. So when I say single store, it means that all my application's state are stored in a single immutable store. As with only React unidirectional data flow, direct communication between components is not allowed. Now, the state of the entire application is stored in an object or state tree within a single store. Components' state is stored in the store, and they receive updates from the store itself. So components dispatch something to the store, and then the other components, when they get to know that something has been updated, they subscribe to store. Now, let's move to the second principle, that is the state is read-only, which means the only way to mutate the state is to emit an action which describes the user's intent. Here by mutate, I mean is to update. So we can say that we can change the state by triggering an action, which is an object describing what has happened. As you can see on the screen, here the action is no action. And when the action is switched on, the bulb is getting lighter. Now, let's talk about the third principle, that is change using only pure functions. In Redux, pure functions are called as reducers. The reducers are used to indicate how the state has been transformed by action. The reducers or pure functions take 2 parameters as input, which are the previous state and the action. So when it takes the previous state, it gives us the new state. As you can see in the picture, the previous state is that the bulb was not on, and then it has been worked upon by the reducers, and then we get the new state, that is the bulb is on. Now, I'm going to talk about the components of Redux. Redux has 4 components: action, reducer, store, and view. So let's understand these components in detail. Starting with the action. Action are the plain JavaScript objects which are payloads of information for the store. So basically, the only way to change the state content is by emitting an action, as we have already talked about it. So here action means plain JavaScript object which are the main source of the information which we use to send data, and data could be user interaction, internal event like API call or form submission. we can send these from the application to the store, and then the store receives this information only from the actions, and then we have to send the actions to the store by using store.dispatch. For example, here as you can see, we define the type as add to do, and then we can define the parameters as text. Now actions are created by action creators. Some of the points to be considered in actions are that it must have type property that indicates the type of action being performed. They must be defined as a string constant, and you can add more properties to it. Now talking about the action creator, action creators are the functions which create actions, and they takes in the message, converts it into system understandable format, and returns a formatted action object. Action creators are the normal functions that return the function, and to call this action anywhere in the application, we can simply use the dispatch function, where we can define dispatch, and then we can define it to do add to do text as a part of dispatch method. So here we can add dispatch. After action, we have reducers. Basically, actions describe the fact that something happened, but they don't specify how the application state changes in response. So here comes the job of reducers. Reducers are pure functions which specify how the application's state changes in response to an action. It is based on the array-reduced method, where it accepts a callback, a reducer, and let us get a single value out of multiple values. So we can define reducers as pure functions which specify how the application state changes in response to an action. Some pointers to be considered for reducers are, they do not change the value of the input parameter. They determine what sort of update needs to be done based on type of the action and returns new values. It returns the previous state if no work needs to be done. The root reducer slices up the state based on the state object keys and passes them to their respective specialized reducers. Reducers don't manipulate the original state passed to them, but make their own copies and then updates them. Now let's understand the reducers with the help of a simple example. Here we have defined whole function reducer with the arguments initial state and action. Then we can use simple switch action type. In the case add to do, we are returning the object assigned to state, and then here we have a to-do list. Then in text, we are going to work on the action.text. And then completed should be false. That is what we are going to return the state itself. So here we are taking help of previous state, action, and new state as part of reducer component. We should avoid the following things inside a reducer, that mutating its arguments, that we should not change the arguments inside a reducer. We should not perform side effects like API calls and routing transitions, and we should not call non-pure functions like date.now or math.random. Now moving on to the star component of Redux, that is store. Store can be defined as an object which brings all the components to work together. It calculates the state changes and then notifies the root reducer about it. So basically, store can hold the application state and provide some helper methods to access the state, dispatch actions, and register listeners. So the entire state object tree of an application is saved in a single store. Here, we can pass the middleware to the store to handle processing of data and to keep a log of various actions which can change the state of the source, and all the actions return a new state by the reducers. Here in the example taken, we have created a store from Redux where we can import to-do app from the users that we are going to create, and then we are going to use the store component as a part of stores. With store, the data state can be synchronized from the server level to the client layer without much difficulty. This makes the development of large applications easier and faster. Store is responsible for holding application's state, allowing access to state via getState method, registering listeners via subscribe listener, allowing the states to be updated via dispatch action, and also it handles unregistering of listeners via the function returned by subscribe listener. Now let's talk about the last component, view. View is nothing but the thing which is displayed on the screen, and in formal terms we can say view displays the data provided by the store. As you can see in the picture, the store provides the data which is displayed as view on the browser screen. Smart and dump components together build up the view. Smart components are the managers who are in charge of the actions and pass down a function via the props to the dump components. And dump components provide information to the smart components if any action is required. They receive them as props and use them as callback. Now let's understand how the components in Redux are set up. First of all, we have to get the store ready. Then we have to set up the communication amongst the components, and then we have to prepare the action callbacks. Let's understand it with an example. So here we have action creator, reducers, views, store, provider, and root reducer component. So these can be called as the various roles involved in setting up the components and then ultimately in the data flow. Now let's see how the communication will happen among these components. So first step is to get the store ready. Here in the example, the store has been hired and the reducer team has been asked to help the store out. So here in the example, the store has been hired and the reducer team has been asked to help the store out. Then in the next step, that is setting up the communication between the store and other components, we can see the example where the root component says to the provider that this store is hired, and now the provider has to set up the network to keep the components updated, and here's the view part. So view will get connected to the latest updates to display the user. Now the final step is to prepare the action callbacks. So here the view part has to make it easy for dumb components to understand. It has to bind the action creator and the dispatcher so that the dumb component can just call the callback. As we know, if something has to be updated as store is immutable, an action has to be triggered, which can be done by action.dispatch method. Now let's understand the data flow. That is how data will flow among all these components of Redux. So Redux architecture is concentrated on a strict unidirectional data flow. In an application, all the data follows the same lifecycle pattern, making the logic of your app more predictable and easier to understand. It also encourages data normalization to ensure consistency. The picture represents the flow diagram of the Redux application, which contains all the components which we have discussed. Now let's understand the data flow with the help of this example step by step. Starting from here where the name is John, we want to update it with something else, so it will start from action creator. Starting with the step 1, so the action type is name update, value is John. This is available on the view, and to change it, an action has to be triggered. Now the second step where the store will get informed by the action. Store has the current state tree, and now it will be passed to the reducer to calculate how the new state tree should look like. So in the third step, the reducers, which are the pure functions, will get the previous state or previous state tree and action as input and will provide the new state. Now in the fourth step, the root reducer will provide the sliced state tree to other reducers. In the fifth step, the other reducers will copy the sliced data and will update it, and it will show the root reducer that how the sliced state tree will look like. And in sixth step, the store will be updated, and then store will inform the provider with the new state tree or the new state, which will complete the step 7 and step 8. And finally, in the step 9, the view, the new state tree will be updated, which we can re-render as the component tree. So I would sum up the entire process in the following brief steps. Starting with initial step, a Redux store is created using a root reducer function. The store calls the root reducer once and saves the return value as its initial state. When the UI is first rendered, UI components access the current state of the Redux store and use that data to decide what to render. They also subscribe to any future store updates so they can know if the state has changed. Talking about the updates, something happens in the app, such as a user clicking a button. The app code dispatches an action to the Redux store like dispatch, and the type could be counter or increment. The store runs the reducer function again with the previous state and the current action, and saves the return value as a new state. The store notifies all parts of the UI that are subscribed that the store has been updated. Each UI component that needs data from the store checks to see if the parts of the state they need have changed. Each component that sees its data has changed forces a re-render with the new data so it can update what's shown on the screen. Now we will see how to use React with Redux. So to install the stable version using npm, we can use the command npm install redux, and to yarn, we can use the command yarn add redux. React bindings are not included in Redux by default, so you need to install them explicitly using the command npm install --save react -redux. You have to add these dependencies along with Babel, React, and Webpack. Now I will show you a small demo of using React with Redux. So let's start with a demo. In this, let's first see the structure of the whole project. So we have created these folders, actions, components, containers, reducers, and the main file index.js. So these all are the components which we have seen while understanding this ReactJS and Redux. So starting with this main file, so index.js is always the first or the main file of a React Redux application of project. So in this, we are using a special React Redux component called provider, as you can see here. So this one is the special component, and it makes the store available to all the container components in the application without passing it explicitly. So we need to use it once when to render the root component. So here you can see we are rendering the root component with the name app. So here we are using provider. So we have to use it once while rendering the root component. Now we have created this file by importing all the dependencies required. You can see here with the help of import statement, we are importing all the dependencies which are required. It could be like Redux, React Redux, or the components or the reducers and all these things. Now, as you can see here, all the dependencies, React, React DOM, and here this React DOM, that is actually the data object model, which you would have learned in JavaScript. So in this file, we are calling the utility called as provider to call root component. And now let's start with the components. So here you can see the folder components. So these all are the different components which we have created. So these components could be presentational components as well as container components. So most of the time we use presentational components, but sometimes we generate container components as well to connect to the Redux store. So first of all, we'll see the presentational components. So here we have to-do list.js, to-do.js, link.js, footer.js, and app.js. And here, this app.js is the root component. Okay. So starting with the to-do list.js. So this to-do list.js component or the file contains the to-do list, which is showing the visible to-dos. Okay. And basically these to-dos are the arrays. As you can see here, these to-dos are nothing but the arrays which have been created using three properties. You can see here ID, completed, and text. And here on click, you can see here on click is an event or a function which is taking ID. Okay, here is taking ID as a number, which is a callback to invoke when a to-do is clicked. Now talking about the other file, that is to-do.js. Here it shows a single to-do item. Here is a property. You can see here property types. Okay, so it has a property type which has the event on click and completed and text, which shows the completed to-dos. Now we have one more component, that is link.js. So it has a link and it will show all the completed to-dos. Now then we have the footer.js. Here you can see they have different links which are used for the filter. As you can see, with the help of filter link, it allows the user to change the currently visible to-dos. When we will see the output of this application, then we will see how we can change the to-do list items with the help of this filter link. Now talking about our root component, that is app.js. It is calling all the other JS files which we have created as presentational components. You can see here like this add to do, visible to-do list, and footer. So you can see this footer is also one of the presentational component over here. So it is calling this as well. And you can see these visible to-do list and add to do, all these are the container components. So this root component will call both the components, presentational as well as container. So as you can see here, import as well as the export method. Okay. So initially we have imported presentational component like footer and the container components like add to do and visible to do list. Now you can see here, when you will just hover your mouse over here, you can see from where these components are coming. So you can see from the SRC folder and the container folder, we are getting this visible to-do list. It is a container component. And here for footer, you can see it is coming from the components folder, this footer.js. So this is a presentational component. Now here we know we require the container components to connect presentational components to Redux. So let's see the container components. Now here inside the container folder, we can see the container components present. So these are the visible to-do list.js, filterlink.js, and add to do.js. So starting with the visible to-do list.js, which we have created. Here you can see this file is required by todo.js file, which is a presentational component. So here we have todo.js, which is a presentational component. It will require this container component that is visible to-do list.js. This is the basic idea, and it helps to subscribe to the Redux store, wherein we have map state to props. Here you can see this map state to props, which is a special function available in this import connect from React Redux. Here you can see in this connect function, this map state to props is present. So it is a special function which will help to subscribe to the Redux store. Now, one thing to pay attention is to import connect function. Here, as you can see, while importing, we have imported a connect function as well from React and Redux library. What it does is it provides the optimization which avoids unnecessary re-rendering of the application. Here we are calling the function with the help of getVisibleToDos utility. So we have a switch case in which we have three cases. All these three cases are actually the actions, which are show all, then show completed, and then we have show active. These are actually the to-dos. The action is to show all to-do items, then show all completed to-do items, and then show all the active to-do items. Now, talking about this filter link.js, here it is a container component which is rendering the links by dispatching an action. As you can see over here, with the help of this map dispatch to props utility, which we have got from this connect function, which we have imported from React Redux library, it is rendering the links by dispatching the action. And now, talking about this add-to-do.js, here this is returning the HTML part of the application. As you can see here, we have input value, we have the button, submit button. So when we will see the output there, you can see the HTML part which will be visible on the screen. So that part comes from this add-to-do.js file, which is actually one of the container components. Now, talking about the actions. Now you can see here the actions. Here, action is also one of the major component of our Redux application. So here in this actions, index.js, the actions are add to do, then set visibility filter, and toggle to do. Now let's talk about the reducers. After actions, we'll move to the reducers, and in the reducers, we have different reducers present over here: index.js, todos.js, todos.spec.js, and visibility filter. Now in this index.js, we are making use of combine reducers utility, and we are combining all the other reducers present. As we have seen in the example earlier, that we have a reducers team where multiple reducers are the part of that team and they together work. So here, with the help of this combine reducers utility, which we have imported from this Redux library with the help of import statement, we are combining the other reducer functions. Now, as we know, these reducers are basically the pure functions. So other reducers, as you can see over here, these reducers are nothing but the pure functions, which are returning something based on the action. So here you can see they are taking the action with the help of the ID, and then they are returning something with the help of the case. So they are returning the states, as we have understood earlier from the examples. And we will make use of all these reducers here by combining them. Now, let's talk about the output of this application. I hope this structure of our Redux application is clear to you all. You can create any of the applications on Redux. And now, talking about the output. So here in the output, you can see we have a text box and then the submit button and the other buttons also. We will see how they will be used. Now, the basic idea of this application is to create a to-do list. Okay, so here we will add some items which will be treated as the items of to-do list. So we can add multiple items in this to-do list, and then we can categorize them with the help of clicking on those items, that whether they are active or they are completed. Right now, we don't have any item in this list. So let's insert something. So for example, we are entering to subscribe the Edureka channel. So when we will click on add to do, this item has been added in the to-do list. For example, we can insert like the video, one more, and for example, we'll write like writing. So all these three items I have entered in this to-do list. When we have clicked on all, So we can see all the items of to-do list. When we will click on the active, so we have all the active to-do list items, and in completed we have nothing because we have not completed any of these. To complete it, we will just click on any of these. So to subscribe, I have just clicked on it. So this item has been completed. Now when we will see in active items, we have only 2, and in completed, we have the one which we have already completed by clicking on it. So this was the output for this application which we have created.
Moving on to our next question, what is the primary role of Redux in a React application? And the options are A, to style components, B, to manage global state, C, to handle routing, or D, to optimize performance. If you know the correct answer, please comment down below. After understanding Redux, we will compare React versus React Native. Learners will examine the differences and similarities between React for web development and React Native for mobile app development.
So the first factor that we're going to talk about is the application types or the usage. React is used to develop web applications, whereas React Native is used for mobile application development. Some examples of web applications created using React are Facebook, Netflix, New York Times, Yahoo Mail, etc. On the other hand, React Native is used in mobile applications such as Instagram, Facebook Ads Manager, Bloomberg, Airbnb, Uber Eats, etc. Setup and bundling. React Native is a framework of JavaScript, and it comes with all the essentials that you will need to set up and for the development of your application. React, on the other hand, is just a library of JavaScript. Therefore, when you use React, you will need various other tools for setup and development. Live reload. Live reload, or hot reload as mentioned earlier, is a feature that allows you to code as well as see the modifications in your application simultaneously. React Native supports live reload, whereas React does not. Template rendering. Both React and React Native use JSX for the development of views or the templates, but React is much better when it comes to styling your application's UI using CSS. React Native, on the other hand, makes use of native platform APIs. Learning curve. Even though React is not very difficult to learn, React Native is much easier. This is because you can make use of ready-made components in React Native, while for React, you will have to code them yourself. So we've done a head-to-head comparison between React and React Native. The answer to which one is better among the two depends on the type of project that you're creating. If you are focusing on creating the UI for a web application, then React is what you need. But if your project is going to be a mobile application, then you can go with React Native.
With the knowledge of React and React Native, we will next compare React versus Angular. This module will help learners to understand key differences between React and Angular, their respective strengths and weaknesses, and which to choose for specific project needs.
Angular was developed by Google, and its first release dates back to 2010. The first version of Angular was also known as Angular JS. On the other hand, React was developed by Facebook in the year 2013. So coming towards the architecture of these frameworks, Angular and React both are component-based frameworks, but Angular makes use of TypeScript and HTML, whereas React, which is a user interface library, makes use of JavaScript and JSX. JSX is nothing but a syntax extension for JavaScript. The latest version of Angular, that is Angular 9, was released on the 7th of February 2020. One of the core features of this major release is the Angular IE. To know more about the Angular IE, you can check out the Angular 9 video and blog from Edureka, whose link is mentioned in the description box below. Talking about React, the latest major version of React is React version 16. The rendering process. Angular performs client-side rendering. However, it can be rendered on the server side as well using Node.js. On the other hand, rendering is done on the server side in case of React. Websites built using these frameworks. YouTube, as we all know, is the world's largest video sharing platform owned by Google, and this is built on Angular. Another very popular online payments application website, PayPal, also runs on Angular. Other popular websites that use Angular are Walmart, which is a multinational retail corporation, and Gmail, which, as we all know, is an email service platform. I'm sure after listening to this, many of you would have felt, wow, Angular is amazing. But let me tell you guys that React is nowhere behind. Facebook is the developer of React, and yes, Facebook makes use of React as well. Other popular applications such as Instagram, which is a photo sharing platform, and WhatsApp, which is a cross-platform messaging app, Airbnb, where you can book your stays for your vacation, are also built on React. So moving on towards the licensing of these two frameworks. Both Angular 9 and React 16 come under the MIT license. MIT, or the Massachusetts Institute of Technology license, is an open source license. Sometimes it's also called as the BSD style license, and it has minimal software redistribution requirements. The DOM, or the Document Object Model. Angular makes use of Real DOM, while React uses Virtual DOM. The Real DOM updates the entire tree structure for HTML tags. It does not make much difference in a simple application, but if you are dealing with a large amount of data requests on the same page, it affects the performance as well as the user experience. Hence, Real DOM actually offers low performance with complex and dynamic applications. At times, Real DOM becomes extremely difficult to handle because the whole tree data structure is updated even if a minor change has been made. Virtual DOM, on the other hand, has its components attached. This gives the comfort of navigation within a website. Virtual DOM is also a node tree that lists out elements and their attributes as objects. React's render function creates a node tree out of the React components. Then, it updates this tree in response to the mutations in the data model caused by various actions done either by the user or by the system. Virtual DOM is not browser specific and it is lightweight. It is provided in React package for free and eliminates the issues of slow performance of Real DOM. Having said this, I'm sure you would have understood that Virtual DOM is better than Real DOM. Data binding. Angular uses two-way data binding, event binding, and property binding. In event data binding, Angular allows you to bind events along with the methods. Property binding of Angular will allow you to pass data from the component class and set the value to given element at the user end. Property binding also allows you to control elements property. Two-way data binding is a very important feature of Angular. With this, Angular allows you to make changes from the views to the models and from the models to the views. React, unlike Angular, allows one-way data binding. Here, the UI elements can be changed only after changing the model state. The developers, however, cannot alter the UI elements without updating the corresponding models. A great advantage of using the one-way data binding is that throughout the application, the data flows in a single direction, which gives you better control over it. This makes our application more flexible and leads to increased efficiency. So talking about the latest features of Angular 9 and React 16. Angular 9 has a number of new features which are: compilation of application with Ivy is default in Angular 9. Your Angular 9 application is compiled ahead of time. This means the Angular's AOT compiler will compile all the HTML and TypeScript present in your code into JavaScript before your browser downloads and runs it. This conversion takes place during the build process itself, and it also includes type checking. Angular 9 requires TypeScript 3.7. Any lower versions are not supported. TSLib, or the TypeScript runtime library, has also been made a pure dependency rather than a direct one. Earlier, this library was installed automatically, but now you will have to explicitly add this using npm or yarn. React version 16 allows you to build great user experience models with concurrent mode and suspense. Concurrent mode is a feature that helps in binding apps faster with great user experiences that can help developers achieve their goals. Suspense is also a powerful tool for carefully organizing an elegant loading sequence with a few well-defined states that progressively reveal the content. The next very important feature is that React allows you to easily create dynamic web applications and mobile applications. React also provides support for custom DOM attributes. Instead of ignoring unrecognized HTML and SVG attributes, React will now pass them through to the DOM. This has the added benefit of allowing us to get rid of most of React's attribute whitelist, and it helps in reduction of the size of the application. React, as I've already mentioned earlier, has a single-way data flow that offers a better and streamlined data overview. In React version 16, there is an increase in productivity that helps in maintenance of the React project. Reusing components is the major advantage of React. you can start with the usual components like checkbox, button, etc. Once this is done, you can move to wrapper components, which is comprised of internal logic, which makes it easier to manipulate and define objects that are used. This also ensures the consistency of application and facilitates the code maintenance. React version 16 also provides better server-side rendering and error handling. In this version, the server is completely rewritten and it is very fast. It also supports streamlining, so you can start sending bytes to the client faster. So now moving on towards the next comparison factor, which is the speed and productivity. Talking in terms of Angular, earlier, Angular was heavier and a little slower compared to React. But now, thanks to the Angular CLI, that the app size of Angular has been drastically reduced and offers enhanced development experience. The Angular CLI empowers in creating a workspace and designs functioning applications quickly. It also empowers in producing components and services with one-line commands. Angular CLI ensures the clean coding feature of TypeScript. Before I start the discussion over React, let me just tell you what is Redux. Redux is an open source JavaScript library for managing the state of the application. It is most commonly used with React for building user interfaces. So coming towards React, the development speed and productivity slightly get affected due to the involvement of third-party libraries like Redux. However, React is easier, lighter, and faster to code when it comes to small projects. But for large projects, TypeScript is preferable as it contains numerous features and components. Therefore, Angular has an edge over React when it comes to speed and productivity. Deployment. Earlier, it was complicated to deploy an Angular app. But now, thanks to Angular Firebase, Angular 9 has officially added support to Firebase and Angular apps, and therefore, Angular apps are now easier to deploy to Firebase. React, as I've already mentioned earlier, is lighter, and the size of the application is smaller. Therefore, it becomes easy to deploy the applications created using React. These applications are usually deployed using Node.js. The learning curve. Learning curve in Angular is quite steep as Angular provides numerous features, options, and components. For React, the learning curve is easy as React is a relatively small library and has fewer concepts to learn when compared to Angular. And for those who want to learn web development quickly and the project requirement is not too large, can go along with React. So now coming towards something very important and interesting, which is the market trend. The numbers that you see on the screen are taken from Tech Trends website. According to Tech Trends, there is a close competition in the job market for both these frameworks. However, Angular holds a slight upper hand overall. Moving on towards the final factor of comparison, which is community support. According to the 2019 Stack Overflow survey, it is clearly shown that React has topped among the web frameworks, making React the most loved and supported framework by developers. However, Angular is not far behind as it has good developer support by Google. Both these frameworks have very good community support.
After comparing React with Angular, we will next focus on ReactJS projects. Learners will apply their knowledge by exploring various project ideas and best practices and engaging in hands-on development to build real-world React applications.
Now let's start with the real-time projects which we are going to discuss in this session. So as you can see on the screen as well, we are going to discuss this Pick It Up, an e-commerce app, Chat It Chit That, a chat app, Favbook, a social media app, Show It Off, a video sharing app, Short It Out, a URL shortener, and Groove On, a music streaming app. So let's just start with this. Starting with Pick It Up, an e-commerce application. I think most of us are very much familiar to e-commerce apps. As we know, an e-commerce app allows users to add or remove items from a shopping cart, view the cart, and check out using different payment methods. So for inspiration, you can check out some simpler storefronts like a Shopify storefront as well as massive retailers like Amazon or Walmart. Now you might have questioned that how to build this. So to build this, you can start with creating the app with Create React App and add the Stripe NPM package plus use shopping cart to easily handle payments directly with Strip Checkout. build a Node API to handle creating sessions with Stripe, and then you can deploy it the backend to Heroku, frontend to Netlify, or you can deploy both on Heroku as well. Now moving on to the chat app, that is Chittit and ChatThat. So whether it's a mobile application like WhatsApp or Viber, or a productivity tool like Slack or Discord, all of these use some kind of real-time chat app. It could also be part of a chat widget within a website where customers can directly talk with the site owners. Now, as we know, all chat apps allow users to send messages to others in real time, react to messages, show when they are online or offline. For example, you can check out Slack, Messenger, Discord, Crisp Chat, etc. Now, answering the question of how to build this app, so we can start with creating the project with Create React App, then use a service like Firebase or GraphQL subscriptions to create and get real-time messages. Then we can add reactions to message with emoji using the npm package EmojiMart. Then we can deploy it to the web using Firebase tools. Now moving on to Favbook, a social media app. The app you're likely most familiar with is a social media application. In many ways, it's similar to a chat app, but expanded to a larger community of users. These users can interact with each other in different ways. So a social media app allows users in such a way that they can follow one another to receive their posts, add media like images and videos to share with others, and interact with posts such as liking or commenting on them. For inspiration, you can check out some real-time examples like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc. Now answering the question of how to build this, so we can start creating the front end with Create React App and creating the backend using a Node API. Then we can use a database like PostgreSQL or MongoDB, along with an ORM like Prisma of PostgreSQL or Mongoose of MongoDB. Then we can use social authentication with Google, Facebook, or Twitter using Auth0 React or Passport.js. Then finally, we can deploy the backend to Heroku and frontend to Netlify. Now let's move on to Show It Off, a video sharing app. A video sharing app is probably the most broad category, as video is used across so many different apps and in many different ways. You have video sharing apps like YouTube, which allows you to search any browser and look for any video that you could imagine that users have created. Also, Snapchat gives us the ability to watch videos from other users that are recorded in a much shorter and more accessible format, and they are more oriented around interactions such as likes and views. Now let's see how to build it. So we can create the app with Create React App, and then we can create the backend with Node or Express. Then we can use Cloudinary for image and video uploads to the Cloudinary API. Then we can use a database like Postgres or MongoDB, along with an ORM like Prisma of Postgres or Mongoose of MongoDB. Then finally, we can deploy the backend to Heroku and frontend to Netlify, or we can deploy both on Heroku as well. Now let's move on to Short It Out, a URL shortener. A URL shortener is basically a simple tool that takes a long URL or the link and turns it into a short URL. As we know, or you might also not know, that URL shortener with support for custom domains allows users to shorten the URLs, manage the links, and view the click rate statistics. For inspiration, you can check out some real-world examples like Cut, Bitly, etc. Now let's see the steps to build this application. So create the app with Create React App, then create the backend with Node or Express, and you can use a database like PostgreSQL or MongoDB. And then we can deploy this to the web using Firebase tools. Now let's see Groovon, a music streaming app. Just as React applications are perfect for serving video content, they are also great for streaming media like music. Music apps have a similar structure to video sharing apps and may or may not allow users to upload their own music. But they do allow users to listen to music, like songs, comment on songs, or even purchase the music. Even music streaming app can combine elements of a video sharing app as well as an e-commerce application. For inspiration, you can check out the regular music apps to which many of us switch to almost daily, like Spotify, SoundCloud, Pandora, etc. Now, let me give you an idea how to build it. So create the app with Create React App, then create the backend with Node or Express, then use Cloudinary for image and video uploads to the Cloudinary API. Then we can use the databases like PostgreSQL or MongoDB, and then we can deploy it to the web using Firebase tools. Now we have discussed about some interesting and full-fledged projects of ReactJS. Now let's see some small projects which could be a very good source of enhancing the practical knowledge of ReactJS for beginners. There are many example projects created by the React community. Now we will see some of the projects that use React without third-party state management libraries. So starting with the calculator, it is implementation of the iOS calculator built in React. In this, you just have to create an UI which can perform mathematical calculations. Talking about emoji search, React app for searching emoji. So everyone in daily life uses some or the other chatting app where we can't do without appropriate emojis or the emoticons. So you can just create that emoji search feature using React.js. Talking about snapshot, a photo gallery with search. We can search a particular picture with the associated keywords or tags, and that's we need to do in a snapshot using React. Talking about the image compressor, an offline image compressor built with React and browser image compression. Many a times we need to compress out images to upload somewhere or for storage, and every time going for online tools, not a good idea, right? So just create an offline tool with the help of React.js. So these were some small projects which can be created using React.js. Now let me just summarize it. So React.js developers have a bright future ahead as the technology is in use in several industries. In fact, as opposed to other web development technologies, the React developers are now paying the most. With React, one can function both on the client side and the server side. It facilitates the development of larger applications with its portion and data patterns that improve readability. Thanks to its versatility, increased performance, and improved usability features, it is an outstanding front-end development program which can be used to create as many innovative projects as possible.
After completing projects, we will next turn our attention to testing in React. This section will emphasize the importance of testing.
Yes, testing is a very important part of your application because when the application goes live, we always have to test our application to make sure it's working fine. Because if something got break at the end of the deployment on real time, it is very difficult. So we have to make sure everything run very good. So here, software testing is a process to evaluate the functionality of software application with an intent to find whether the developed software met the specific requirement or not and produce of bug-free products. It's very important part. Why should you perform testing? Cost of fixing the bug is larger if testing is not done at early stage. Once the application deployed, it becomes very difficult to handle. So we have to make sure that we should get it on the early stage only. We try to fix that. To produce good quality product, to make software application defect free, to check if the behavior of application is same. So the testing also do one more thing, that testing help us to verify that the thing we expect is same as it's there or not. To check if the behavior of application is same in development and production environment. The type of testing: unit testing, functional testing, and integration testing. Unit testing. Unit testing is used to test a small piece of independent code, unconcerned with how they are wrapped in your application. To prevent regression, easy to pinpoint and fix the problem. If take longer to execute, it likely the code under test is much more complex it should be. Popular tool to perform React testing is Zest and Enzyme. So basically unit testing is more like the way the piece of a code that you write, you want to test that code is basically come under your unit testing. Functional tests are made against combination of many units. They use any number of external object or system like database, UI, security, as it's testing that how as a product it's behaving. Take longer time to execute than unit test. Functional tests represent major release, whereas unit tests represent only minor change, due to which they're expected to change less often than a unit test. When user enter username and a password and click on send, that user will be logged in. We can easily see that this function group will compromise for many unit tests, one for validating username and one for handling a button and so on. And in integration testing, we ensure system applications working correctly. It can execute only with the realistic environment like real database, server and other system which like to target production environment. It is used in case you need to test separate system like database and application. It is lower than test say other test and is complex to write. A functional test may successful test an ability to idle system to open help dialog box. But with integration testing with a new browser or other runtime, it found that expected functionality is not achieved. Test application using Zest and Enzyme. So what is Zest? Zest is a fast testing framework. It acts as a test runner, a cert library and mocking library. And whereas Enzyme is a JavaScript test utility for React that make it easier to assert, manipulate and traverse your React component output. So Enzyme provide additional utility methods for rendering a component, finding element and interacting with element. So basically the component testing or the snapshot testing, the one we are talking about, is actually achieved using Enzyme also. On the other side, if I talk about create React application setup come with bundle with Zest. Generally what happen when we start writing a test cases, we look for a testing. But basically your React script package that you have created or the scaffolding that you have created is actually come with the Zest package inbuilt. So you don't have to install a Zest, but apart from that, we have to install certain other things. So now we have to do a test with the say snapshot integration with reducer. So let's perform that. This is our application that we are working in the Redux. On this application, I'm going to do some testing. First of all, I'll open that in VS Code. Let's go there. Now, particularly in the VS Code, so I'll open our folder and we have to install certain packages for this. Although, as we know, Zest is by default inbuilt, but apart from Zest, we'll install certain packages. So first of all, let me open our folder. Our application is already running. So I'll stop that and let me install some package there. With my command prompt, I'll open that. I'll stop it manually. And first of all, you have to install npm I React test renderer and we need enzyme adapter React. So I'll write enzyme adapter React 16. Apart from that, as Zest is by default there, we just need one more enzyme. So we need three packages. One is enzyme, one is enzyme adapter React 16, and one is React test renderer. So we install that. Now while it's installing, we'll proceed with our next part. Now to install, so we can go back to our application. Here, whenever we have got any test case, so in the src folder, we have one test folder. I'll do one thing. I'll delete this test folder and write a fresh test folder for us. And the test folder should be named as underscore underscore test underscore underscore. Now here, first of all, let's do a one of a component testing. So if we go back to our component, we have one footer component. Let's test this component. We'll verify that is that component is as expected or not. What we'll do, we'll make a one JSON tree for that. And then with that JSON tree, we're going to use it. It should be a part of our test folder component.test.js. So remember one thing, your file name should always end with means have test between that and see the color difference also there because it detected that's a test code. Now you have to import React here, import React from React. Then you have to import footer first of all from dot slash, ideally it should be dot dot slash. It's a two folder route component slash footer. Then we'll import create that is coming from React test renderer. Now what we'll do is we'll write our describe keyword. So we'll describe what this test case all about. I'll say it's a snapshot test for footer. Now after that, we'll call that function arrow curly braces. We write test. It should be test and we'll write testing footer. Anything you can say here. It's a name by which we test what this test case all about. After that, bracket arrow curly braces. We'll say let tree equal to create. So create footer. We'll make a one JSON of footer. Then after that, what is expectation? My expectation is tree.toJSON to match snapshot. If it match snapshot, test case pass, else test case fail. To match snapshot like this. Now how to run it? Just go back to our command prompt. and simple run a command npm run test. If the test case pass, it will show you pass, else it fail. If the test case pass, it is see automatically it pick that. Now spelling mistake is there. See it automatically able to pick my test file. Now it's running, test case pass and your snapshot created. In case if I go back and make change in a footer, say Edureka N anything, now the test case will fail because it's not matching the required criteria. If I go back and make it back, it will work. Suppose your requirement is that suppose requirement got changed. Now I want to update my test case because it's once created, it keep on failing. So what you can do is, as you have this test, you can add the update test like this. Test update, React script test and update snapshot. The second way that you can do. Now here I'll add one more test case. I'll say one we did for our component test. Now we'll do reducer. So I'll pick that test case and I'll walk you through how exactly it works. Now I have one more test for reducer. In this I import reducer. First of all, see what reducer is returning. We have to run a test case according to that. Right now my reducer is returning article and gallery. When I write test case, expectation is same. It say initial state should be article and gallery. Later on when we actually pass that particular, I'll say action, it should return array. So how exactly we can do that? So this is where the two test case, one initial state, one when we pass the action. Now if I go back and I'll run this, see this time three test case and all three pass. As it returning me object initially, after calling action, we got array. So now we're going to talk about maintaining code using Git. See what happened when n number of developers are working in the application, everybody have to sync their code because it's not possible like one day we'll give one folder to someone and then they will update that folder, they give us back. It's not possible. The reason for that is till what extent you keep on doing like this. You always have to work in the way that you always upload the code somewhere and those who need the code, they will download the code and the code should be keep on in sync. Now to achieve this functionality, we use the GitHub. So with the GitHub, it become in the way that we can share our code very easily. So version control is one that record changes for document, computer program, large website and other collection of information over time. It allows multiple users to manage multiple revision of same unit of information. It is used to maintain the record of different versions of code. The most popular tool used as version control is Git. Why should you use Git? Git is an open source distribution control system for tracking change in source code during software developer. Snapshot Git change made to file rather than itself. That means if file is not changed, it is not stored again. Distribution. Every user have his own copy which store data locally. Basically what happened, we have a data locally and from there we push. Fast operation. Almost every operation on Git is local. Hence, the speed offered by Git is lightning fast compared to other tools. Branch handling. Every collaborator work directly in the separate branch. Basically, if I have something to push, I'll push in my own separate branch. Robust. Nearly every task in Git is recorded and hence hard to lose any data. The Git workflow is like that. Use Git flow to manage your project efficiently. Work with set of guidelines, increase Git consistency and popularity. If I talk about one by one, that repository is a server where all the collaborator upload change made to the file. Then local repository is a copy of database. The user all the data file locally through push. Then working copy is a space where user active directory. The user modify existing file and create new file in the space. Then staging area is a place where all the modified file are marked to be committed or placed. Commit command commit all the file in the staging area to local repository. And push command move all the data in the local repository to remote repository. When we do fetch, fetch collect the change in remote repository and copy them to local repository. Whereas the pull the latest change in the code. So let me show you how exactly we can pull the code in the GitHub. Now for doing that, what we'll do is, so let's go here. So this is my GitHub. If I want to make any new repository where I can push the code, what I'll do is I'll go here, click on the icon and say Edureka like that. After that, I'll create one repo. Now one repository by name of Edureka created. It gives me these 5 commands. So now what I'll do is on my local system, I'll make one folder from where I want to push any code. Suppose it's my local system. It don't have anything. Suppose I'll take few files here, 3 files I pick. I'll move these 3 files here. Now I want to push. For a Windows system, you need to have a git bash, which is already there in this machine. Right click, git bash here. We write one by one command. The very first command is git init. Basically, we initialize the git in this folder. Sorry, let me minimize it. First of all, we minimize the code in this folder. Like say, I'll say git init. This will initialize the git in this folder. I say your hidden folder will be created. Once you do like that, your hidden folder will be created in the git. So let me actually close this one. And if I go to view now and I say hidden files item, see one git folder created, right? Then you have to add all the code. You'll say git add. Then you write git commit. It will commit all the code in a local repository. Write some comment. So it say that you're pushing it first time. So you have to set your global username and password. So how we'll do is we'll say git config. The very first time you're doing from system, you have to do like this. Git config -- global. We'll say user dot email. So I'll add my email ID here. You have to give the email ID by which you have signed up on the git. I'll add that email ID here. It's wrong email ID ideally. You'll not take it then. Then I write here my username of this. That is Akash Developer. Git config -- global. And then I have to say user dot name. And that is Akash Developer. Like this. And now it's set. Now you try to commit the code. It's say still something is missing, although we have already done that. So it's actually help to set a global username. First of all, let's make sure we'll say git config -- global user dot email. Now it is done, and then user dot name. Now see, it's committed. After that, in whichever repo you want to push, you have to pick that path of that repo like this. So I'll go back and particularly paste it and enter. At the end, we'll say git push -u origin master like that. Now this will push the code to this repo. Tomorrow, if anything new you want to push, just 3 commands: git add, git commit, and git push. Ask my username and a password. I'll enter that. So guys, means first time you push like this. Next time when you want to push, you just write git add, git commit, and git push. That's it. Now it's done. So see, it's pushing that code. If you go back to git, your code is pushed. Next time also git add, git commit, git push. Now suppose I open any file and some edit there. I write here Akash Developer, or I write something different, say developer funnel, like that. Anything I can write here. Now once I write and I commit the code. So suppose some other developer already pushed some code there. Now what you have to, in your git, you will write git pull. So the latest commit, what whoever made is pulled. See, creating a remote repository. We have already seen how exactly we add the code to the git. So we already in the last demo, we have created that repo. We have given a name and we created that. Now to push the code, we need to have our git bash. After that, we did git init. Then we config that. After that, we added the remote where you want to push, and then we committed that code. Once it commit, it goes to the master branch. After that, suppose if I have to take some different branches, like so remove the code, we'll say git rm and the file name, git cache, or the error showed up if you try to delete the stage file. You can force delete by adding -f to that. I'll show one more thing here. Suppose I want the two developer are working. We can make a branch also. We'll say git checkout -b checkout. Now what this will do, it make one separate branch for that. I'll say new feature, any name I can give like this. Now if I add some file in the folder, suppose I'll create a one new file in the folder, random file. Now when I push this time, I'll say git add, git commit, then git push in that branch, git push -u origin and the branch name, that is new feature. That branch name entered wrong and plus git command was wrong. So I have to correct that both the things. Now this time it's going to push in separate branch, and see on the git we get something in terms of like pull request. So what we do in real time, we say compare pull request. If everything's look good, we can add the reviewer and create that. Once you create the pull request, your reviewer will review the code. If they find everything fine, they merge. So what happened? Once they confirm merge, both the branches got merged, but you will see two branches.
With testing covered, we will next discuss how to become a ReactJS developer. Learners will gain insights into the skills needed, building a portfolio, and tips for entering the ReactJS job market and advancing their careers.
So starting with answering who is a ReactJS developer. ReactJS developers design and implement user interface components for JavaScript-based web and mobile applications using the React open source library ecosystem. These skilled front-end developers are involved in all stages of interface component design, from conception to final testing. From conception to testing, a top-notch React developer can help build interactive components for websites or web applications using the React development concepts. Today, more and more enterprises benefit from ReactJS, a testament to its burgeoning popularity in software development. Some of the high-traffic websites that use React are Instagram, Uber, Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, etc. Along with the upswing in React usage is the surge in demand for a ReactJS developer. A highly skilled React developer is involved in the entire stages in the development and maintenance of user interface components. A React developer is responsible for designing and implementing UI components for JavaScript-based web applications and mobile applications with the use of open source library infrastructure. These developers are a part of the entire process, starting from conception to the major testing process, and follow popular ReactJS workflows like Flux and Redux. ReactJS developers are front-end developers who build modern-day UI components to improvise applications' performance. They leverage their knowledge about JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and work closely with testers, designers, web designers, and project managers to create a robust and effective application. So I can sum up as ReactJS developers are also known as front-end developers who design and implement user interface components for JavaScript-based web and mobile applications using the React open source library ecosystem. Now moving ahead, I'm going to discuss the job opportunities for a ReactJS developer. There are thousands of jobs in the world which demand ReactJS skills. Talking about the numbers, there are more than 43,000 jobs available on LinkedIn alone in India for React. As compared to 2019, there has been 184% of increase in the openings for ReactJS developers in the year 2020. According to India Today, a Quest report states after COVID-19, that is in 2021, ReactJS developer is one of the top digital skill jobs in demand. This quite a huge number of job opportunities makes React one of the skills most of the application developers want to learn and secure a good job. Moving ahead, let me discuss the salary trends of a ReactJS developer. Of course, salary is important. Today, React has the best pay scale on most of the job suggesting websites like LinkedIn, Glassdoor, PayScale, etc. ReactJS developers' salary depends on multiple factors like years of experience, different roles held over time, level of expertise, special skills, training and certifications, and also the geographic locations. The average salary for a ReactJS developer in India is 719,148. While talking about USA, the average salary for a ReactJS developer in USA is $92,340. Now, as I've told, the average salary for a ReactJS developer in India is 719,148, which includes the average salary of 597K for front-end developer or engineer, the average salary of 654K for software engineer, and the average salary of 1 million for senior software engineer. Now, moving ahead, let me show you the job description, which have been posted on different job suggesting portals by top organizations. So first, for example, we have Tech Mahindra. The designation is React Developer and the locations are Bengaluru, Hyderabad, and Chennai. In their job description, they have mentioned the skills required for the candidate It includes BTech is a must, MTech or MCA with relevant experience. So they are talking about the graduation and the degree which is required, talking about the React skills. So as you can see, they need a React developer with front-end technology with Redux or D3.js experience. They need a candidate which has strong proficiency in JavaScript, including DOM manipulation and the JavaScript object model. The candidate should have thorough understanding of ReactJS and its core principles, and experience with popular ReactJS workflows like Flux or Redux. The candidate should be familiar with newer specifications of ECMA script, which are known as like ES6, ES7, ES10, etc., and RESTful APIs. The candidate should be familiar with modern front-end build pipelines and tools, and should have the experience with common front-end development tools such as Babel, Webpack, NPM, etc. The candidate should have the ability to understand business requirements and translate them into technical requirements, and familiarity with code versioning tools such as Git, SVN, Mercurial, and similar. And the candidate should have a knack for benchmarking and optimization. If your skill set is matching to this job description, you are good to go. Now let's see one more job description from Accenture, where their designation is ReactJS Application Developer and the location is Bengaluru. They require BE or preferably certified as Technical Architect Associate. They need a full stack developer who has worked with React, Spring Boot or Java microservices. The candidate should have an experience of 1 year on most of ReactJS, Bootstrap, Nginx, Docker, Webpack, Jest, or JavaScript. And for backend, the candidate should have minimum 1 year of experience on Node.js, Python, AWS Lambda, Docker, Jest, Unit Test, or PyTest. And the candidate should be a developer with 1 to 2 years of experience and a passion for quality, good design, and clean code. So if you are matching this criteria, you are good to go for this job. So as you have seen some of the job descriptions from different companies, now I think you have an idea how to prepare for the jobs for ReactJS developer. Now moving ahead, I'm going to discuss the skills required to become a ReactJS developer, as we have seen in the job descriptions as well. So I'm going to explain those skills now. Starting with basic programming and development skills, which include HTML, CSS, JavaScript, ReactJS, Git, HTTP protocol, and terminal. Talking about HTML and CSS, no front-end developer is a stranger to HTML and CSS. The ability to work with and craft user interfaces is necessary to every organization. At a high level, React developers should be able to work with and write semantic HTML tags, work with and write CSS selectors, implement a CSS reset, understand the box model and how to reset to border box, understand Flexbox, and work with and implement responsive web principles, including the proper use of media queries. Talking about the JavaScript fundamentals, including ES6, you can't rock React without a firm understanding of the fundamental concepts that the JavaScript language provides. But these ES6 skills are also essential, which include variables and scoping, arrays and objects, array methods, functions and arrow functions. In React, every single component you build is a function in one way or another. Remember that classes are just constructor functions under the hood. Regardless of the syntax you are using, when building functional components or class components, you are using some form of a function. And then comes the React. This is the main deal. You've got to learn React and learn it well to become a React developer. While learning React, you should focus on the topics like routing, JSX, etc. Talking about JSX, in React, you never really touch HTML proper. You work with a syntax extension that is truly one of the most remarkable part of the React ecosystem. That is JSX. JSX looks so much like HTML, you may think of it as HTML flavored JavaScript. What's cool about JSX is that if you know HTML and CSS, you intuitively know how to work with JSX. JSX is an abstraction on top of the React.createElement API. One reason it is vital to the library And why the React team chose to go with it in the first place is that the API would be too cumbersome to use in terms of scaling. One potentially could use React.createElement to build out an entire application. However, this wouldn't be any more efficient than just using HTML proper. It may feel at first that we have taken a step backward by adding our markup into our template logic. However, a few quick minutes with JSX and you will be hooked on the style. And now we have new JSX transform as well, so you can explore that as well. In React, you should learn DOM manipulation and event handlers, the this keyword, higher order functions and callback functions, prototypal inheritance and object creation, and the class keyword. It doesn't matter whether you are a front-end developer or a back-end developer or even a full-stack software engineer. You must absolutely know Git in 2021. Try creating a few repositories on GitHub, share your code with other people, and learn how to download code from GitHub on your favorite IDE. Git is essential to every developer's toolkit for storing projects on solutions like GitHub, Bitbucket, and GitLab. And the skills that should just be part of your day-to-day include tracking changes with add, commit, push, and pull, branching and merging strategies, and handling merge conflicts. You should know HTTPS protocols. Like if you want to become a web developer, then it's an absolute must to know HTTP and know it well. I'm not asking you to read the specification, but you should at least be familiar with common HTTP request methods like get, post, put, patch, delete, options, and how HTTP and HTTPS works in general. And you should learn the terminal as well. Though it's not mandatory for a front-end developer to learn Linux or terminal, I strongly suggest you to get familiar with the terminal, configure your shell, which includes bash, zsh, csh, etc. While I'm talking about the skills, so you should also be familiar with the build and state management tools, which include Node. Node may be a surprise to many. Like, why would you need to know how to work with Node in order to be a client-side React developer? So the answer is high server load. Using Node with React makes sense when your web application needs handling of multiple requests and maintaining server load balance. And React developers need to have a solid understanding of the NPM registry. This is the place where software developers can go to get software to help them build software. Sounds funny, but truly that's all the NPM is, a cloud storage for packages we call dependencies. And as you can see on the screen, I've mentioned NPM or Yarn. So Yarn is a package manager that is built to utilize the NPM registry. Yarn actually optimizes your NPM workflows. Yarn and NPM somewhat compete today, but the mission of Yarn has been to solve a lot of problems that are accepted in the Node NPM ecosystem. NPM has been doing everything it can to follow the patterns and practices that Yarn presents. And then comes Create React App. So it is like a quick start to create a React application. You can just install Create React App and you can just start with the default application. You can add the components in that, you can make the changes, and you can get your React application ready. Then comes the Webpack and Redux. So React has built-in state management, and many developers have been burned along the way by discovering the asynchronicity of the state updates and how React handles them. For that reason, and for scalability, Redux was born. Redux is a state management library and more. It's not a framework, but an opinionated way of working with data. The principles behind Redux are along the lines of functional programming and immutability, but it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. Mastering the concepts of fundamental React programming prior to diving into Redux is key. Then comes Redux Tongue, which is a middleware, and comes the Flux. So Flux is also a workflow like Redux. So you can choose whether to use Redux or Flux, depending on the requirement. Now, talking about other utilities like API clients, server-side rendering tools, and testing libraries. So in today's world, you will rarely build an isolated GUI, that is graphical user interface. Instead, there is more chance that you will build something which communicates with other applications using APIs like REST and GraphQL. Thankfully, there are many API clients available for React developers, which include REST API actually, In that we have fetch, super agent, etc. Then we have GraphQL, which includes Apollo, Relay, URQL, etc. Then talking about server-side rendering tools, you might be thinking, what is the difference between server-side rendering and client-side rendering? Let's clear that before talking about the library which supports server-side rendering with React. Well, in client-side rendering, your browser downloads a minimal HTML page. It then renders the JavaScript and fills the content into it. While in the case of server-side rendering, React components are rendered on the server and output HTML content is delivered to the client or browser. For server-side rendering, you can learn next.js or after.js or roles. But I suggest learning just next.js should be enough. And testing is one of the important skill for React developers, which is often overlooked. But if you want to stay ahead from your competition, then you should focus on learning libraries which will help you in testing. For unit testing, you can go for Jest, Enzyme, Synon, Mocha, AVA, Tape, etc. And for end-to-end testing, you can go for Selenium, WebDriver, Cucumber.js, etc. And for integration testing, you can go for Karma. You can learn the library you want, but Jest and Enzyme are recommended. And I want to add up one more thing for virtual reality. If you are interested in building virtual reality based application, then also you have some framework like React 360, which allows you to exciting 360 and VR experiences using React. So if you're interested in that area, you can further explore React 360. Now comes the soft skills. So to become a ReactJS developer or any software developer, be it front-end or back-end, some of the soft skills are always required by the companies, which include competence to translate business needs into technical requirements, time management, project management, communication and interpersonal skills, capability to write crisp and clear code, problem solving and troubleshooting skills, creativity and accountability, open-minded team player willing to accept feedback and offer suggestions, etc. And you should be having willingness to learn modern day tools and processes, as everything updates very quickly in today's world. And then as you can see on the screen, I have mentioned UI and UX. So as a front-end developer, you must be familiar with the UI and the UX part of the application. Now I'm moving ahead with the roadmap to become a ReactJS developer. So to become a ReactJS developer, you should follow a roadmap in which you should be familiar with the programming. And in programming, the skills which I've already mentioned, you should learn those. And then comes the ReactJS, which is the basic or the main thing which you should be familiar with. Then you should be completing some of the projects, and you should be familiar with tools and utilities which are supporting ReactJS. And you must have graduation degree, and accordingly, you can go for the certifications as well, which are mentioned in the job description in the particular company for which you are going to apply. And also, if you are not a fresher, you should have the relevant experience as well. And to become a ReactJS developer, you should set some of the timeline or some deadline within which you will complete all the learning, you will attain the required skill set to become a ReactJS developer. The skills which I have mentioned, you can go for that. So you can attain strong proficiency in JavaScript, object model, DOM manipulation and event handlers, data structures, algorithms, JSX and Babel. Then you can go for understanding ReactJS and its main fundamentals like JSX, virtual DOM, component lifecycle, etc. You should be preceding experience with ReactJS workflows like Flux, Redux, Create React App, data structure libraries, etc. You should understand the RESTful APIs or GraphQL, HTML, CSS, ES6, code versioning tools like Git, SVN, etc. Then popular front-end development tools, CI/CD tools, DevOps, performance testing frameworks like Mocha, Jest. Then you can go for Node plus NPM. And you should have preferred degree in computer science, information technology or similar. And to help you out to attain all these skills in a proper manner, I have some suggestions, like you can go for Edureka's ReactJS certification training course. So in this training course, you will be trained to build efficient React applications by mastering the concepts of React, Redux, and React Native as well. In this React course, you will learn how to build simple components and integrate them into more complex design components. And after completing this React online training, you will be able to build the applications using React concepts such as JSX, Redux, asynchronous programming using Redux, Saga middleware, fetch data using GraphQL, perform testing using Jest, successively deploy applications using Nginx and Docker, plus build mobile applications using React Native. And also you can go for React documentation whenever you have any doubt or whenever you are stuck in somewhere. And you can go for GitHub. There, so many projects are available which you can clone or take help to build your own. And if you have any doubts for which you need some answers, you can go for GitHub as well. Now, moving ahead, let me discuss the roles and responsibilities of a ReactJS developer. A skilled React developer makes it painless to create high-quality web applications with elegant UIs using the React library. ReactJS developers bridge the gap between the visual aspect and the server-side component. They take a proactive role in streamlining the look and functionality of the applications. As an efficient ReactJS developer, he or she is supposed to perform certain defined roles and follow responsibilities to get the best of results. Here are the major ones that any ReactJS developer is supposed to follow. Leverage the inbuilt React toolkit, create data visualization tools, libraries, and reusable code for prospects, integrate designs and wireframes within the application code, monitor interaction of users and convert them into insightful information, write application interface code with JavaScript, enhance application performance with constant monitoring, translate wireframes and design into good quality code, optimize components to work seamlessly across different browsers and devices, good understanding of CSS libraries, Git, Sigma, Adobe XD, etc., proper user information authentication, and develop responsive web-based UI. And if I talk about non-technical roles and responsibilities, so it includes constant interaction with other developer teams and design team to discuss UI ideas, a thorough review of applications needs and interfacing elements, and follow proper documentation for changes in application and further updates. Now, let me discuss why is ReactJS in demand. ReactJS being a multi-layered library has been a key delight for developers and organizations alike. ReactJS developers have been instrumental in assisting business owners to focus on their core business areas without having to bother about other IT-related activities. This has helped big time in enhancing client satisfaction. Some of the features of ReactJS which have increased the demand of ReactJS are flexibility, reusability, strong documentation and community support, fast rendering, single-page loading, and easy debugging. So when I talk about flexibility, it is especially visible when it comes to the use of React for web development. When we talk about React's flexibility, we refer to the library's innate modularity. As we know, React's architecture allows bundling front-end code into custom components, thus providing a solid foundation for the overall development process optimization. ReactJS allows you to write clean modular code, breaking the project into separate components. As a result, when code is modular, it gets easy to maintain and scale. React is super flexible in the sense that it can be integrated with other third-party libraries and MVC frameworks. You can choose to create a React project from scratch or gradually introduce React to your existing code base. And when I say reusability, React doesn't require big lines of codes to program an application. In React, we say that everything is a component. A user writes small codes called components and combines them to form another component. Simply any app made with React is a tree of component. So React follows write once and use it anywhere principle. Then comes strong documentation and community support. Being an open source library, React has what it takes to keep attracting more and more newcomers to its community, which makes it only stronger over time. As of today, React is one of the 5 top-rated repositories on GitHub with over 170K stars and over 5 million applications publicly admitting to using it. React has a rich ecosystem to benefit from or contribute to. Besides, finding one's way around all this information won't be a big challenge, as the React documentation can be easily found on the official website. The community is active, so you can get rapid feedback or response to your inquiry once you feel stuck. Currently on Stack Overflow, there are over 14 million questions tagged ReactJS that have at least one accepted answer. So once you encounter a problem, chances are someone has already had the same problem and there is a solution to it, so that you will only have to copy paste it from the corresponding discussion thread. Talking about the fast rendering, so React is a client-side JavaScript library that uses server-side rendering. React's virtual DOM is basically the prime cause of faster rendering and the better performance of React apps. And this React's virtual DOM serves as a layer between how things are supposed to look and the actual processes happening to render all of those things onto the page. And the single page loading. So due to the single page loading with the help of virtual DOM, this fast rendering is achieved. And then we can talk about the easy debugging. In React, props and state are the breadcrumbs. Like when something goes wrong, it is important that we have breadcrumbs to trace the mistake to its source in the code base. And if you see something wrong on the screen, you can open React Dev Tools and find the component responsible for rendering, and then see if the props and states are correct. If they are, you know that the problem is in the component's render function or some function that is called by render function. The problem is isolated. If the state is wrong, you know that the problem is caused by one of the set state calls in this file. This too is relatively simple to locate and fix because usually there are only a few set state calls in a single file. And React results in not only easy debuggable code but also highly testable applications with the help of Jest or Enzyme, etc. Now let me discuss the future of ReactJS developers. ReactJS developers surely have a promising future, since ReactJS is showing no chances of turning back. As you must have seen the requirement for ReactJS developers on different job suggesting portals, and on LinkedIn itself we have 43,000 and more jobs for ReactJS developers. We have 170K stars on GitHub, so many requests for the applications, and more than 90,000 live websites are using ReactJS. And a lot of organizations have started migrating to React, so they definitely need more and more ReactJS developers. Now, as compared to other peer competitors, ReactJS developers are being paid heavily and are in demand. Facebook and the entire community have been trying hard to keep enhancing the effectiveness and speed of ReactJS. Hence, it is imperative that ReactJS will keep fighting the competition hard and come out as a winner. Newer updates and ways of rendering are expected soon. The way it is growing, the demand for ReactJS developers is exponentially higher. To sum up, I would say the world is unquestionably changing in rapid and dramatic ways, and the demand for ReactJS developers is going to keep increasing for sure. Now, after discussing a lot of things and addressing a lot of questions, I hope you have got the idea how to become a ReactJS developer, from where to start, how to start, what skills are required, why those skills are required, etc. All these questions have been addressed.
Finally, we will prepare for job search with ReactJS interview questions and answers. This module will provide frequently asked interview questions, best practices for answering them, and tips for excelling in ReactJS interviews.
I will discuss the questions on 4 topics of React which are being frequently asked in React interviews. The topics covered today are ReactJS basics or the general React, then ReactJS components, then we have ReactJS Redux and ReactJS router. Now, starting with the general React questions. So the first or the basic question on React is, what is ReactJS? To answer this question, I would say ReactJS is an open source front-end JavaScript library which is used to build user interfaces and handle view layer for web and mobile applications. It follows a component-based approach. The React package contains only the functionality necessary to define React components, and it is typically used together with a React renderer like React DOM for the web or React Native for the native environment. Now here, when I talk about component-based approach, so everything in React.js is a component. So what happens is these components can be reused. They can be placed wherever required. So we can just write it once and use it anywhere and anytime. Now, even though React was open sourced only in 2015, it has one of the largest communities supporting it. Moving to the second question, that is, what are the features of React.js? To answer this question, I would say the major three features of React.js because of which React.js is known are virtual DOM, server-side rendering, and unidirectional data flow or data binding. So talking about the virtual DOM, that is actually the virtual data object model. A virtual DOM is a lightweight JavaScript object which originally is just a copy of the real DOM. It is a node tree that lists the elements, their attributes, and content as objects and their properties. React's render function creates a node tree out of the React components. It then updates this tree in response to the mutations in the data model, which is caused by various actions done by the user or by the system. Talking about the server-side rendering, when I say server-side rendering, which means using a server to generate HTML from JS modules in response to a URL request. That's in contrast to client-side rendering, which uses the browser to create HTML using the DOM. Server-side rendering with JS or React works similarly to other server-side languages. Now, when I say unidirectional data flow, data binding, so in React, data flows in a single direction, that is from parent components to child components, which helps in data binding, and it makes the application and the code predictable and more debuggable. Moving ahead with the next question, which asks, list some of the major advantages of React. Talking about the advantages of React, so it increases the application's performance. It can be conveniently used on the client as well as server side. Because of JSX, code's readability increases, and React is easy to integrate with other frameworks like Meteor, Angular, etc. And using React, writing UI test cases becomes extremely easy. Now let's move ahead to the next question, which asks, what are the limitations of React? Talking about the limitations of React, React is just a library, not a full-blown framework, and its library is very large and takes time to understand. It can be a little difficult for the novice programmers to understand, and coding gets a little complex as it uses inline templating and JSX. Now the next question is, what is JSX? So JSX is basically shorthand for JavaScript XML. This is a type of file used by React which utilizes the expressiveness of JavaScript along with HTML-like template syntax. This makes the HTML file really easy to understand, and this file makes applications robust and boosts its performance. Now let's see the next question, which is, what do you understand by virtual DOM? Explain its working. So as we have discussed in a previous question also about virtual DOM, a virtual DOM is a lightweight JavaScript object which is just the copy of the real DOM. It is a node tree that lists the elements, their attributes and content as objects and their properties. React's render function creates a node tree out of the React components. It then updates this tree in response to the mutations in the data model, which is caused by various actions done by user or by the system. And this virtual DOM works in 3 simple steps, which are, whenever any underlying data changes, the entire UI is re-rendered in virtual DOM representation. Then the difference between the previous DOM representation and the new one is calculated. And once the calculations are done, the real DOM will be updated only with the things that have actually changed. So here, a kind of patchwork is done, as you can see in the picture also. Moving ahead with the next question, that is, differentiate between real DOM and virtual DOM. When we compare real DOM and virtual DOM, we find the differences like real DOM updates slow while virtual DOM updates faster. Real DOM can directly update HTML while virtual DOM can't directly update HTML. Real DOM creates a new DOM if element updates, while virtual DOM updates the JSX if element updates. So that's why real DOM is comparatively slower than the virtual DOM, because in real DOM, every time any element gets updated, a new DOM is created, while with React, which uses virtual DOM, whenever any element gets updated, only the JSX part gets updated. Now, the next difference is DOM manipulation is very expensive in real DOM because every time you have to create the new DOM, while DOM manipulation in React, that is virtual DOM, is very easy. And real DOM results into too much of memory wastage, while virtual DOM results in no memory wastage at all. The reason we know, because every time new DOM is created, whenever any element gets updated, while with the help of virtual DOM in React, only the JSX part gets updated with the update in any element. Now moving to the next question, which asks, why can't browsers read JSX? Browsers can only read JavaScript objects, but JSX is not a regular JavaScript object. Thus, to enable a browser to read JSX, first we need to transform JSX file into a JavaScript object using JSX transformers like Babel and then pass it to the browser. Now let's move ahead with the next question. That is, what is JSX transform? As browsers don't support JSX, the compilers like Babel or TypeScript are used to transform JSX into regular JavaScript object, which is understood by the browsers, as we have seen in the previous question. Now, JSX transform automatically compiles the JSX source code without having to rely upon the typical compilers. With the new transform, JSX can be used without importing React, and according to the setup, its compiled output slightly improves the bundle size as well. Now let's see the answer for the next question, which is how React syntax changed from ES5 to ES6. So as you can see on the screen, the code snippet for ES5 and ES6. So in ES5, we use React.create class, and which we initialize in a variable. For example, here we have taken my component. But in ES6, we just make use of classes and we make use of extends keyword, and the syntax is class, the name of the component, my component, or the class, my component, extends react.component. So the major difference between ES6 and ES5 is in ES5, we make use of create class, while in ES6, we make use of react.component. Now let's move ahead with the next question. That is how errors are handled in React. So talking about the error handling in React, the most distinctive and React specific type of error handling is what is known as error boundaries. So error boundaries are React components that catch JavaScript errors anywhere in their child component tree, log those errors, and display a fallback UI instead of the component tree that crashed. Error boundaries catch errors during rendering, in lifecycle methods, and in constructors of the whole tree below them. Now let's see the next question. That is, what are the limitations of error boundaries in React? So talking about the limitations of error boundaries do not catch errors for event handlers, asynchronous code, that is set a timeout, or request animation frame callbacks, for server-side rendering, and errors thrown in the error boundary itself rather than its children. Now let's see the next question. That is, what are the features introduced in ES7? So ECMA script 2016 or ES7 introduced two new features that are array.prototype.includes function, and the second one is exponentiation operator. Talking about array.prototype.includes function, so it checks the array for the value passed as an argument. It returns true if the array contains the value, otherwise it returns false. Earlier, we needed to use array.prototype.indexOf function to check if the given array contains an element or not. Talking about exponentiation operator, so ECMA script 2016 or ES7 introduced the exponentiation operator, that is double asterisk. It has the same purpose as math.power function. It returns the first argument raised to the power of the second argument. Moving to the next question, which asks, list some of the features of ES10. So this is the latest version of ECMA script. So the features introduced in ES10 include optional cache binding, object.fromEntries, array.flat function, array.flatMap function, dynamic import, global this object. Now the next question is, how is React different from Angular? So talking about the differences between React and Angular, we see on the basis of architecture, React is only the view of MVC, that is model view controller. while Angular is complete framework for MVC, that is model view and controller. Talking about the rendering, so React supports server-side rendering, while Angular supports client-side rendering. Talking about the DOM, that is data object model. So as we have seen earlier also, React uses virtual DOM, and we have seen the advantages of using virtual DOM, while Angular uses the real DOM. Talking about the data binding, React uses one-way data binding or the unidirectional data flow, while Angular has two-way data binding or the bidirectional data flow. Talking about the debugging, React supports compile time debugging, while Angular supports runtime debugging. And talking about the author or who owns React and Angular, so React is owned by Facebook, while the author of Angular is Google. With this, we have seen some of the frequently asked questions and answers based on general React. Now moving ahead, let's see the questions based on ReactJS components. So starting with the first question based on ReactJS components, what do you understand from in React everything is a component? To answer this question, I would say components are the building blocks of a React application's UI. So everything in React is a component. And these components split up the entire UI into small, independent, and reusable pieces. Then it renders each of these components independent of each other without affecting the rest of the UI. And these components can be JavaScript functions, which takes in arbitrary inputs and returns HTML representation. Now let's see the next question, which asks, what is the purpose of render function in React, or explain the purpose of render function in React? To answer this question, I would say each React component must have a render function mandatorily. It returns a single React element, which is the representation of the native DOM component. If more than one HTML element needs to be rendered, then they must be grouped together inside one enclosing tag such as form, group, div, etc. This function must be kept pure, that is, it must return the same result each time it is invoked. Moving to the next question, that is, how can you embed two components into one? So as you can see on the screen, we have one code snippet. We have embedded two components with the help of class, then the component name or the class name, then using the keyword extends, and we made the use of react.component. With this syntax, as you can see on the screen, we are embedding two components into one. So there are two components, the my component and header component. Moving to the next question that asks, what are props in React? So props is basically the shorthand for properties in React. They are read-only components which must be kept pure, that is immutable, and they are always passed down from the parent to the child components throughout the application. A child component can never send a prop back to the parent component, and this helps in maintaining the unidirectional data flow or the data binding, and are generally used to render the dynamically generated data. Moving to the next question, what is a state in React and how it is used? Talking about the states, so states are the heart of React components. States are the source of data and must be kept as simple as possible. Basically, states are the objects which determine components' rendering and behavior. They are mutable unlike the props and create dynamic and interactive components, and they are accessed via this .state function. Moving to the next question, which is differentiate between state and props. So while comparing state and props, we find the differences like in state and prop, both receive initial value from parent component. While in state, parent component cannot change value, while with the help of prop, parent component can change the value. And we can set default values inside the components, both in state as well as in props. In state, we can make changes inside the component, but with props, we cannot make the changes inside the component. And we can set initial values for child components in both state as well as in props. But changes inside the child components cannot be made in state, while in prop, we can make the changes inside child components. Now moving to the next question, which asks, how can you update state of a component? Now here you can see a code snippet. So basically the answer for this question is, we can change the state or we can update the state of a component by making the use of this dot set state function. And as you can see on the code snippet as well, earlier here name was Max and ID was 101. Then again in render function, we'll make use of set state, basically this dot set state function, and inside that we can change the value or we can update the state of the component. So here we are making the change in the value. As you can see over here, we are updating it to 𝐿𝐴 and ID to 222. Now moving to the next question, that is, should we update the state directly? So to answer this question, we should not update the state directly. And why we should not update the state directly? Because if we update the state directly, calling the set state function afterward may just replace the update we made. And when we directly update the state, it does not change this dot state immediately. Instead, it creates a pending state transition, and accessing it after calling this method will only return the present value, and we will lose control of the state across all the components. So that's why we should not update the state directly. Moving to the next question, that is, what is arrow function and how it is used? Arrow functions are more of brief syntax for writing the function expression. They are also called fat arrow, the functions. It is symbolized with equal to and greater than symbol. Now these functions allow to bind the context of the components properly, since in ES6 auto binding is not available by default. And arrow functions are mostly useful while working with the higher order functions or HOFs. As you can see in the picture as well, without arrow function and with arrow function. Without arrow function, we were making use of this dot handle change dot bind. While with arrow function, we have just made use of this symbol that is equal to and greater than, and then we made use of this dot handle on change. No need for bind and all. Now moving to the next question, that is, how do you reference a DOM element? It is a pretty simple question, and answer to this question is also very simple and crisp. That is, an object, this dot refs, that is this dot refs, which is found as an instance inside the component, can be used to access DOM elements in ReactJS. Now moving to the next question, that is, what is the use of e.persist function? Answer of this question is nothing. ePersist function does nothing because e.persist function was used in event pooling, but with React 17, event pooling has been completely removed. But this e.persist function is still available on the React event object, but now it doesn't do anything. Now moving to the next question, which asks, what do you mean by event pooling? As we have seen in the previous question, that event pooling has been removed from React 17, but we should know what is event pooling because this question has been frequently asked in interviews. So the synthetic event objects were pooled. This means that the synthetic event object would be reused and all properties would be nullified after the event handler has been called. Now, for example, you can see the code snippets available here. So earlier when event pooling was supported in React, the first snippet, as you can see over here, this would not work because the event object gets reused. But with the help of e.persist function, this code works because it prevents React from resetting its properties. But this is the case before React 17. Now event pooling is not supported by React. Now moving to the next question, what are React hooks? So React hooks are functions that let us hook into React state and lifecycle features from a functional component. So what is this hook into? Actually, these functions let us use the React state and lifecycle features from a functional component. And React hooks cannot be used in class components. They let us write components without the class. Now moving to the next question, when and why hooks were introduced in React? React hooks were introduced in the 16.8 version of React or React 16.8. Earlier, functional components were called stateless components and only class components were used for state management and lifecycle methods. The need to change a functional component to a class component whenever state management or lifecycle methods were to be used led to the development of hooks. Now moving to the next question, that is, do you know any of the techniques to optimize React app performance? So there are many techniques to optimize React app performance, but some of them are using useMemo function, using React.pure component, and maintaining state collocation. So when I say using useMemo function, so it is a React hook that is used for caching CPU expensive functions. Sometimes in a React app, a CPU expensive function gets called repeatedly due to re-renders of a component, which can lead to slow rendering. Now, this useMemo function hook can be used to cache such functions. By using useMemo, the CPU expensive function gets called only when it is needed. Talking about using React.pure component, so it is a base component class that checks the state and props of a component to know whether the component should be updated. Instead of using the simple React.component, we can use React.pure component to reduce the re-renders of a component unnecessarily. And ultimately, it optimizes the application's performance. And when I say maintaining state collocation, so this is the process of moving the state as close to where we need it as possible. Sometimes in React application, we have a lot of unnecessary states inside the parent component, which makes the code less readable and harder to maintain. Not to forget, having many states inside a single component leads to unnecessary re-renders for the component, and it is better to shift states which are less valuable to the parent component to a separate component. Now moving to the next question, what is lazy loading? Lazy loading is the feature introduced in React version 16.6, which allows for some components to load later than the other components. This way we can load the components which are fast like text earlier and the components which load later like images later. It is also referred to as code splitting and data fetching. Moving to the next question, what is a fragment in React? A common pattern in React is for a component to return multiple elements. But fragments let us group a list of children without adding extra nodes to the DOM. While rendering multiple elements will require a div tag around the content, as the render method will only render a single root node inside it at a time. So in React 16.2, fragments were introduced and we use them instead of extra div tags and all. So as you can see in the code snippet available on the screen, in place of using div tag, we are just making use of react.fragment. And inside this, you can see this child A, child B, child C. These are basically the elements. Now moving to the next question, which asks, what is setState function? So setState function allows us to change state in a React class component. As we have seen in a previous question, we were making use of this .setState function, right? And the setState function enqueues change to the component state and tell React that this component and its children need to be re-rendered with the updated state. This is the primary method you should use to update the UI. And setState does not always update the component immediately. Instead, it may defer the update until later for better performance. And the syntax for this function, as we have seen in the previous question also, here, setState, and in the braces we can give the updater or the callback. We can pass it as the argument. Moving to the next question, that is, what is useState function? So the useState function is a React hook that allows to have a state variables in functional components. The useState hook is a special function that takes the initial state as an argument and returns an array of 2 entries. Moving to the next question, what do you mean by context in React? So the React Context API is a way for a React app to effectively produce global variables that can be passed around. This is the alternative to prop drilling or moving props from grandparent to child to parent and so on. A new type of context can be created using React.createContext API, and this context API is added in version 16.3 of React that allows one to share state across the entire application or part of it lightly with ease. Moving to the next question, what do you mean by prop drilling? So prop drilling can be defined as a process in React application where props are passed from one part of a tree to another by going through other parts that do not need the data but only help in passing it through the tree. And it is also known as prop threading. Now I give it over to Mr. Ashok to take you through the more questions on React components, React Redux, and React Router.
What are the differences between stateful and stateless components? This table is showing the differences. So stateful components are those which stores information about component state change in memory. Stateless are they calculate the internal state of the components. Stateful components, they have authority to change their state. As the name suggests, stateless components cannot have authority. They do not have authority to change the state. If I talk about stateful component, they contains the knowledge of past, current, and possible future changes in state. Stateless components, they contains no knowledge of past, current, and possible future state changes. Stateless components notifies them about the requirement of the state change. Then they send down the props to them. In a stateless component, if I talk about, they receive the props from the stateful components and treat them as callback functions. So this table is very important. It's a very general question again asked nowadays in ReactJS interviews, that what is the difference between stateful and stateless components. Now, what are the different phases of React component lifecycle? In a very interesting one. So as we all know that there are 4 phases. So here I'm depicting the 3 phases. And the initial phase, which are mostly used, the updating phase. One is the mounting phase, another one is the unmounting phase. We can amalgamate the 2 in one. So now it becomes 3. So initial phase, updating phase, and unmounting phase. As you can see on the screen, every phase is having their own methods, which are working in a particular order or this particular priorities. So initial phase is having the function as get default props, get initial state, component will mount, render, and component did mount. If I talk about updating phase, these are the methods or functions available in the updating phase. Again, it is at render. If I talk about the unmounting phase, so unmounting phase has a function called components will unmount. So these are the various lifecycle methods, I will say. These are called the lifecycle methods in ReactJS, which we need to have so that whatever props or components we are using, they get mounted and unmounted accordingly. Now, explain the lifecycle methods of React components in detail. If I talk about the lifecycle methods, which we just saw in the previous slide, that what are the lifecycle methods in React. So these are the various methods which we generally use. Component will mount. It gets executed just before the rendering both on client and server side. Component did mount. It is executed after first render only on the client side. The other one is component will receive props. It is invoked as soon as the props are received from parent class before another render is called. The other method or the lifecycle method is should component update. It returns true or false value based on certain conditions. If you want your component to update, return true, else return false. By default, its value is false. Component will update. It is called just before rendering takes place. Component did update. And the other one is component will unmount. This is called after the component is unmounted from the DOM. It is used to clear up the memory spaces. So all these are the lifecycle methods which are used in ReactJS. Now, what is an event in React? Events are triggered reactions, or I will say actions, to specific actions like mouse over, mouse click, key press, etc. React events are similar to HTML JavaScript events. So for example, in this example or in this diagram, as you can see, this is a bulb. There is an action called switch on. If someone clicks on, the bulb is getting on. So this is kind of a event which is getting triggered, which are reactions to specific actions. How we can create events in ReactJS. So as you can see here, this is a render function. Class display extends react.component in a ES6 class standard of writing the code. Here I am using a render function which is returning a div, and on click is the event. That is how we can create the events in ReactJS. This dot show click me. What are synthetic events in ReactJS? Synthetic events are the cross-browser wrappers around the browser's native event system. They combines the browser behavior into one API, and they are done to ensure events have consistent properties across different browsers. So if we want to have a ReactJS application running on different browsers, we will use synthetic events in ReactJS. Now, what do you understand by refs, which are references in ReactJS? So refs stands for references. So they are used to return references to a particular element or component returned by render. They are basically useful when we need DOM measurements or to add methods to the components. List some of the cases when you should use refs. So first of all, they are used to manage focus, text selection, or media playback. For triggering imperative animations, just like as you can see on the screen, if you want to display this kind of animation, imperative animation, we will use refs in React.js. And if you want to integrate with third-party DOM libraries, that is also where we use refs in React.js. How do you modularize code in React? So we can modularize code by using the export and import standards, or by using export and import properties. We can write the components separately in different files. So for one file, we will use the export property, and for another file, we can use the import property. That is how you can modularize the React.js code. And as you can see on the screen, the two code snippets for, or two files, I'll say, for export and import properties. How forms are created in React? This is again a very basic questions with interview question with respect to React.js. So HTML form elements maintain their own state in regular DOM and update themselves based on user input. However, in React.js, state is contained in the state property of the component, and it gets only updated via setState, as we all know. So JavaScript function is used for handling the form submission. What do you know about controlled and uncontrolled components? So as I mentioned earlier, components are of two types: presentational components and container components. Again, there are two other types of components which are controlled and uncontrolled. So controlled components are those which do not maintain their own state. The state is not maintained in control components. Data is controlled by parent component, not by the child components. The control components takes in current value through props and notifies changes via callbacks. If I talk about uncontrolled components, they maintain their own state. Data is controlled by DOM, and refs are used to get their current value. So if you want to use refs, we need to have uncontrolled components. Now, what are HOC? When I say HOC, these are high order components. So these are the custom components, I will say, which we developed while doing programming in React.js. So these are the custom components which wraps another component. They accept dynamically provided child components. Then they do not modify the input component. They do not copy any behavior from the input component, and I'll say that these are the pure functions. So basically, they are the custom components which are developed to add on functionality to some other components. These are called HOCs. So what can you do with HOC? HOC means high order components. You can reuse the code, logic, and bootstrap abstraction using HOCs. We can render hijacking, state abstraction, manipulations, and also we can also do state and props manipulations with HOC, high order components. Now, what are pure components? Pure components are the simplest, fastest components which we can write. These are very fast. They can replace any component that only has render. Enhances the simplicity and performance of the application. These are the pure components. As you can see here, there is a code snippet react dom.render h1 hello document.getElementById content. So these are the two parameters which needs to be passed to the render function. And this is the simple component, I will say simplest component, or I can say the pure components which we can write in React.js, and hence the performance, and I will say it is the fastest in React.js. Now, what is the significance of keys in React.js? Or what is the significance of keys in React? It is used to identify unique virtual DOM elements with their corresponding data driving the UI. So as we all know, there is a key value pair combination always in every programming language. So just like that, we have keys in React.js, which is used to identify the virtual DOM elements. And what are the virtual DOM elements with respect to their driving UI? This we can know using keys in React.js. They must be unique number or a string. They helps React to optimize rendering by recycling existing DOM elements. So instead of re-rendering with keys, React just reorders the element. So if you don't want to re-render your UI, or if you don't want to re-render your components, you can just reorder the elements using keys in React.js. And obviously with all these things, the performance of the application gets optimized and highly increased in React.js. So it was all about the second section of the React interview question. Let's move forward, and now I will talk about the interview questions related to React Redux. This is a combination of React and Redux technology. So what were the major problems with MVC framework? MVC, we all know it's a model view controller. So what is the major problem? So DOM manipulation is very expensive because MVC framework is completely based on DOM and not on virtual DOM, just like in React.js. It's slow and inefficient. And there is a lot of memory wastage in MVC framework. Because of circular dependency, complicated model was created around models and views. So these are some of the drawbacks or problems with MVC framework. Now Flux. Before Redux, there was a technology called Flux, which was introduced by Facebook. So what was Flux? Architectural pattern that enforces unidirectional data flow. So there on the screen, as you can see, there is an action, then dispatcher, store, and view. So architectural pattern that enforces unidirectional data flow, controls derived data and enables communication between multiple components. Now, as you can see, there is a central store which has authority for all the data. Any update in data must occur here only. So store is the central or the heart for all React, Redux or Flux application. It provides stability to the application and it reduces runtime errors. What is Redux? Redux is one of the hottest library, I will say, for front-end development. It is very, very famous. You can also check how much it is famous and its popularity on GitHub sites, that it has more number of stars and more number of watches as compared to Flux. It's a predictable state container for JavaScript apps. It is mostly used for state management applications where state needs to be managed. Applications developed with Redux are easy to test, and it helps to write applications that behave consistently and can run in different environments. What are the three principles that Redux follows? First is the single source of truth, that is the store. Single source of truth, and when I say, I'm talking about here the single store. There is only one store in a Redux or a React Redux application. State is read-only in Redux. The changes are made with pure functions. You can make changes only with the pure functions in Redux libraries. What do you understand by single source of truth? When I say single source of truth, it is the store which I'm talking about in Redux application. Redux uses a store for storing all the application state at one place. Whatever the state happening or state changes happening in a React Redux application, it will be notified to store or will happen in conjunction with a store. So components state is stored in the store and they receive updates from the store itself. So whatever the components, so these are the various components. So the state of all these components will be stored in a single place, which is called store. And any update needs to happen or needs to be there, that will be received from the store itself. The single state tree makes it easier because it's a single state tree, makes it easier to keep track of the changes over time and debug or inspect the application. What are the various components of Redux? First one is the action, which is an object that describes what happened. Reducer, it is a place to determine how the state will change. But I will say the reducers are the pure functions, which is how it needs to be done. As I said, action, that what needs to be done. Reducer, how it needs to be done is given by the reducers because these are the pure functions. Store, as we saw just now in the previous slide, that store, it's a single source of truth. There needs to be a single store which is used for state management of all the components. So a state object tree of the entire application is saved in the store. View is to simply displays the data provided by the store. Show how the data flows through Redux. Again, a very interesting question, that how we should know that how data is flowing through Redux. So as you can see here, that these are the container components, which is passing data as the props. They are passing the data to actions. Action is passing the data to reducer. So the input for the store is the reducer, and reducer is again giving the data to the provider component, or you can say the view part of it. So that is how the data flows in Redux applications. How actions are defined in Redux. Always remember that action should have a type property that indicates the type of action which needs to be performed. So type is very important for every action. So let's say in this code snippet, as you can see on the screen, there is a function called add_to, which is taking the input parameter as text. Is what it is returning is, it is a type, and this what type of action it is, add_to. So they must be defined as a string constant, and we can add more properties to it. That is not a problem with the action. You can add as many properties as you want. But the most mandatory part or the most important part for an action is it needs to have a type property. And actions are created using functions called action creators. The other question which we have is, what is the role of reducers? Reducers are the pure functions which specify how the application state changes in response to an action. It takes in the previous state and an action and returns the new state. So what is the work of a reducer? Basically, it takes the previous state, make the changes, and it returns the new state. It determines what sort of update needs to be done based on the type of action and returns the new values. It returns the previous state if no work needs to be done. If there are no changes in the state or if there are no updates, obviously it will return the previous state which it takes as an input, and as an output it returns a new state with the changed parameters. What is the significance of a store in Redux? Store, as we all know now, that store is the single source of truth. It's a JavaScript object. Holds the application state. It maintains the application, or I can say it maintains the state tree of the particular application. That is the store. Provides a helper methods to access the state, dispatch action, and register listeners. With store, the data state can be synchronized from the server level to the client layer without much hassle. And since it's a single store, it's a single source of truth, it's a single place to maintain the state tree of the application, it makes the development of the large application very easy and fast. How Redux is different from Flux. So these are the basic differences between Flux and Redux. If I talk about Flux, the store contains state and change logic. It has multiple stores, flat disconnected stores. In Flux, all the stores are disconnected. Singleton dispatcher, React component subscribe to the store. In Flux, state is mutable, so you can change the state in Flux. If I talk about Redux, store and change logic are separate. We have a single store in Redux. Single store with hierarchical reducers. You can have multiple reducers in Redux, but the store needs to be single in React Redux application. So if I talk about the container components, they utilize connect, and state is immutable. This is again very important, that the state is immutable in React Redux application. What are the advantages of Redux? So I've listed down some of the advantages of Redux: predictability, maintainability. The application will be very fast. It will be optimized. We have many developer tools. The testing and debugging part will be easy. And huge open source community for Redux is available out there on internet, and precise organization of code, because there is only one store which is maintaining the state, complete state of the application. So these are some of the advantages of Redux, which makes React Redux application very famous and very popular.
And the next question in React Redux is, what is Redux Thunk? So Redux Thunk is a middleware that lets call action creators that return a function instead of an action object. That function receives the store's dispatch method, which is then used to dispatch regular synchronous actions inside the body of the function once the asynchronous operations have completed. And the thunk can be used to delay the dispatch of an action or to dispatch only if a certain condition is met. And basically it sits between action creator and reducer in the React Redux flow.
Now moving to the last part or the last section of this webinar, that is the React Router interview questions. What is React Router? It's a very powerful routing library, I'll say. It helps in adding new screens and flows to the application. It keeps the URL in sync with data that is being displayed on the web page, and it is a very simple API. The React Router APIs are very simple to use. Why switch keyword is used in React Router version 4? The switch keyword is used when you want to display only a single route to be rendered among several defined routes. So as you can see here, if I want to have multiple defined routes, but I want to display only a single route, then I use the switch statement. Why do we need a router in React? So router helps in defining multiple routes inside the router, with each route leading to a unique view. As you can see on the screen, there are multiple React routers. For example, these are the 3 routers, and each router is leading or representing, I will say, a unique view. So that is why we need a router in React. List down the advantages of React Router. So there are various advantages of React Router. The API is very simple, and the API is all about component. The API is component based. The router APIs, it can be visualized as a single root component. No need to manually set history value. It has separate packages for web and native platforms. That's why it's very famous. How React Router is different from conventional routing of data. So again, there is a table of the differences based on the various topics. Pages involved. Each view corresponds to a new file. In React Router, only single HTML page is involved. In conventional routing, we used to have multiple pages involved in application. If I talk about the URL changes, in conventional routing, HTTP request is sent to the server and corresponding HTML page is received. In React Router, only the history attribute is changed. This is a very drastic change in the request response terminologies. If I talk about the look and feel, user actually navigates across different pages for each view in conventional routing. But for React Router, user is duped thinking he's navigating across different pages, but it is actually not the case.
Now the next question is, why is switch keyword used in React Router v5 or version 5? Although a div tag is used to encapsulate multiple routes inside the router, the switch keyword is used when we want to display only a single route to be rendered amongst the several defined routes. The switch tag, when in use, matches the typed URL with the defined routes in sequential order. When the first match is found, it renders the specified value and thereby bypassing the remaining routes. As we have seen some of the frequently asked questions and answers in React interviews, now let's have a look on the requirements or the skills required to become a ReactJS developer. So to become a ReactJS developer, you should have the following skills, which include fundamentals of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, fundamentals of ReactJS, which includes JSX, ES6, hooks, Node plus NPM, and Redux. With this, we have come to the end of this video. Hope it was useful for you and you have enjoyed it. Do not forget to like the video and subscribe the channel and go rock your interview. Thank you. Happy learning.
I hope you have enjoyed listening to this video. Please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment any of your doubts and queries, and we will reply them at the earliest. Do look out for more videos in our playlist and subscribe to Edureka channel to learn more. Happy learning!